to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Welcome everybody to tonight's coverage of the Aegis Esports Executioner League. We are here. We have made it. It is the finals. I am What's and joining me today is not Quacks, my usual partner, as he's off in LA. We have Karthik 002 stepping in to substitute today. How are you feeling today, Karth?
Yeah, feeling great. Pleasure to be here casting the finals. It's going to be an exciting event. People have been talking, is there going to be an upset? One team's on the rise, one team's the favorite. We'll see what ends up going down tonight.
Yeah, speaking of those teams, before we get to talking about those teams, there is one other event that we get to announce tonight, and that is the results of the Summer 2024 All-Stars. Your first team of All-Pro is Masuf up there in the top side, not important, and Zui in the jungle and mid, with Dibble and T-Lights rounding out that support and AD carry.
Yeah, great performances by all of them throughout the entirety of the season, and they get to take home this coveted title, giving them all the bragging rights going into the future.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing to note here is we do have two of the star members of the Dorado roster on this first team, but also two members of the Iridescent Dawn Ignite roster, not the Blastcone roster that upset them in last week's semifinals. Now, speaking on the rosters, we do have on one side the Dorado Gaming Iota roster. I think arguably, inarguably, the favorites to take the whole thing home, with Masuf up there in the top side, K-Peps in the jungle, OG Kush in the mid, Dibble and AD carry, and EXE in support, with Hyperfocus, Worm Jones, and Naysayer as their substitutes.
Yeah, 6-1 score coming in. They are looking so strong in the finals. But hey, I think any team can take it. We've seen the other team on the rise here so far, and I think it's going to be a close series as Iridescent, Dawn, Blastcone. They got Yeetloaf in the top lane, Jalp in the jungle, all Gucci in the mid lane, Booty Muncher 67 in bot lane, and Spartans to close it out in support.
Yeah, a couple of names that you may or may not be familiar with if you've been around the Aegis Executioner League before. Plenty of names here that have a lot of weight behind them on both of these teams, which I think to me says that we are in for a super exciting matchup. Dorado and Iridescent Dawn are these orgs that do have a lot of expectations behind them. They are teams that get results. If they didn't finish above a semifinal spot, I think it's a disappointing season for them. So to see both of these teams here making it to the finals, Iridescent Dawn especially having to go through that Civil War matchup in the semifinals is really huge for them.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's going to be a crazy finals here. Both these orgs are just veterans in the scene, right? So I'm sure they've got all the support. They got all the draft strategies locked down here, and we're going to have to see what kind of big brain picks come out here in the Champion Select.
Yeah, there has been a couple of shift ups in the meta, so it'll be interesting to see what the teams actually end up opting for as we come into this. We are just waiting for the players to all be ready to go as we get into this draft itself. But Karth, I know you haven't been spectating the entire season and you did have to come in and substitute in, but I did want to ask, coming into this finals matchup, do you have a scoreline prediction for how you think the series is going to go?
You know, I think there is going to be an upset. I think Iridescent Dawn are going to take it 3-2. I want to see a 5-game banger here. I think it'll go all the way, but I think, honestly, they can make it happen here. And I think it's going to be the draft depth that's really going to bring them out here. They've shown so many different picks throughout the playoffs that I've been looking at. And I think as bans get changed throughout the series, I think they can adapt better and really take it home.
3-2 IDB. On my end, I also believe in an upset, but I think I'm a little bit more confident in this Iridescent Dawn Blastcone roster. I have them 3-1 as my prediction. As much as I want to see a 5-game series, I do think this IDB roster has been on the rise. And the fact that they were able to beat out their sister team in Ignite really gives me confidence for them coming into this matchup.
Yeah, I think it's a reverse sweep as well. So it really shows the durability and the tenacity of the team. And I think, honestly, like, even if there are some bumps on the road, that's not going to slow them down at all.
Yeah, it should be a hell of a good time. And unfortunately, we are still waiting on the players to start up the draft itself. But coming into this, we've talked a little bit about the all-star performances. We can talk about the second and third teams while we are waiting here. For the second team, we had Sean in the top side, Zhao PP in the jungle, Rutledge in the mid lane, Civil in AD carry, and QERW in that support. And then in the third team, we had Terps, K-Peps, Cyclone, Booty Muncher 67, and Spartans. So a few more of those IDB names popping up on the second and third teams. But I think it is a little surprising to see this team that has shown up in the finals only make it to second and third teams in the All-Stars and not any of those first team slots.
Yeah, I think that kind of shows the story of the season too, how it's not always been like one team just far above better than the rest, although you could say maybe Dorado, but in the end it was just different people growing throughout the season and showing what they're capable of. And in the end, Iridescent Dawn, they peaked the highest, they made it to the finals, and we'll have to see if they can take it all the way.
Yeah, it should be a good matchup, and I think the All-Star votes are also mostly based on the regular season. Obviously, there's a little bit of playoffs bias that does come into effect, but I do think we got pretty good representation of all of the playoff teams that made it there on all of these rosters. I'm curious what the first picks are going to be, because we've had a couple of patches now over the course of the playoffs, now moving into, I believe we're on 14-17 now. And the meta has shifted up a little bit. We've seen some builds rise and fall. The Lethality Varus, I know, is really on the uptick in the bottom lane. Misfortune starting to peter her way out. A lot of the AD carries in mid lane and top lane taking a step back. Mages are starting to come back. I'm curious to see if that's going to affect how these teams draft for this next patch at all.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes it so interesting, right? Some teams, they're moving away from the ADCs, seeing some of these nerfs, but some of them are really sticking to their guns because they've been performing well on the picks. And for me, I think another really hot pick that's going to be contested in this picker ban is going to be Ziggs. both teams have showed it. They flex it in like mid and ADC, and both in the league and I'm sure in pro play too. Like it has been so powerful, really helpful for the macro game as well. So I want to see both teams trying to prioritize that, and that gives such a big draft and game advantage.
Yeah, if you've been watching any of the LC, LCS, LCK, LPL, Ziggs is kind of just that guy right now. He's just been that good over these last couple of patches, despite the rise of AD carries. It seems like the rise of AD carries is not at all in the bottom lane. So I expect to see high priority on Ziggs. I think Varus is probably going to be high priority as well. Ivern might be a possible pick ban option. I think as well, Dorado is our orc that is known to pull out some more of those junglers. We were working on some client issues on the back end here. We're getting word from players that are just like, hey, it's the Riot client, it's having issues, we just need a few extra minutes. But it looks like we are starting to get into the draft itself now, with Lee Sin being the first ban out of Dorado Iota.
Yeah, against Iridescent, Lee Sin has been that like staple ban. Usually it goes like Lee Sin, Varus, Braum has been what has been banned against in the previous series. So we'll see if those are just like copied along. Whenever one of those was left up, it was instantly picked by Iridescent. So Dorado, I'm sure they've done their research, so they're going to be looking at doing those exact same bans, and Caitlyn on the other side.
Yeah, Dibble, one of his best AD carries over the course of the whole season has been this Caitlyn, which has a good matchup into Misfortune, has a decent matchup into the Ziggs as well. Not too shocking to see that one taken away, as Dorado are going to continue to focus down the jungle pool. I think the Lee Sin and the Wukong really have been two of Zhao PP's strongest picks over the course of the whole tournament. So seeing them taken away is not too shocking, but it doesn't mean Varus or Braum, some of those bans from the last series, are going to be able to make their way through.
Yeah, and Aatrox, just good pick coming out there, or a good ban coming out there rather. And yeah, it is a Varus, like we said. So it is Braum that's left up out of the three that were banned last time, and Ziggs also taken out of the draft.
Yeah, I think leaving Ziggs open on red side is kind of just criminal. It's what Aurora used to be. It's a lot of what the, those strong picks on the red side always end up being. And I said that she was petering out a little bit, but Dorado still believe in her. Misfortune is going to be the first pick here, looking for that lane bully in the bottom side.
Yeah, Misfortune I think is just an amazing blind right now, especially with the Bloodthirster build. You can just be okay in any lane, have decent scaling, and perform in those team fights. So I really want to see them pick an engage support, kind of get some lockdown for the MF ult. And speaking of engage supports with lockdown, Leona is the prime target of that right now.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised to see Iridescent Dawn pick this one away. There is sort of like two schools of thought when you're playing into a Misfortune. Either you're picking CC into her to stop her from getting any sort of like big ultis off, or you're picking Braum against her and stopping the ultis entirely. But IDV want to play a bit aggressive into this Misfortune lane. They've locked in the Xayah alongside that Leona, which is a 3 level 6, hey, we're going to walk forward and we're going to do some damage to you kind of play.
Yeah, Xayah has been on the rise as one of those sleeper picks when all these other ADCs are getting knocked down the ladder. And, oh, you see that classic MF pairing with the Rel here. Bring him all in and shoot him down is what they want to do.
Yeah, I am a little concerned for how this Xayah Leona lane is going to go, because Rel has a decent matchup versus Leona, and Xayah, very short range AD carry, has the possibility of getting bullied out here by the Misfortune, especially in the early laning phase. So I think we're going to be seeing a very volatile bottom lane, but the mid lane is looking like stability, as Dorado are going to lock into that Orianna for OG Kush.
Yeah, they're really prioritizing that team fight now that they have the Shockwave to pair alongside with these other great team fight ultimates as well. Orianna, like you said, just a good staple blind pick once again. They seem like they have an idea of what kind of draft they want to do, and they're just picking it. But Xerath coming out as a very niche counter pick there.
Yeah, this is a pick that All Gucci does like to go to in these mage v mage matchups. Has a good amount of poke, and I call Xerath kind of like a half dive champion with that ulti and with all the range he has on his basic abilities. He's not obviously like diving in the back line with you, but when he's got that Rite of the Arcane up and he's just launching shots, he tends to be putting a lot of backline pressure into the enemy team.
Yeah, and in lane 2, you're actually able to outrange the Orianna, so you can get all the poke you want, you can get the shove that you want to, and it really helps out in that early game, especially to get that prio in the mid lane.
Yeah, priority in this mid lane, and making sure that you can get your mid laner moving towards this bottom lane and helping out your jungler, I think is going to be very important over the course of this series. But moving into the second phase of bans now, it looks like junglers might be the target, as a Mumu, another jungler that I think has been really steadily rising in priority, is going to be taken away by IDP, whereas Dorado thinking about continuing to focus down the top lane pool between Yeetloaf and All Gucci.
Yeah, I think Amumu is one of the best junglers right now if he can especially get past that early game too. So good to see that taken off the board. And there's still other same type of characters left up like the Sejuani, the Maokai, the Jarvan. So we'll see if any of those want to try and get picked up, especially when you see both these immobile carries on the side of Dorado too, right?
I do think Maokai would be really, really good for Iridescent Dawn here, but they're actually going to opt to ban it away, which to me says that they want to lock in something like the Jarvan or the Sejuani. I think jumping on the Jarvan would not be a bad call for them. Remove it from the Rel Orianna Wombo combo and use it for yourself against these immobile carries would be very nice.
Exactly. So there are a few other ones left up. I actually really think the Sejuani would be a great pick here, as it's not too easy for Misfortune to burst her down in Orianna as well, and it really just gives that big beefy front line with the Leona that's hard for Dorado to deal with.
Yeah, and now with Jarvan off the table by Dorado, I have to assume that Sejuani is just kind of coming through here. You save that counter pick for top lane, make sure that Yeetloaf gets in a comfortable matchup, and you don't let Masuf do what he tends to do in topside, which kind of just is run away with games if you get the lead in the early levels. But we're going to have to see what the eventual option is. They're taking down the timer here.
Yeah, they're really thinking about what they want to go with, and it's going to be the Poppy to counter that Rel engage. And this is a flex between jungle and top as well, so really love this pick here.
Yeah, I think this is a really smart pick. You save that flex for top lane. It's a good disengage and sort of like counteracting matchup for a lot of top laners who like to play aggressive, because Poppy is tankier than you in the early game, oftentimes does a little bit more damage than you in the early game into a lot of these matchups. It's a great pick in top lane overall, and it does really well in jungle, like you said, versus that Rel, and versus what I'm assuming is going to be the engaged jungler that Dorado does want to grab. They're going to opt for the Mordekaiser in topside first, potentially versus that Poppy.
Yeah, Mordekaiser really giving that split push pressure on the side, and it's going to hope to have a good matchup into the Poppy. We'll see if Iridescent Dawn want to keep the Poppy there or want to go for a Mordekaiser counter now that they have that R5 counter pick. And we'll have to see what's going to come out in the jungle, or maybe do they even want to flex the Rel, but probably not.
Yeah, I think Rel jungle has been dead and gone for a little while here. It's not too shocking to see that not get flexed, and they're going to lock the Sejuani in themselves. And I do think with Rel and Mordekaiser, this is a really nasty wombo combo of CC that Dorado has for themselves. IDB are going to have to play very, very cautiously in these mid and late game fights.
Yeah, Sejuani's going to give a bit more range on their engage with her ultimate that they can kind of follow up on as well. It's just a tried and true comp coming out from Dorado here, looking for the player quality and solid macro to carry them over the finish line. But it's going to be Vayne job, baby.
I said that the 80 carries were maybe getting pushed out of the solo lanes. IDB is here to prove me wrong. Locking in the Vayne versus this Mordekaiser. A volatile topside matchup, to be sure.
Yeah, I love to see this come out. I want to see the Vayne tops come out when you just see like so many tanks on the side of the enemy team. I think this can be such a slippery champ that's so hard for them to deal with. Mordekaiser is just not going to have a good time in this lane. So we'll have to see, can this Vayne perform? Can she get ahead, and can she carry the team as that side lane threat?
Yeah, IDB has a lot of good, I feel, vacuum counters. The Orianna versus Xerath is a pretty Xerath favorite matchup in mid. Vayne versus Mordekaiser in a vacuum, great versus the Mordekaiser. But when you get to these team fights, when you start thinking about, okay, how is Vayne going to perform if she's not in a side lane, if she has to be a part of a 5v5 Dragon or Baron fight, and you're thinking about, okay, Vayne has to position around the Shockwave, the Bullet Time, the Magnet Storm. And even if you get around all of those, hey, Mordekaiser's there, and if you're a problem, he can just get rid of you. I think it's going to be actually kind of tough here for IDB in game number 1.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to, can these vacuum counters do well, right? Can the Xerath, can the Vayne get ahead in lane, get strong, and attract pressure away from those team fights? Because if Dorado can keep it even, they can use all those circle ultimates in the team fights, and it's just so hard to play against.
Yeah, long have we waited, but we have finally arrived. It's the AEL finals here. It's game number 1. We're going to send you to a short break, and while you're there, you can hear from our good friends over at Pro Comps with one of their best ad reads. We'll see you on the other side. Take care.
Yeah.
Quick shout out to ProComps, our sponsor and a game changer app for the league community. This isn't just like the other tools. It's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. In fact, you can pair it with any other app you use. ProComps stands out with features like custom champion pools, personalized tier lists, and live draft advice. Think of it as having a virtual coach and a strategy toolkit all in one. They offer real-time champ and ban recommendations. They already have over 200,000 downloads and thousands of daily users just like you. ProComps is user-friendly and totally free. It is a no-brainer to at least give it a go. Download ProComps now and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the panel below on our stream.
to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here jumping into game number 1 between Dorado Gaming, Iota, and Iridescent Dawn Blastcone. Predictions are in, players are on the rift. We've got a little bit of a swap here with Yeetlove running that Xerath in the mid lane, and all Gucci is going to be on the Vayne in that top side. But other than that, lots of champions we expected, with a couple here and there that I don't think we were fully prepared for.
Yeah, and I love the niche counter picks coming out with the Xerath and the Vayne, but I think they're really going to have to show their prowess on these characters and get that lead in the early game that we talked about, and the mid game as well, or else the team fights near the dragons will get a little bit sketchy in the late to mid game.
Yeah, we are seeing the early 5-point stack from Dorado, just making sure that they have full understanding of where the enemy is going to be, whereas IDB stack up a little bit for a bottom side invade, get a ward down with some damage on Dibble before just, walking out of it. Happy to just get the information.
Yeah, they really want to see where Sejuani is starting so they can hope to try and track and counter gank her in those early game ganks. And we talked a bit about this, but if Vayne kind of gets behind or gets just tunneled by Sejuani, she can have a pretty hard time and then pretty much be useless for most of the game.
Yeah, Vayne is a champion pick that you kind of have to baby in the early game, especially in the top side. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw Zhao PP just go for these topside camps and then move up to top lane to try and go for a counter gank. But right now, both the junglers starting on the top side, to me at least, says that they might want to be playing towards this volatile bottom lane matchup.
Yeah, Zhao PP's also actually spotted on the ward as well, so both of them know where their enemy jungler is going to be going, and they're going to probably meet up on that bot side for a little fight at the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, so far in the bottom lane, though, we do see EXE and Dibble with a little bit of a lead here in the bottom lane, just playing aggressive against that short range matchup. We did talk about it in the draft, just like, hey, Xayah doesn't have a lot of range. She likes to walk at you, but playing versus Misfortune Rel, it's a bit dangerous to walk at them.
And MFRL is stronger early, so they're going to be able to easily get that prio. And just the way that the junglers have been clearing, Sejuani is going to be a bit faster because Poppy's going to have to walk all the way back from the Krugs, and they're going to spot her when she gets to the blue too. So really good vision from the side of Dibble and Ixie when they got that lane push.
Yeah, this is something that you can take advantage of in your own solo queue games. If you get that early lane push, you can throw a couple of pings down, look to get some vision in the
She's
enemy.
going for mid gank.
Nice little double up there, but yeah, in the mid lane, WP wants to find OG. He's going to get that charge, and they're going to force the flash out of the Orianna early on into the game.
Yeah, great looking for that timing there where the Ori isn't really expecting the Poppy to come through. And instead of going back into her jungle, Zhao PB is now invading the enemy, but Rel's going in.
Flash forward. They want to find it, but Dibble now trying to bait in. There's that Zenith Blade on top of the Misfortune. Going to flash away. Pretty much sure flashes forward, but can't get the root down. But Zhao PP is here. Comes in the clutch and finds that first blood. It is going to be traded back as Butcher goes down to VDD afterwards. And K-Pep's now the one in trouble. ZD play lanes again. And that Sejuani is going to go down. Spartans finds the second kill.
Yeah, just intense chaos going out, and in the end it is going to be a 2-for-1 here. None of the ADCs getting the kills, one on Leona and one on each of the junglers here, as yeah, who needs to clear their camps, right? Let's just get into that bot lane, let's get the fights going.
Yeah, we mentioned in the draft it's going to be a volatile bottom lane matchup, so it's not too shocking to see the junglers make their influence known down there. But I think a big deal for IDB is not only coming away with the kill advantage, but also finding that first blood onto your Poppy is really going to start to accelerate her.
Yeah, and with that, we're gonna see the ADCs actually buying. Oh, here coming on gank, no flash.
Yeah, OG has no flash, but K-Peps is in the area, so JPP has to be a little bit cautious looking for this. We're just gonna find some extra damage onto OG and not get anything else out of the play.
Yeah, it's still pretty good. Gonna push him out of the lane and force him to burn the teleport super early on here, though. So good impact ganks by the Poppy so far.
Yeah, and this is what you want to see out of your Poppy, as much as she can be a late game force and, you know, stop a lot of the engage that Dorado wants to find. Getting a lot of the early gank influence and making sure that the lanes are comfortable in the early game is something that she's very, very good at.
Yeah, and mid is just frozen in, so both junglers is gonna be coming back to try and fight for that wave state here, and it looks like it is just gonna get evened out here.
Yeah, in the top side, though, we can see Masuf struggling a little bit in the matchup, down about 20 CS, as Gucci's just going to continue the bullying up here. Yeah, this is a Vayne versus melee matchups in top lane. It's just never comfortable.
Yeah, it do be like that. He's bullying so much, and he's got the cull for the scaling, but EXE caught out a bit, and he's chilling.
Yeah, has that crash down will be just fine. A potential dive to be set up here on the top side with Zhao PP in the area, but I do think diving the Mordekaiser can be a little scary, so Poppy more likely to just take a recall here and get that first back off.
Yep, and a very early dragon taken instantly here, as the push power of MF and Rel just guaranteeing that lane priority and taking the timer out that Xerath back. Just beautiful timing on the dragon take there. We'll have to see if Poppy wants to respond with the grubs or not, but looking to go to the bot side so far.
Yeah, it has those bottom side camps still to clear out, so plenty of things to be done in the bottom lane. And hey, if you can find some way to get back to the bottom lane, make a gank happen for your Xayah and your Leona, you're all the happier for it, because if you can get a couple of kills on this Xayah, she can start to run over the lane, but before then, it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, and Zhao PP just hanging around the bot lane, making sure they can get their shove in, and they are going to end up being able to do it as he goes back to his bot jungle. Things are going to slow down for a little bit now.
Yeah, we get a bit of time here to breathe. As much as the volatile matchups are volatile, it's not going to be, you know, always all over the map. Sometimes you need a second to set up plays and to look for better spots to find those plays before you start making them again. So it is just going to be jungles re-cleared out. Hex Flash is available for Zhao PP, so if there is a potential gank opportunity, I wouldn't be shocked to see the Poppy look for something in mid again before OG has that flash back up, but still plenty of time to look for more plays to be made.
Yep, and as we do at the time, just want to take a look at these CS numbers here. MF and Rel with that push have built up like a 15 CS lead already, which is just about a kill already. So that push power, just constantly getting the wave under tower, making them lose a little bit of minions, just really adding up over time here, as both junglers headed towards the grubs. Might see a little bit of a scuffle for him, you know.
Yeah, the fact that we didn't see the early game objectives traded, I think, is good for Dorado. They're going to get the dragon for themselves and not have to lose the grubs. They might lose them anyway, depending on that priority, especially up there in the top side, as Gucci is just bullying the heck out of this top lane matchup. But there's a possibility for Dorado to actually look for a fight now that Masuf has that level 6 on the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, Vayne's actually freezing the wave, I believe, as the wave is pretty pushed up, so Mord can come to the fight if he wants, but they really don't want to risk it. It's going to be the Poppy taking the grubs. They're okay taking the trade here.
Yeah, they will end up losing the grubs. It is good for IDB that they get these grubs, because we mentioned in draft, the Vayne, while she is great in the laning phase, her best part of being in this game at this point is going to be the mid and late game split pushing, the side lane presence. So getting those grubs and getting that extra presence onto the side lanes is going to be where she's going to find most of her value.
Yep, and K-Peps has now hit 6. He's got the crazy Sejuani ulti, the stun from downtown, so we'll see if he looks for anything as the laners do come back. But for now, he's going to grab that blue buff, taking that timing from seeing the enemy on the grubs on the other side.
Yeah, the thing that has me worried so far in this game is just the lack of pressure we've seen in the top side. Honestly, from both junglers, it feels like leaving all Gucci and Masuf in this lane to just sort of hang out in isolation. While it's fine for IDB, you want to pressure that Vayne and get her farther ahead. And for Dorado, the Vayne getting ahead in isolation and just being allowed to play out these leading phases feels like a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not been too bad. It's about like a 20 CS lead, but not a single plate being taken so far either. So, of course, Mord's a little bit behind, but it honestly could be a lot worse in a vacuum. So, I think Masuf has done a decent job as well as he can in a matchup like this.
Yeah, the fact that you aren't down to any kills, the fact that you aren't down a plate yet, I think is a really big deal, but that also does have to do with the extra plating damage resistance that top lane turrets have in the early game. I believe that first 5 minutes, 75% damage reduction. It's a lot.
Exactly, and you can see that even though he's gone down in CS, that has been equalized by the CS lead in the bot lane too. So overall, it has been pretty good. The Iridescent has built up about a 1k gold lead so far, but as we talked about, I feel like it's got to be a lot more than that, or those team fights later on in the game can be really hard for them to play through.
Yeah, every time we pan up here, we just see all Gucci sprinting at poor Masuf. It's just, hey, another silver bolt proc, another silver bolt proc. It's putting this Mordekaiser on a timer because as much as the manaless top laner is great at out-sustaining certain lane matchups, the fleet footwork Absorb Life Vayne is not one of those matchups. As maybe some bottom lane action, Spartans wants to make something happen as JaPP's in the area, but there's that Crashdown Magnet Storm. Muncher's gonna be forced to use that Feather Storm. A nice ulti from JaPP, trades with K-Paps, but gets him the heck out of here. But now this teleports to Roji Kush, and Spartans is the one in trouble. They're gonna donate it over to Dibble. A nice counterplay for Dorado on the bottom side.
Yeah, the great TP here coming in to help secure the kill, but now OG's in a little bit of trouble, can be able to walk out as Iridescent don't. Oh, we're pulling the trigger here.
EXD maybe wants to find Muncher, but I think overextending a little bit, it's going to force the flash and cleanse out of Dibble, and that's going to be the death of EXE. Now the right of the arcane, Dibble sidestepping the shots nicely, but the Poppy comes in with the hammer to the face. Shockwave flashed away from by Muncher beautifully. OG Kush not able to find that kill, and IDB swing around the play and taking advantage.
Yeah, Dorado just going a little bit too deep. EXE going in by himself and getting baited out by the barrier. And this is going to give the lead for Iridescent to maybe look at that dragon now and equalize the dragon game.
Yeah, it looks like it was going to be a huge win for Dorado on the bottom side. They're just getting that kill and getting out, but over-aggressiveness from the bottom lane is punished nicely by IDB. Going to net them this individual Chemtech dragon and stop the soul stacking for Dorado.
Yeah, and I want to say that they can easily get the second round of grubs as well with how much stronger Vayne should be at this point of the game. But Masuf getting a good trade here.
Yeah, I think that's the best trade we've seen from the Mordekaiser all game, actually coming out of there with a health advantage. As now EXE also up here in the top side. It's not the jungler who makes their presence known first. He's actually going to be the support as Masuf now going to pull all Gucci into the death realm. Goes to on for the Vayne, but EXE in the area. That stun lands. This is going to be one dead Vayne. The obliterate lands. One more auto to come through, but Gucci has the flash, and that Nimbus cloak just means it's too damn quick. EXE now on the run. K-Paps and Masuf in the area, so no one will die, but a very dangerous play in the top side.
Yeah, party in the top lane. Vayne somehow gets out, but I think now that they have the priority, forcing that Vayne back, they can look to go for the grubs to equalize it. As the ADCs, they want to fight here, maybe, but MS is going to run away.
Yeah, has the sustain, still has that call yet to complete, but also sitting on that Vamp Scepter. So if you get poked out a little bit, it's fine. You can walk away from it and you'll come out eventually with health wins. As JaPP maybe looking for a way in. It's generally that Hex Flash. It's potential play here in the mid lane. They're looking for K-Paps. That Solar Flare already came down, but now that Magnus Storm and the crash down. Yulov is in the area, now stuck in a 3v2. Suddenly EXE and K-Paps very uncomfortable as all Gucci's gonna sprint in with that ulti on the final hour is gonna mean a kill over to that Vayne top lane.
There's no damage there. They're using all their abilities. They're getting them CC'd, but those two are the only ones trying to take the grubs by themselves, as the laners were just taking a little bit too easy, farming up their waves, and they do get caught out here as another great turn by Iridescent, catching Dorado sleeping.
Yeah, Iridescent Dawn, I feel just having those slightly better rotations. The mid laners and top laners are there in the right spots, and it was a great engage by Spartans as well to find that. Now 1-0 lead in the top lane. Masuf does have, hang on, Dibble, sidestep for your life, but can't sidestep, and up, you're right in the arcade, comes through. Now OG Kush gets the shockwave off, but is instantly sidestepped by Muncher with that Feather Storm. Should eventually fall now as OG Kush picks up that one, but Yulif now here, maybe looking for more, but now has to be on the run. It's K-Paps and EXE here to support their mid laner. I don't think they're going to have the angle to find the Orianna, even with Yao PP rotating down, but it should just be IDB coming out with a 1-for-1.
Yep, and now we'll see if they can try and go for some plates here as Poppy's in the area. This Xerath is also so strong right now. 3-0-2, already accumulated a 300 gold bounty. As can Vayne look for some Terras? Yeah, just a little bit here and there, you know?
Yeah, 8 stacks on that Dark Seal as well. This Xerath is going to be a problem for Dorado because we talked about how great their AoE Wombo combo is with the Shockwave, with the Magnet Storm, but Xerath does a pretty decent job of being far away from
the ult lands.
This Masuf gets that death robe off all Gucci. The Rhyolize cannot be outplayed, and Masuf is the one to find a solo kill topside.
Masuf bobbing off here in the counter matchup. He gets the solo kill, and I feel like that just turns the tide of the game around. As Vayne is just, you know, you gotta harass and back off, but the bush play was great by Masuf there. Baits the Vayne and barely gets the cast of the ultimate off. And now in the other dimension, Vayne just didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, and this is the item that I think I have some of the most complaints about in the entire game. Why on earth does Rhyolize exist in the state that it's in? Because as soon as All Gucci gets caught by that passive one tick, there's just no escape for her. Even with tier 2 boots, she has no flash, no ghost. She just dies.
Yep, and you know, he's been waiting 15 minutes for this opportunity. He's been bullied all lane. Honestly, I think he deserves getting that solo kill now. He's so much happier.
Yeah, happy to pick that one up. It is going to mean the start of a turn here for Dorado. They're still down about 1,000 gold, but suddenly your top laner finding a solo kill in the enemy Vayne, it might just be that little bit of a morale boost that you need to feel like you still have a chance in this game.
Yep, and now the Dragon is going to be coming up next. Both teams with 1 at a piece, and I'm sure an explosive fight will happen to see if Dorado can pick up the next one or Iridescent can try and get that stacking going. I feel like the teamfight ultimates, they are kind of online, but you really want them to be at like level 11 to have that great one-shot wombo combo potential. So for now, the solo lane leads, or I guess no longer the Vayne, but Xerath's solo lane lead should be pretty good to carry them across the finish line for this fight.
Yeah, but it is that level 11 shockwave now for OG Kush, so keeping our eye on the ball, so to speak, in this next team fight and where that shockwave is going to land as Gucci sniffs out the potential for Masuf to be there in the top side, so does end up just walking away. As this dragon spawns up, we're starting to see everybody rotate down to this bottom lane.
Yeah, Iridescent is just way faster to it, and they're going to start it up. People are nearby, but I don't think they're going to really be contesting this. They're just not in position. They don't have the vision, and a hammer is going to push 2 of them away. So that's the Dragon
Keeper's verdict. Yeah, Keeper's verdict says goodbye to K-Peps. No opportunity for a steal, and it should just be the Dragon Seeker for IDB. Whether they can walk out without dying is another question, as OG Kush looking for a potential flank opportunity here. As now K-Peps is in. They have found the Xayah. She burns that ult, but it's just a little bit too late. A nice feather pull on the back line. It's double CC burned already, and now Misfortune to channel that bullet time. He's going to get stunned up, and now that right of the arcane. Dibble takes 1 shot, 2 shot, 3. The Ignite cleansed away, but the 4th shot still lands. Yeetloaf, the sniper, comes out on top.
Yeetlof just got the aimbot today, as you know, I was questioning this. The Spartan's just going in by himself, but Xerath, like you said, diving from downtown with the ultimates, and they're going to be able to trade that kill back and get the dragon and get out with the rest of their lives as well. So great play overall for Iridescent here.
Yeah, a big pull there for Iridescent to at least make that a 1-for-1. And yeah, like we said in the draft, Xerath not exactly a dive champion, but you know what? Close enough. Makes life difficult for Dibble now for a 4th time in this game. Dibble, who I think has been one of the star AD carries of the season, let alone of the playoffs, kind of struggling here as the top side. Gucci does have the ghost, has the flash and that final hour, but that Rhyolize is still on. Obliterate tacked away from Gucci, trying to kite it out. Will manage to survive the death round, but now it's a veritable brawl over here on the top side as EXE wants to get the dive, but you're under tower, my friend. Shockwave finds 2, but it's not enough damage. Gucci will survive. Chavi being able to walk away as well. It looks so good for Dorado to start, but IDB just make it happen.
Yeah, the thinnest of margins here is going to be able to get away. EXE just going a little bit too far once again, and Iridescent walk out with their lives just barely.
Yeah, and again, it's that aggression from this Dorado bottom side. EXE trying to get a dive in there with the crash down, wants to make a play happen, but there just isn't one to be made there. And when you're playing a champion like Rel and you can't find those engage angles, it does feel really rough to play because you're just fiending for that opportunity to get that crash down, get the Magnet Storm in, but sometimes the game is just not in a spot where you can go for it.
Yeah, that's just the engage support syndrome, you know. Yo, I got the angle, guys. I got 4 of them, but there's no follow-up and you just die. So, you know, EXE's got to be cognizant of the follow-up, and they do have a ton of it as well. So it's really going to come down to, can they connect the dots and get all those abilities in together?
Yeah, and that's the rough part. Is now rid of the arcane onto OG Kush, trying to trade back. Does manage to sidestep almost all of the shots, but Xiao PP coming in from downtown of his own doesn't get the ulti off, but I don't think it matters. Yeetloaf now unstoppable onto the Xerath.
Where did he come from? Xiao PP coming out of nowhere, using the Hex Flash, coming from over the wall behind the turret, and it's gonna be end up giving him the Herald as well.
Yeah, IDV coming out screaming into a lead here in game number 1. Still about 2,000 in their favor, but it's a comfortable 2,000, and they've got the momentum to start pushing it even further.
And I think they've got to start stacking up that soul, getting the dragons under their belt. That is the next step, as Vayne still hasn't really taken down that top lane tower, hoping to get it down now since Mordekaiser has to catch the mid wave.
Yeah, it does have 5 grubs, so we'll get that individual Void Might to start taking down these turrets, but it's still slow going for now. Just that Blade of the Ruin King, which did eat a miniature nerf in this last patch, so slightly weaker on the side lane than it used to be. But still has plenty of time up there. We'll get it down to at least under a quarter, but now with OG Kush in the area, I don't think the turret will fall on this wave at least.
Yeah, still gonna barely live. She's wanting that turret gold, but still not gonna be able to get it, as OG Kush gonna be able to get there in time.
Yeah, and we come back to a bit of a lull state here. We've got some time to breathe. We've had a lot of fights here. It's been a volatile game, but so far, again, it's IDB having that minor lead and maintaining that 2,000 gold lead for themselves. Up in dragons, up in grubs, have that herald ready to pop. It's just a matter of when can they start to explode with this lead and start to really push it forward.
Yep, and it's going to be about a minute for this next Ocean Dragon to come on in. So both teams going to be... Zhao PP from behind.
Yeah, Hex Flash over the wall again, making great use of that Summoner's Spell. But the bullet time here, it's countered out by the Keeper's Verdict, and you cannot save your support, as Muncher will pick up their first kill of the game.
Yeah, Dibble, he got a great ult, but didn't do much damage. The Keeper's Verdict just yeeting him out of there, as they end up getting the pick onto EXE. But I believe he should be back before the dragon even spawns, so there should still be a fair 5v5 that's going to end up going down if both teams choose to fight for it.
But a big deal is Dorado not having some of these tools. That bullet time and that Magnet Storm won't be available for the play, and yeah, not having Keeper's Verdict is going to feel pretty bad for IDB, but they have a lead. They have other tools they can use, like that right at the Arcane. Maybe looking for Dibble, who's going to be forced to Flash and Cleanse again. Glacial Prison goes wide, but now the teleport in from OG. Maybe can look for a play here, as that top lane turret is going to finally go down, but it's Spartans the one paying the price for it, as Dibble will find their second.
Yeah, and now they've got the numbers advantage, as all Gucci is going to be staying top. They're going to look to sack the dragon and look for that inner turret. As we talked about, those teamfight ultis are just pretty good on the side of Dorado, so Vayne's going to have to get that lane prowess, get that split push pressure going, as Dibble looked to chase down Shy PP, but Poppy's too fast.
Yeah, that is a Locket Poppy looking to finish up a Jack Show second item. I don't think they're killing her anytime soon, as this Misfortune probably going to need a third or a fourth item to finish her off, as WP still on the run though. EXE wants to chase this one down, looking for an angle for a crash down, has the flash as well, and that's going to be hopefully a dead Poppy in a second, but Dibble doesn't have the damage to finish it off just yet. We'll finally grab it, as now Masuf and All Gucci in that 1v1 on the top side. Death Realm already burned, flashed already expended by Masuf. All Gucci, these are these main spotting moments that you're hoping for, but now with no ulti, with no ghost, how much can you get done? It's not that much. They'll donate it over to Dibble.
Yeah, great chase from the side of Dorado. They end up expending the flash to get the kill onto the Poppy, and then Vayne is just stuck in no man's land, so she slowly just ends up going down. Some great picks coming out. Dorado slowly getting back into that game, but Dibble.
Dibble in a little bit of trouble here, but where's the follow? Spartan's actually forced to lose in that flash instead. Meatloaf a little bit too close to Masuf to start channeling that right of the arcane. So they'll just dissuade the Baron for now, but Dorado starting to mount themselves a comeback.
Yeah, and it's honestly, Dorado is, I think, in a pretty good spot here. They're just about like 1.5k gold behind, and you're gonna take that as them when you're going into these next team fights coming in. You've got these crazy ultimates for these Dragon Souls, and I think it's gonna be pretty hard for Iridescent to try and combat them. So they're just gonna start with the Baron.
Yeah, they're looking for it. K-Peps is in the area, is going to spot it out as Spartans is playing the defense. And with K-Peps in the area, with that teleport being burned from Masuf, they're just going to be happy with that one and walk away.
Yeah, I mean, they got the TP, they got what they wanted, and they just dip out.
Yeah, I think pretty happy to just nab that one. They're going to grab a turret off of that as well. So at least the teleport not expended for nothing for Masuf, but that's a big cooldown to lose just to stop that Baron.
Herald was actually running out as well, so Zhao PP forced to spawn that in a bit of a weird place, but I think they can probably drive it into mid. We'll see how good the Formula 1 skills are here. Zhao PP going for a big turn around the corner. Great line here, and he's going past the mid lane. He's looking for Sejuani. Can he get up? Yeah, all right. But, Shelly's not very happy with that one. I'm just going to go out and say it.
Yeah, Zhao PP, I think we can classify that as a failed driving test there, and you're the jungler. You really should be able to drive Shelly at this point, but doesn't actually manage to find anything on the objective. So as much as it's been like, hey, IDB kind of leading in objectives, they managed to grab the extra grubs for themselves. They grabbed that Rift Herald. The Rift Herald hasn't found very much value, and the grubs getting a couple of outer turrets is nice, but it's not really what you're grabbing the objective for.
Exactly, and EXE, just gonna cancel the back there. A little bit of annoyance, but yeah.
It's that supportal combat.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Zhao PP, maybe he just didn't want to pass the driving test, because sure, you get the charge off, but I think you're in a pretty scary spot once you jump back out, so gonna choose to end up just giving them the Herald gold instead of the 300 gold from his own life.
Yeah, better to lose it and lose, a minor objective instead of losing your life. I think you're absolutely correct there, but now we do have, again, the lead slowing down for IDB, I think is a big problem. They had 2,000, now it's 1,000. They still have 1,000 gold lead, but the fact that they haven't extended it at all, the fact that top lane is sort of balancing out despite the gold lead being in all Gucci's favor. Look at that bottom lane gold. Dibble started this game off 1 and 4 on the misfortune, but has maintained really good CS numbers. I'm going to put that on pause. It's all Gucci now in trouble on this top side in the realm of death. I think Masuf should be able to finish this one off with that final hour, putting in a lot of work. Teleport being burned by OG Kush just to make sure that Bing doesn't have a turnaround there. The fight looks for Dorado, but they don't manage to find it.
Yeah, all Gucci using the Condemn at a great time to dodge the Mordekaiser Q, so he's going to be able to get out and actually burns a TP along the way. So OG Kush going to be missing out on that as the Dragon coming up in 45 seconds. Everyone's going to be taking their resets. Gucci choosing to stick around, forcing that side lane pressure. Masuf doesn't have TP either, so they shouldn't be worried about like the TP coming out later on.
Yeah, we're starting to see some item spikes come through for players, though. Somebody we haven't talked about too much this game, still 5-0 on this Dara. Still very powerful as that ulti from K-Peps is going to go a little wide, trying to look for some chase down, but doesn't have an angle. That's Dara so safe on the range.
Yeah, K-Pop's ultis have been going a little bit wide this game. We'll see if he can find a great one later on, but he is still that solid front line. The artillery from above gonna find a little bit of damage.
Fifth one misses. EXE gets an engagement, but where's the follow-up as it's just gonna get knocked right back out. The shockwave is nice, but it's canceled out a lot by the locket from Zhao PP. The combo was nice, but Dorado don't get anything else off of burning a couple of those key ultis.
Yeah, and the locket is just so great there. You're canceling out so much of the damage from the shockwave as well. So great purchase from Zhao PP here as he is fighting for his life in the river there.
Yeah, just keeping K-Peps busy, keeping them away from the Dragon as well. Gucci has just been bullying it down. It's already down to 2K. K-Peps is going to get shut down, tries to get in, but the spike is through for Zhao PP. Will secure that soul point for Iridescent Dawn. Blastcone maintaining that momentum ever so slightly in their favor.
Yeah, well played with showing the jungler really far away and just using the marksman to burst down that dragon. Gotta get them to that sell point like you mentioned. But now Baron priority going over to the side of Dorado. We'll see if they want to force it. They're looking.
Yeah, they're gonna see that there are wards on it and we'll clear them out, but they are starting it themselves. You see EXE and Masuf on this top side brush here, playing a little bit of a dangerous game, maybe looking for some kind of turn, but do you have the ultis? Do you have the tools for it? A nice W from Zhao VP is gonna stop the engage from EXE. Just didn't have the patience to let that one run out.
Yeah, it is a 5v4. Vayne stuck in that bot lane, but they decided to try and look for an engage, but didn't really find anything from it. So Mordekaiser just gonna walk back down, collect that bot wave.
Yeah, that means that Vayne is gonna have some extra time on the bottom lane. We'll finish that recall off, getting close to that third item, Ginsu's. Masuf does have a lot of armor in the inventory, but Vayne does quite a bit of magic and a true damage, so it's gonna make it a little rough for him in the side lane.
Yeah, I still think if Vayne can play it right and kite him around, then it's still really hard for the Mordekaiser to do anything in this type of matchup. And Vayne will continue to scale, you know? So still have to watch out for her. She's not too much gone into this game. She can definitely pop out in that late game team fight and maybe just pop off, you know?
Yeah, always a threat in these team fights. Just something to keep your eye out for. For now, the game is just staying quiet, though.
Yeah, no one's scared to make that next mistake here, as that may just mean you lose the entire game. So everyone's just taking it easy, and looks like Dorado going for some Baron side vision right now.
Yeah, want to make sure that a play like that can't happen again, as WP is going to clear out this ward. K-Peps sees it happening, doesn't want to look for an engage. Even though a lot of the tools are up, the players are not in the right area to make those punishes happen. TP is available for everybody in the game as Zhao walking a little bit forward, maybe in trouble with that. Ready Arcane again. They're looking for Dibble, has to flash away from that Zenith Blade, who managed to hold on to the cleanse as the Ready Arcane. The shots not landing on Dibble. The Keeper's Verdict, he's going to knock K-Peps away, but now the teleport aid as they find easy. The shockwave goes absolutely wide. No one gets caught by it. Masuf now on the back line. It's just CC'd from 100 to 0. A great cadet from All Gucci's going to secure that one, and Dorado are forced on the run.
Yeah, and you just hate to see it. All the ults there just used one by one, not in Discord with each other, and that's gonna be the fight being lost, the Baron being started for Iridescent.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough contest if Dorado can find anything. K-Peps is alive and does have smite. You can get into the pit, you can look for it, but trying to get into the pit versus these beefy IDB team, Spartans is just playing keep away with Yeetlove to support, and K-Peps actually going to be forced to lose the flash as Spartans wants to keep it going. Aftershock finally on, as the ulti is going to land on the Zhao BB, but has enough tenacity to just walk away from it. And this is such a rough spot for Dorado to be in.
Yeah, and they get the Baron and gonna get their backs off before the dragon comes up in like a minute and a half-ish. So they can get these lanes pushed out, get that lane priority, and if they get one more dragon, they get the Ocean Soul. So this is really huge for them what they do in these next 1 to 2 minutes.
Yeah, big deals for them. Looking for potential options for ways back into this game, but IDB is just not letting them have it. You have a Fedi to carry, and it's great. She's on 3.5 items. Very, very strong, but can you buy the space for her? Can you find an engage where she's able to land that bullet time onto multiple members? Because we just haven't seen that lockdown for Dorado land onto anyone yet, as WP is going to be forced to use that Keeper's Verdict. We'll be able to walk away as Muncher eats a double up there, and that was a little bit of damage from the Misfortune.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, I think part of it is they're trying to fight in this big open mid lane area, right? They need to try and find some jungle choke points, or even just like near the river, near the dragon, where they have to force the enemy to come into them and get that multi-man engage. So I'm really looking for that wombo combo to happen, or other than that, they're just 5k behind right now. It's really hard to win a fight otherwise.
Yeah, you have to look for it soon, though. The Baron buff is going to start making life difficult for you with these 5 grubs. There's not a lot of turrets left standing outside of the base, but any that are left are going to start to be in trouble, as Evolve has some great siege on this era, but kind of is really the only one for IDB. As Zhao, I don't know if this is the play you want to go for, does have that stop on the crash down from EXE. They're going to force the flash out of the rel. I don't think needed to lose it, but has the Hex Flash, so we'll be, I'd say okay, but Evolve does a little bit of damage.
Oh. Yeah, he is honestly the strongest point of his game right now. Xerath is so oppressive in this mid game, and getting that poke down, making it so hard for EXE to engage. But now K-Pep's looking for something, but Spartans is zoning like a monster.
Yeah, this is what Iota does so well. Even with the Warmog's nerfs, it's just so difficult to get in. The dragon is being taken down. IDB just want the objective. The Keeper's Verdict only finds doesn't find K-Pep, so now they have to engage a fight right at the arcane. Onto the backline, Dibble is just crowd control down. Misfortune can't play the game, and Iota is there. It's a double kill over to Yeet Love. Now K-Pep's forced on the run as all he's going to chase it down. Find that flash, find that kill. Massive managing to survive on this backline for way longer than should be absolutely necessary, but it's a double kill to Gucci. It's a triple kill to Yeet Lope. It's a clean ace for IDB.
And that's gotta be it for this game, as a beautiful engage from Zhao PP, from Spartans, getting onto Dibble there, just not giving them time to breathe. You see, Masuv almost got Booty Muncher in the death round, but even him not able to succeed in his task. And that's gonna be the Ocean Soul, the mid turret, and probably the bot turret, another mid turret. This game is just being blown wide open.
Yeah, IDB found their lead, and they're going to start to run away with it, accelerating their gold lead now to 9,000, maybe 10,000 by the time this play is over. And with the Ocean Soul, that intangible gold lead in their back pocket as well, Dorado, I think, are starting to think about what can we change coming into game number 2.
Yeah, and honestly, I think their draft is fine. They were honestly doing really well in the early game, but a series of unfortunate events occurred as they just went a little bit too far with some of their plays. Iridescent were able to get some great turns and pick up that gold lead. And yeah, that's just the story of the game, you know? Honestly, I think it might be a salty run back.
I wouldn't be shocked if they go for it, but I think leaving this Vayne up in the second half of the draft might be a bit criminal, as if you're going to leave that Vayne alone in the top side, you cannot let that matchup happen. As, yeah, we've seen what all Gucci could do with a lead, and despite the fact that, yeah, in a vacuum, Mordekaiser does pretty well in the mid and late game because you have the Death Realm as Ready Arcane looking for Dibble again, and third shot lands, fourth shot lands. Well, actually almost kills the Misfortune thanks to the Bloodthirster will survive, but yeah, life is a bit rough for the NF in this game.
Yeah, I think he's actually dead with that Bloodthirst. That's all Gucci going for the all-in.
Yeah, has the final hour, has that full build on the Vayne, a couple of shots, goes on a rampage. There's just nothing OG Kush can do.
Yeah, the Vayne is online, 4 items onto her, as she's gonna end up picking up the easy solo kill in the bot lane.
This is the dream scenario for the Vayne. You get your 3 damage items, you can start building tank items, and you just can't lose a 1v1 into the side lane now, especially with that Ocean Soul. Who can come to contest this Vayne?
Yeah, honestly, no one at this point. Maybe Mordekaiser can do something if the Vayne doesn't have the ultimate, but it is pretty rough for them to do
maybe
anything.
if she has no ult, no flash, no ghost, and her monitor turns off for a minute or two, there's a chance, but I don't know, at this point,
just a small chance.
yeah, with Wit's End, with Jack Show, and with the Blade of the Ruin King for the extra tank shred, genuinely, I don't think anyone can match all Gucci in a 1v1. It's going to have to be 2 or 3, and as soon as you commit 2 or 3 to that side lane, the rest of your towers or the rest of your base is just going to be opened up.
Yep, and now they're doing a great job with the macro game here, pushing all the lanes in, using the supers in the mid lane to give them that advantage, and just gonna be taking the reset before the Baron comes up once again.
Yeah, gold lead still about 9,000 in IDB's favor, and at this point, the game, it's a little unlosable for them, I feel. Iridescent on Blastcone are just a good team when they get a lead. They are a team that plays aggressive, that plays heavy, and in the face of the enemy team, and just doesn't let up the pressure once they actually start getting it. So again, for Dorado, I think a lot of what they're thinking about is game 2 and what didn't work in the execution for this game number 1.
And yeah, we just need a miracle at this point. We need some crazy wombo combo from EXE to set something up, but Xiao PP has been so good with the zoning, not letting a good rel engage really come in here.
Yeah, speaking of just countering out that crash down again, Xiao PP stops EXE from getting out. K-Pep's eating a little bit of tanking here. Does have that Warmog, so the poke not mattering too much at this point, but I mean, trying to play a slow fight versus an Ocean Soul team feels so difficult. You have to try and one-shot them with your wombo combo. You have level 16 Misfortune. You have level 16 Orianna. If you're gonna find it, it's gotta be now that the Baron has started. Spartans getting engaged on. There's that ulti again, pulling K-Peps out of the play, and the Baron is down. And I think IDB are just going to start to force the fight. Rel is gone, and there's no engage for Dorado. There's no hope for them in this game. Number one is Masook. He's going to get re-engaged on as soon as that death roam runs out. The bullet time finds some nice damage, but can't finish off any of the kills. Shockwave not available for OG Kush, and they'll find one back, but it's only the support. Dibble trying to kite this one out, use that Bloodthirster healing. Maybe finds all Gucci. It's double kill though for the Vayne, and OG Kush, the last one standing. Zhao VP gonna start to chase it down. Oriana will survive, but it's a 4-for-1.
Yeah, and with the Baron buff of the minions, they can just play with it and escort them into the base. It should be the game here as the carries are both still up. Iridescent showing off their skills, showing off the niche counter picks as it takes them to the finish line as they take game one of the finals.
Yeah, a massive win for them. A lot of their comfort picks there just used, I think, to extreme success for them. The Vayne counter pick in the top side, doing what they've done through a lot of the regular and playoff season, swapping up where Yeatloaf and All Gucci are oriented in the draft, whether it's mid and top, whoever's got the better hands on the champion that they've drafted for, they'll play it out and they just make it look so easy.
Yeah, and with that too, I think especially Yeatloaf was just so oppressive in this game. Sometimes the fights were over before they even started. How is ET supposed to engage when he's already half health before he goes in, right? So it's just crazy. Even his ultimates, man, was just the American sniper. You know, just couldn't do anything about him. The shots are just coming out of nowhere as, yeah, he was a big part of them getting that game one victory.
Yeah, difficult game for Dorado, looking now to bounce back in game number 2 as IDB strike first blood in the series. When we come back, we'll jump into that draft for game number 2, and we'll see how the rest of the series plays out. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping in after game number 1. Iridescent Dawn Blastcone come out to a lead here in the series, upsetting a lot of the predictions, I feel, from other players that were saying like, oh, Dorado's going to be 3-0. I saw one Dorado 5-0 prediction. I'm not 100% sure how that one would have worked, but I mean, if you thought Dorado was going to win that game and they didn't, I guess you could call it a Dorado win, but I don't know if I can call that one.
Yeah, and honestly, I think some very interesting picks in draft was what led to it, and just really solid play from the Xerath, and also the Poppy and Leona just being such a great front line, just not allowing that engage the wombo combo to ever really threaten them in those objective fights. It really drew it across the finish line from them. So what do you think Dorado will want to change up going into draft? Obviously, they've taken red side already.
Yeah, moving over to the red side, I think, is already an interesting start for them, because I don't think their blue side draft was bad per se. They had a lot of good options for potential picks. I think the Leona had decent counters. I think Rella and Orianna is a great little wombo combo in the support and mid, but we just never really saw the wombo combo start to like come together for any of the team. It just felt like IDV was always on just that little bit of a step off, or that Dorado was always that little bit of a step off. They were always just barely out of sync with each other, so IDV just sort of started tearing them apart.
Exactly, and I think they really suffered from some of those counter picks. So maybe their ideology is, hey, well, let's get the counter picks on our side this time. Let's not get like these Vayne and Xeraths that we have to deal with. But starting off with the draft now, we're into the game 2 bans here, and it's going to be the usual Caitlyn and Lee Sin. We're going to be coming out right now. We'll see if the Aatrox and Varus pop their heads out again too.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too shocked if we see a lot of the same draft bans run back. I don't think it's going to be changing up too much for either side here, unless we see a pick that really starts to take over the game. I can see Dorado potentially banning out that Xerath that was such a huge problem for them, but IDV are the ones actually to make the first change there. They're going to ban away that Ivern onto the blue side, which means that Ziggs is up and available if they want to. And yeah, there it is. Insta first locked.
Yeah, it really spurred their comeback in the semifinals, so they're going to be taking that Ziggs here, and it's going to be instant MF Leona locked in for Dorado.
Yeah, MF is a champion that can take advantage of a lot of Ziggs weaker early game, and you take the Leona combo away from the Ziggs. So I think already much better start for Dorado, despite the fact that they're picking essentially the same champions. They just get the Leona instead of the Rel.
And we'll see what support ends up being counterpicked here with the Leona here. The Ziggs opens up a lot of different avenues. We'll see what they end up going for, and probably gonna be, oh yeah, it is gonna be the Braum to deal with that MF ultimate.
Deals with the MF ultimate great into the Leona engage. It stops what the Dorado game bottom lane wants to do. It gives your Ziggs some free time. The Ziggs can also be flexed into the mid lane if IDV really wants a more consistent AD carry matchup, but without the Caitlyn, without the Varus, I wouldn't be too shocked if they just kept that Ziggs in the bottom lane.
Yeah, most likely will be. We have seen it being flexed around, but in the semifinals, I'm pretty sure it was just in that bot lane and wreaking havoc. As it's going to be the Skarner coming up here, just blind, just like that.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see Skarner as a potential blind pick, but it's crowd control versus the Misfortune, which is not too shocking. But Skarner really has kind of fallen off a cliff in terms of priority since his rework came through. He started off really high, best champ in the game, as Captain Flowers said, and then ever since he's just been nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed, and oh hey, now he's on the floor again, back where he started.
Yeah, there have been a lot of controversial takes. Some say he's super dead, but others saying he's coming slowly on the come up here. But one thing is he does get super tanky, so a bit hard for the MF to deal with. And now another character that I personally love, the Udyr, coming through, a super versatile pick to help out the team.
Yeah, Udyr also does have the flexibility to move between top and jungle, so depending on what Dorado feels like they need out of this top lane pool, they can have it. Moving into the second phase of bans, we've got flexible picks for both sides. I wouldn't be too shocked if IDV just focused down that mid lane pool a little bit and we see Dorado do the same.
Yeah, well, usually they do seem to, I believe, save counter for that top lane, so any banning out the Smolder mid, maybe we'll see some other marksman bans like the Zeri and everything, because it is Ziggs in bot lane most likely, so one of the marksmans will go in one of the places, you'll see.
Yeah, one of them is going somewhere, and that's pretty much all we know in drafts like this, but we are starting to see some top lane bans come out as well. Smolder, kind of a top lane ban, depending on who you're up against, and what it's IDB, it very well could be a top lane ban, as IDB are also going to take away the Gwen, and I wouldn't be shocked if we saw either the Alawi or the Mordekaiser taken away, as well as Dorado are gonna shape up and say, hey, that Xerath was kind of good, we're gonna get rid of it.
Yeah, maybe they want to look for that Orianna angle again, so going to be banning out that Xerath to help facilitate a better matchup there in the mid lane.
Yeah, they do have the potential for that. IDD taking down this last man here. I wouldn't be shocked if it's another top laner. They can take away the Orianna if they feel like it's going to be a problem, but they're actually going to target the Darius away here from Masuv. Now they have a couple of options here. It's either they're going to reveal their top lane pick and put that Udyr decidedly into one or the other, or they're just going to blind block mid lane here. It's going to be the Veigar for OG Kush.
Yeah, blind Veigar is a bit crazy, not gonna lie. I think there's a lot of counter picks that can be dealt here. We'll see what Iridescent reply with, but really giving them that late game assurance. And yeah, it's hard for Skarner to kind of get into that cage. Veigar can kind of peel for himself a little bit. And of course, getting people into that cage for the MF ulti is always super good. So we'll see what Iridescent do as a reply.
Yeah, they do have a couple of options here. They're going to blind pick that top lane, so it is going to be this
good old Cassante.
And it's going to be Cassante, still one of the champions of all time, designed by Riot Games. So IDB looking for a PowerPoint up there in the top side. And they still have one last pick here. It's either going to be a bottom laner or a mid laner, and it's going to be the bottom lane. So Ziggs will actually be in the mid lane, and we're seeing Braum Xayah versus the Leona Misfortune.
Yeah, the Xayah Braum is a little bit of a interesting lane, but one thing's for sure, they will not be engaged upon too easily as they have got so much peel between themselves. But I think it's really to get that Ziggs into the mid lane, use that range advantage like they did with the Xerath in the last game to get the advantage, the push power onto this Veigar in mid, as it's going to be Camille as the R5.
So it is going to be Udyr in the jungle, Camille up there in the top lane. And I'm gonna be honest here, Karth. I'm not 100% sure that Dorado have made their lives very easy for themselves in this game. Your real engage opportunity is either Leona finding a great ulti onto Xayah or onto Ziggs, or Camille getting a Hextech ultimatum. But how do these champions access the backline when Cassante, Skarner, and Braum are standing in front of them?
Yeah, there's just such a big front line here, and MF and Veigar, they can do damage, but they're not the best at getting that DPS, dealing with the tank. So yeah, I agree with you, the draft is a bit concerning. I think somehow like Camille or MF just have to get super ahead early and just get ahead of the pace and have the damage to deal with all the front line that Iridescent have. But if not, if they can't get that engaged, Ziggs is just going to completely poke him down, just like we did see in game 1.
Yeah, it is not the Xerath, but it is the Ziggs here for IDB in game number 2. A little bit more standard across both sides here, but Dorado looking to bounce back here, and IDB looking to set themselves to match point here. When we get back on the other side of this break, we will be on the Rift for this game number 2, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's coverage of the Aegis Executioner League Finals. Here, it's IDB, it's Dog Eye on the Rift, and IDB already coming out to a lead and feeling like they have a draft win here in game number 2.
Yeah, a strong win in game 1, and they're looking to replicate that same kind of success in game 2. You got Yeetloaf on the Ziggs this time, and they're looking to use that poke advantage and really not let Dorado look for any crazy engage angles for the MF like they were successfully able to do in game 1.
Yeah, already getting some early vision down in the Dorado jungle, making life difficult already for K-Peps, who I think has a tough job here in this game number 2, transitioning some of these late game scalers like your Camille and your Vigar into some success in the mid game, and playing that early game jungle engine, playing for your lanes can often be a difficult task.
Yeah, and honestly, I think he's gonna have to try and snowball either the MF or the Camille in this game, or if it comes down to the team fight time, it'll be pretty hard for them to try and do anything against this massive front line that IDB has this game.
Yeah, it is still going to be all Gucci up here, all in the top side, and Natuf, I think with a more comfortable matchup into the Cassante, it is going to be Ghost on that Cassante instead of the Flash like we normally see. So it is going to be a potential gank target, I feel, for K-Peps if they can find an angle for it.
Especially when the Hextech ultimatum is there, it's very easy for them to just collapse and not let the Cassante move at all. But you know, this matchup is definitely a lot easier than game 1, and Mazuf honestly did pretty admirably in that first game, even though it was moored into Vayne. So now he's got the counter pick. Let's see if he can take it home and get a huge lead this time around.
Yeah, you really want to see your Camille getting ahead, because if Cassante is allowed to exist in the early game, then starts to become a real champion in the mid game, and suddenly your team is having problems in the late game. So it is going to be on Masuf and K-Peps to keep this top laner down, and all Gucci feeling confident, I feel, after that game number 1 performance.
Yep, the junglers this time are going to be pathing away from each other, so should be a bit more of a chill game. No crazy shenanigans at minute 3 like it was last time, as Dibble once again playing for the push this time and has the ward in the river, so they should see Skarner if he does venture around for a gank.
Yeah, that ward is going to run out, so potentially Javi can make something happen in the mid lane, but we're already seeing every time we pan at the top side, Masuf happily taking trades and making all Gucci's health bar quite a bit lower. Potion's still not propped for either of these top laners, but this is what Camille does in the early game. That true damage is no joke.
Exactly. And both sides are slowly getting the push for the side of their jungler, so it should just be a pretty easy scuttle take here. Maybe they can look for, I don't know, it's pretty hard to dive with the amount of health that the Cassante has. And you see Ziggs going up for a ward too, so they should see where Udyr finishes up, as well as Skarner too.
Yeah, the fact that neither junglers interacted with each other makes them think like, hey, guys probably on the other side of the map. A nice little unstoppable from all Gucci there is going to deny some of that damage away, but it does mean that both these junglers are going to finish their clears at roughly almost exactly the same time. How far away are these recalls? Like a second or two? A few seconds,
2 seconds away.
Wow.
But Skarner wins. Let's go. They win the game.
He didn't hang on, because despite finishing that clear earlier, is the first Faded Ashes for K-Peps, and that is one of the best items in the game pre like 20 minutes. So I feel like K-Peps is comfortable taking that 2-second deficit to make sure that item comes through.
And it does give you a lot of damage in the early game for clearing the monsters. So if Dibble wants to get the push back, they could look for that early dragon like they did last time around, and I think that worked great for them. I think it's hard for IDB to contest that as well unless Ziggs just gets a big push.
Yeah, which in the early game against Vigar you should be able to do, but I also say that as it's on nearly 10 CS deficit for Yeetloaf in this early game already. OG Kush doing a great job and showing mastery on this Vigar pick.
Yeah, and we actually see Braum Roman up to the top side super early on here. He should get spotted by the ward here as he walks up a bit more, so that should just give the go-ahead for them to go towards the dragon, but it's just going to be K-Peps going towards this Raptors, not wanting them to get stolen either.
Yeah, Vision, I think, known for IDB. They understand that they're on a ward there. Is he still eats a pretty bad trade there. Wants to just get this wave shoved in and find a time to recall, but Now with the junglers trading, it might be more difficult because K-Paps has that level advantage. But, you know, Zhao BP is, in fact, playing Skarner. So we'll just get over that wall and get the heck out of Dodge.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's getting out of there. But yeah, a little bit of a scuffle there. Nothing too much going to amount to it. As Skarner's got to go and do his camps. He's slowly falling behind here. As Udyr, after getting the Faded Ashes, his clear speed just becomes so quick as he finishes up to his first item too.
Yeah, some insane speeds on that champion. Faded Ashes, still one of the best jungle clearing items in the game, and probably will be until Riot decides to nerf it again or remove it if they feel like it's just not working out the way they want it to. But it means that junglers who have those little AP scanlings like your Udyrs, your Amumus, your Maokais, they're going to keep building it. They're going to keep hard clearing these camps.
Yep, and now you actually see that the Dragon is probably going to go over to the side of IDB here, as Udyr is going to be prioritizing the grubs this time around. They want the more of a split push pressure with the Camille here, so going to be helping that out, trying to get 6 grubs this game, as the first Dragon going to end up going down to IDB.
Yeah, also denying the 6 grubs from a Ziggs team. You know, fairly important. Ziggs tends to be a champion that takes those neutral objectives and those silent turrets really, really quickly. So denying those grubs and making sure that at the very least you're gonna stop the 4, he's pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. And now you see Udyr invading the enemy jungle. He's getting pretty far ahead with his CS. It's going to be a little bit of a vertical map here, as Skarner also ventures into the enemy jungle, but there is a blue buff for him to take now.
Yeah, I do think K-Pap's already got that skill away, so it is going to be, like you said, vertical jungle pathing, just trading these little neutral objectives for each other. It's a much slower early game. Like you said, a lot of action. Last time around, we saw some like 3-minute fights, some 4-minute fights, but we're already at 7 minutes and still no first blood showing up. But Dorado still maintaining a slight gold lead for themselves.
Yeah, I think both these teams are kind of chilling, wanting to get to at least the mid game, trying to do something. And this time around, Skarner can make some stuff happen, but Udyr isn't as easy to get any ganks going. We'll see now that Zhao BP has the ultimate, if he can put his pincers onto anyone and get a kill going anytime soon.
Yeah, I think Skarner is in the same camp of junglers like Amumus and Nocturnes, where your first ultimate really does have so much impact in the game and can really decide the tempo of how the game goes. So we're going to be keeping our eyes on Zhao PP in this early game, as yeah, Masuf is happy to continue to take these precision protocol trades, as all Gucci Sheen for Sheen is coming up slightly behind.
Yeah, exactly, and getting up those grass procs as well. So just gonna be stacking those up over time, taking it easy, as Braum once again hanging around in the top jungle, seeing if anything can happen here, but just gonna end up moving down once again.
Yeah, we see that roam mirrored by EXE as well. Both the supports taking advantage of their roam timer, seeing if there's any action to happen on the map. But we're having a low action game here in game number 2. Both these teams, I think, got their tension out, got their blood out in game number 1, and they're having to just chill out now.
Yeah, getting more composed now, as looking at the CS leads too, there really isn't too much other than the jungle, where Udyr is slowly building up that CS lead. You can see he's in the enemy top quadrant once again, just stealing away that Gromp and slowly getting himself further ahead.
Yeah, and as the Udyr in this matchup, you kind of have to, because if you go even CS on both sides, you know Skarner's going to outscale you, because tanks just kind of do that. The more time you give them, the better they will be. So K-Pap's stealing away a couple of those camps will leave up the wolves as Zhao PP comes over. But again, CS lead in the mid is now negligible. It's about a wave ahead for OG Kush. Top lane similarly. I think Cassante only being a wave behind at this point in the game feels very nice, as we pan over to the bottom lane and see that Dibble is having some trouble down here clearing out some of these minions.
Yeah, he should be able to just pick them all up now that he has a pickaxe. Shouldn't have too much trouble with that. Gonna end up even up the CS game in the bot lane too.
Elo is gonna eat a stun in the mid lane, but I don't know if Vigar has kill pressure at this point in the game. Does have that lost chapter, so we'll be able to provide some damage, but it's still waiting for that like 1.5, 2 item spikes. We're also gonna have to keep an eye on how many stacks this Vigar is gonna get over time, as Gucci did manage to get the recall off and find an opportunity to teleport in, so has an advantage over Masuf into that top lane and the HP and items at least.
And it's still going to be 0-0 as we head into the 10-minute mark. So hope y'all aren't falling asleep here. I'm sure a kill will come soon. You know, the Masuf, he's getting anxious. You know, he's about to just ult in.
Yeah, the Camille wants to find a kill at some point because, again, if you let this Cassante just farm up and scale, if you let him stay even in CS with you, even only being like a wave and a half behind, it's bad news for the Camille. And now Zhao PP is here, so Masouf has to be very careful. Does have that hookshot wall dive to get away, but Zhao PP still has the kidnap. Holding on to that ultimate is going to force the flash out of the Camille. So a big summoner loss there for Dorado.
Tagging the flash there is pretty big. Now can look for return gank in the future, but K-Pap's coming in to help out in case they're looking for a dive or something, but they're going to end up moving over to the grubs here. Big are going to be taking it back, so not sure if Dorado will contest this.
Ooh, ulti in the bottom lane. A nice Unbreakable, though, is going to eat up most of the damage from that Misfortune ulti. They will take the cleanse off of Muncher for that trade of ulti, so not feeling too bad for the Dorado bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, great Leona ult hitting. I think Booty Munch also panicked a bit there, but, you know, there's a Braum shield. MFL ain't going to be doing too much here, as the grub's going to be picked up by IDB.
Yeah, still plenty of time for them to scale up and find advantage.
And honestly, they're taking their backs. They could maybe even contest the dragon here, too, because MF Leona ults being gone. Oh, Booty Muncher.
Maybe in trouble. Is going to be forced to use that Feather Storm to get out of dodge. As Dibble playing the aggressive game, Flash is still held on to for both of those ED carries. I'm a little surprised, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have the damage there to kill the MF, and Dibble has lifesteal as well, so I'm really not sure why he was going for the trade. He just has to back now, and there's just no chance for them to contest the dragon anymore. He's going to end up losing the wave, too, so pretty bad for Booty Muncher there.
Yeah, rough spot for the Xayah. And this is something that we mentioned last time around as well. It didn't end up coming as much into fruition, but the Misfortune versus the Xayah is kind of MF favored because as much as Xayah likes to sprint at people, as Gucci trying to trade with Masouf here has that first item completed. So I think happy to look for that aggression. But yeah, as much as Xayah loves to run into the enemy team and wants the enemy team especially to be running into her, MF Leona makes life kind of difficult for the short range AD carry.
Yeah, not the best matchup there. I think they were really relying on like the Ziggs flex and wanting to make it work, but with that, the Xayah, we'll have to see if it does get better in the later parts of the team fights, as the Leona kind of has to go in, the Udyr and Camille also kind of have to go in, so it really plays into the win conditions of the Xayah as we go into late game. So once she has like 2 or 3 items, I think it'll be pretty good for her then, but for now, into a Bloodthirster MF, lane is not very fun.
Yeah, speaking of lanes not being very fun, Gucci now feeling a little bit more pain as that Triforce completed for Masouf means that this Cassante gonna be feeling the burn a little bit more. We should start seeing some leads accelerate for Masouf. And if this Camille can start to accelerate that lead and become that side lane nightmare that we expect her to be, it should be really good for Dorado. But again, if Cassante is just allowed to take his time and scale up, the team fight nightmare he will be.
Yeah, now those small trades that Camille used to go for will actually be ending up chunking Cassante quite a bit with the Triforce damage, so we'll have to see if we see IDB trying to see if they can punish Camille using her E aggressively, but nothing coming out of it. Masouf just going to be playing it well so far. His flash is 2/3 of the way back up, and he still has not been punished for it.
Yeah, the fact that we haven't seen the jungler come back up here to the top side and try to punish his flash, I think is a little concerning for IDB, as Masouf, I don't think that was the exact angle that you wanted that hookshot wall dive on. You could see the idea, just not perfectly executed there.
Yeah, honestly, into the turret, maybe he does not want to take that, so they're just showing off, look, this is how my hooks work. And that's it.
Yeah, this might be one of the slowest games that we've had, not only just in the playoffs, but maybe even in the entire season. 14 minutes, no first blood. It's still, I mean, despite the no kills, Dorado with the lead, as I say that, K-Paps getting aggressed on as, all Gucci oversteps his bounds a little bit too much. That precision protocol is going to be, it's a first blood solo for Masouf at the top side. Forced to run away from Spartans and Zhao PP, but they don't have the chase down. Solar Flare burned by EXE, but nothing doing there.
Yeah, that's going to be the Herald coming through here, and not sure what happened in the start of that fight, but all Gucci walking up super low into a Camille when he knows the Hextech ultimatum is up, and that ended up being his demise, as first blood finally at 14 minutes coming over to Masouf, which is either MF or Camille. That's who you want the kills on this game.
Yeah, Camille getting kills is going to be so important as teleport burned from Gucci wants to get into this fight. This might comes through for K-Peps, gets that Herald. Masuf is back over the wall, and it's a two-man impale. A nice unbreakable from Spartans is going to stop that bullet time coming through, but EXC will be the first to go down in the fight. K-Peps, though, still in the fight, still doing a lot of damage. His Dibble now finds Yeetlove. He's going to flash forward. It's a double, it's a triple kill for the MF. Dorado cleans up nice.
Yeah, and just out of nowhere, this game has been blown wide open. Iridescent like having a super late contest onto the Herald. The Skarner doesn't even get into the pit in time, and they try and force a fight, but Dibble is just completely unattended as he's able to flash forward, get a double kill on the back, and get 3 kills. Now they have the Herald to break open mid 2. This game, the tides have turned, and Dorado is riding it.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised that IDB went for that contest. They still had Muncher in that bottom lane, taking that side lane objective, getting that first turret down in the bottom lane, which would have been a great call for them. Yeah, you give up Rift Herald, but Rift Herald really is used to break open the game, start to pick up that first turret gold and get yourself some advantages. And when that first turret is already gone, as Muncher walking up melee versus Masuf, I don't know if this is the right angle, but manages to make it work.
Get snared there.
Yeah, and the rest of the team coming through, I think also expecting that snare to land. So Masuf will manage to survive in that side lane.
Yeah, all right. I mean, that just happened. Masuf's going to be taking his back. The teleport is going to be up, so the dragon coming up soon. They're going to all be looking to contest it. And looking at the major ultis here, that Dibble's ult is not going to be back up most likely, unless they wait for a little bit. But other than that, everything is basically going to be up for this dragon, and they're going to go back at it again. Key thing, Dibble does not have a flash, but he has a big bounty. So I want to see Iridescent trying to grab that from him.
Yeah, no flash on Xiao PP, but no flash on Dibble. So if the Skarner can get access to that back line, MF will be in some trouble as Gucci and K-Peps are going to trade a little bit here. Gucci, I don't know if you want to take this one. K-Peps does a little bit of magic damage alongside some percentage health as, yeah, Gucci's going to go down to under half HP for that one.
Yeah, Gucci is full armor so far, so K-Peps definitely wins that fight. But he's got the refillable potion, gonna be topping him up soon. But looks like they're pretty late to this, not gonna contest the dragon either, as Dorado gonna be picking up this Cloud Drag to make it 2.
Yeah, Dorado's on their power points right now. It's also Cloud Dragon, Cloud Soul, which for the most part isn't gonna be that threatening, and even if it was, it's not gonna be threatening right now as Eatloaf getting dove on by Masuf. Xiaopi is on the way. A nice flash by this Aegis is going to get him out of dodge, and now the Impale. Masuf is going to use that Hex ultimatum. Is going to get over the wall. The red buff doesn't kill. The rock can't come through. Masuf somehow walks away alive. Now
Once again, he just gets out.
Getting some damage down with that Phoenix Dance is going to stop that run through the wall. Nice 2-man solar flare. The stuns come through. Xiao BP is the first one to go, and it's the bullet time through. K-Peps makes it happen. Double kill for the Udyr, and Dibble comes up with another one.
Yeah, great chase there. EXP with a beautiful ultimate as well as a solar flare clutches too, and they end up going down. Also stuns Yeetlove at the end of the MF ultimate, getting her another kill too. So really great plays by Dorado here, and you can see bounties across the board as they are soaring in this game.
Yeah, this is what Dorado does with Elite as well. They are our expected #1 seed for a reason. They are damn good when they are on form, and despite game 1 not going entirely in their favor, they're feeling on form in this game #2.
Yeah, it's crazy. Just like 3-4 minutes ago, it was 0-0, looking like just a slow scaling game, and suddenly plays are just coming out left and right. The floodgates have opened, and Dorado Gaming is walking out.
Yeah, IDB drafted for a much slower game and are happy to play it out, but when the enemy team suddenly has a 5,500 gold lead, it's almost actually, 5,500 at this point in the game, it's starting to feel a little bit less playable for them. IDB are going to need to find some time to pick up these shutdowns and get them onto vital members. If Muncher, if Yeetlove can pick up some extra gold in this game, whether it's turrets and objective or it's kills, they can start finding their way back, but it's going to be a rough angle to get to it.
Yeah, I would say this game is definitely still not over yet, as comp-wise, even if the MF does get fed, there are a lot of tanks on the side of IDB, so they are just one good team fight away from evening out this game, I think. So Dorado still have to play it well, but they have been doing it well so far, so we'll see if they can keep up that cautiousness, keep up the good plays from EXE, and carry it to the finish line.
Yeah, it's going to be on Dorado now to just continue to carry to a win. And importantly, I think with this much of a lead, not to throw it, because something that often times in League of Legends, the game gets to a state where it's like, hey, you're really far behind. It sucks to play it out at that point, but the only real angle for you to play it out is the fact of like, hey, our enemy team will throw at some point. And we just kind of have to wait for that and pounce on that opportunity when it's given to us. Because if IDV tries to play proactive and tries to find opportunities, they're playing into the wallet advantage that Dorado has. And it's just never going to work out for them in that angle.
Yeah, and that was part of the pitfalls in game one, right? Dibble was doing really well, coming back from 1-4 to 4-4. They had some great fights and were getting the leads, but they ended up going a bit too far. Some of those fights, at the end of it, IDB would turn it around, and eventually it just got away from them. So I'm sure they recognized that last time, and are gonna make sure not to do it this time. But that's what IDB is open for.
Yeah, IDB wants to find their angles in this game, but Dorado are gonna make it life difficult for them. I think for IDB, thankfully, they did grab that first dragon. They have the Infernal on their side, so they don't have to worry about Soul for another 10 minutes at the very least, alongside the fact that it's Cloud Soul, while, yes, very threatening on the Udyr. For everyone else, it doesn't make that much of a difference. So the Soul is not gonna have the biggest impact in this game, so you have bought yourself a lot of time to sit and to scale and to play for the lane.
And yeah, just like that, there's gonna be a little bit of a lull state because of that. We've got the dragon coming up in 1 minute here, and it's gonna be soul point if they can pick it up, but we'll see if IDB want to fight for it. They really didn't last time, but the situation's even worse now, so will they give it once again?
I think for IDB, you kind of just have to let this dragon go and you look to find another objective, whether it's this mid or top tier one. You have to find something, some sort of angle back. It is objective bounties available for IDB, so like, yeah, if they can contest the dragon and get a steal, great, but the chances are not high of that happening, and objective bounties are still available on turrets, so just play to get some extra gold back in your pocket. Yes, you lose soul point, but again, it's Cloud Soul. The only one really threatening that is Udyr. Everyone else is kind of just like, it's all right on that. It's not great, it's not terrible.
Yeah, and I think Masufa's got to be the target for that. They want to maybe try and get him. The flash is almost back up, unfortunately, but maybe overloading that side with the Ziggs too, trying to get that turret or something. But for now, just going to be defending that mid lane.
Yeah, maybe looking for potential plays. Dibble and EXE are going to start pushing this out, but it looks like Xiao PP maybe wants to look for a contest as K-Peps and OG Kush have started up the Drake. No vision on it though, so I don't think there's any chance for them to walk in and take it. I'd love to see if IPB could do something here, but they're kind of just sitting watching it being taken in front of them.
Yeah, they're just way too late again, just like with that Herald play. They're a bit indecisive whether they want to contest or not, and in the end, they just don't get anything on either side.
Yeah, it's a rough spot for IDB to be in. They needed to find some angle of play there, and now it means that Dorado is just going to start turning towards the Baron side of the map as well. They have the angle. They've got OG Kush with teleport on the side lane, taking an extra turret now. For IDB, where's your angle of opportunity? You need to find something.
Yeah, and they've got the ability to make some picks, especially with that Skarner Ziggs combo, so maybe they can try and look for something, maybe onto K-Peps here.
Stuns
They're looking.
There's that exhaust. They want to find it, but it's a nice solar flare onto 3. It's gonna need K-Peps has the time to flash out. Bullet timed out. Great blocking by Spartans, but the damage is still gonna come through with Mega Inferno Bomb on the back line. Dibble's gonna be down to about half HP. Everyone's surviving so far, but Yilov is the target, and Masu is just gonna delete the Ziggs. The feather pull is nice, but Masu flashes away from it. Now all Gucci, the one in trouble over the other side, is finally gonna go all out for the first time this game, but it just leads to a killing spree for K-Peps, and it looks like maybe a Baron for Dorado.
Yeah, and Dibble was a bit low, but he's gonna be healing up with that red buff here. That fight was honestly pretty good for them. Dibble got super low from the Ziggs burst, but EXE Solar Flare was so good to interrupt that engage, and they were just able to turn it around, slap them with their wallets, and win the fight.
Yeah, it wasn't the hard stop win that I think we expected out of that fight, but for the most part, I think they're just happy to not lose any members there, not lose any big shutdowns, because every single member aside from EXE here is holding on to some extra gold in their pocket. So any kill that IDB gets, if they can make it a 1-for-1, a 2-for-2, is going to end up turning into their favor.
And now it just looks pretty bad for them. They've got 3 more minutes to try and scale up, get what items they can, but it's going to be Soul Point coming out, and it's Cloud Soul as well, which I think is one of the best souls especially when you just want to dive onto the enemy team and use the ultimates, use the movement speed. It's so hard to come back from there. So it's going to be do or die at that dragon fight.
Yeah, IDB need to find an angle, but as the gold lead continues to expand and as it doesn't close up at all, especially, what angles do IDB even have? They need to find a miracle fight engage or a miracle steal from Zhao BP, who has made these happen before, has found angles in the past, but it hasn't always been easy. So putting all the onus on your jungler again and again and again, life can get pretty rough. As Zhao BP also sitting on the heart steal, but has not managed to collect a single stack in 25 minutes.
Yeah, that just must feel so rough. Like, ideally, Skarner is so good with the Hearthstone, and I think it feels super good in solo queue, but when you play in competitive and it's just a lot more composed, traditional types of games with not as much fighting, the Hearthstone is, I think, a bit of a bait, as, you know, he's got a lot of health, but I think some of the resist that other items could offer could be much better here, as we'll see what he ends up going towards next.
I do also want to say, for any of the support mains out there, for anybody who has been playing support for the past couple patches, Warmogs is kind of dead now. It's 3.3k gold on support income. It's just not doable. Go for your lockets, go for your Zeeks, go for even like a redemption first item if you really need a quick spike, but you don't need to first item rush Warmogs anymore. It doesn't even activate until you have another Ruby Crystal in your inventory, so it's like 3,800 gold before you can make that happen. It's just not that good anymore.
Really nerfing it. They don't want supports to be able to abuse it, but now a little death bush as they're just gonna be chasing him away with the Phoenix Storm, as we saw IDB try a little bit of a death push, seeing if maybe they can catch out K-Peps. I think that's a great idea. That Udyr does not have the flash this time, and I think they have to try and get something onto some of these flashless characters like Masuf, K-Peps, or EXE. And I'm really looking at Zhao PP here. He is that main engage threat on this corner, right? He picked this so early in the draft instead of these other S-tier characters like Maokai, Sejuani, or J4, and he needs to perform, try and get that engage that's so sorely needed right now.
Yeah, and while the Vygar and the Misfortune are fairly immobile, I say fairly as Misfortune can kind of just strut around the battlefield, the defense that their teams have for them is really good, as IDB are going to start up this Baron. They have the pink ward in the pit, so vision is canceled out as Spartan's now forced to use Unbreakable very early. I think IDB, you've got to turn or you've got to run. You got to make a call here. There's that bullet time. Muncher is going to get that Featherstorm off, but it's just deleted as soon as they land. It's a double kill over to OG Kush. The desperation play is canceled out by Dorado as they take a clean ace and a clean Baron.
Yeah, I'm not sure what IDB were thinking there. They were trying to just start up the Baron, and Masuf was waiting right around the corner. He was watching him do it, and he calls over the rest of his team, and they clean up the place as Baron is taken. Mid Tower's next on the cards. Cloud Soul is up next, and they are just going to take IDB down this game.
Yeah, this game, it looked like there was a potential for comeback for the last like 8 minutes, I would say. IDB weren't that far behind, but now as the base gets opened up, as the gold lead accelerates to over 10,000, as the soul gets picked up for Dorado, I just don't see an angle where IDB can find that miracle engage anymore, because yeah, you have that crowd control that can hit the back line and you can get on top of the MF Vygar. Fantastic. You don't do enough damage to actually kill them at this point in the game, which really sucks when your whole comp is like your damage dealers are just the Ziggs and the Xayah.
Yeah, and I do also just want to point out, it's not like they can just wait it out, because they got a Veigar stacking up very well on this team. He's got 844 AP right now, and it's just going to be going up. He's going to get that 1,000 AP one shot sometime soon, as Spartan is trying to look on K-Peps here, but really hard to find an angle as he is just dying to the Phoenix Fire.
And there's that primordial burst. There goes the support. Now the solar flare flashed away from, as again, it's IDB desperation looking for some kind of angle, but Dibble just 2 shots. Muncher, and that's gonna be the game. A huge cleanup for Dorado. It's a triple kill for Dibble. Padded the stats a little bit. 4 members deathless for Dorado in game number 2.
Yeah, what a clean game coming out here, as Xayah buying 6 calls is pretty much the story of this game for her, as they're gonna be ending up finishing this up in 29 minutes, 20-1. Wow, did not expect that from Dorado this game.
Yeah, Dorado, I think, really upset with how that game number 1 went for them and just said, okay, all right, you want us to show up, you want us to play the game, fine, we will come, we will play, and we will win. As that was a convincing game from Dorado. They looked like favorites for almost the entire match.
Yeah, and they just played so cleanly, you know, just composed, just farming up a little bit for that mid game. And once they had the power, they took the fights to IDB and just won every single one of them, just completely stomped them out of the water. And it's going to be 1-1 in the series. They've equalized it. We've got a banger on our hands here as we head over to just a little bit of a break here, as we'll be back soon and seeing who takes the next game.
Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping into draft for game number 3 here. Jumping right into it. The series is tied up 1-1. Potentially 3 more games to go to see who's going to take home the AEL chip.
Yeah, and we've got 1-1 so far. Who do you think's got this next one in the bag?
I think it's going to be very draft dependent because I think both these teams have shown what they are good at and shown the stylistics of what they can do. I do also want to say, call out for us on the desk here. We said game number 2, oh my God, draft Exodia for IDB. They have absolutely run this draft. They've got Zig's first pick. It's looking so good for them. Dorado just absolutely smashed them there.
And I honestly, like, that's fair. We'll see if the Ziggs is something that they just want to leave up, because it really didn't prove to be as powerful as we would have thought, but it does get banned out by IDB here. But the MF is left up once again. Dibble performed so well on it in game 1. We'll have to see if it gets taken again.
Yeah, I think Dorado is kind of just questioning, like, okay, are we just going to take the MF for a 3rd game in a row? Because IDB have left a Muncher on Xayah for these past couple of games, and I'm going to be honest, despite their win in game number 1, it hasn't really felt that impactful or looked that good over the course of this series. And yeah, Dorado is just going to say, hey, if you have nothing else into this MF, we're just going to keep taking it.
Yeah, I guess ITB is okay with it once again. We'll see if they have another pick than Xayah, what can try and get onto this MF better, because in these team fights in game 2, she was just free hitting, getting some good ultis off, and just getting to do whatever she wants, honestly. Skarner never really got onto her much. There was like a Ziggs ult thrown at her, and that's kind of it.
Yeah, Ziggs does not do that well into the Misfortune just because of her Bloodthirster build to sustain it. As long as Ziggs doesn't literally 100-0 her, there's nothing really that the Ziggs can do in that matchup. So Ziggs already banned away. Misfortune locked in. There's the Leona again. Are we just going to get a run back of game number 1?
Perhaps, you know, Leona's always just a solid pick. We'll see if there's any other things.
Xayah and then Rel Orianna?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't know. Like, I want them to switch it up from the Xayah into something else. Like we said, even in the game 1, it could have been another ADC, and I think it would have turned out the same way. But it's going to be Lilia.
Lilia is the option here in game number 2. One of those AP junglers that has kind of fallen through the cracks, I will say, recently, just due to patch changes, to champ changes, and buffs and nerfs. Tanks have kind of made their way back into the jungle, but Faded Ashes clear is still Faded Ashes, and that item is still very good.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit of a different style, looking to outpace the enemy in the jungle, similar to what happened with the Udyr, but even more extensively. And it's going to be the Nautilus, the other big engage support, looking to help out with the MF this time. Going for that instead of the Rel. A little bit of a different flavor, but same kind of theme.
Yeah, surprisingly, I understand that Dorado, that Iridescent Dawn wants to keep Leona Misfortune away from each other. We saw how good that was in game 2. I get it. But at the same time, like, is Braum not just the better pick into this Misfortune? We saw how well Spartans did with it in that game number 2, despite the loss. But they're going to come up with the Nautilus. You're going to be able to get an engage on whatever AD carry does get locked in. With Nautilus locked in, I think, honestly, that makes Xayah a lot better. As much as I don't like the pick in this particular comp, it can still work.
Yeah, and I'm a fan of the Udyr into the Lilia as well. I think you have a little bit more of that tankiness within you, but you can still match the speed of the Lilia because you can go for that Faded Ashes. And now it's going to be the switch up. I like this a lot. It's going to be the Zeri instead of the Xayah coming in.
Yeah, I think this is a lot better for IDB. It's an AD carry with a little bit more agency, self-control in the game. You don't just have to rely on the enemy team running at you. You can run at the enemy team, and you can sprint away from them at the exact same speed. Zeri is very good at just being really fast, although I will say the Zeri into the Nautilus is a bit scary because normally you are picking Nautilus into the Zeri for that lockdown, because even if she gets over the wall, that depth charge is still going to land on.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason they picked it is that it's also a flex, you know? It can go into the mid lane and maybe even the top lane. So we saw the Vayne, why not Zeri? But as we look into the bans here, Xerath is instantly being taken out. They do not want to deal with that. And now the Veigar coming out on the other side. Probably just some more mid bans coming out here. Maybe Orianna too.
wouldn't be shocked if we saw something like Orianna, maybe a Vayne for Dorado if they are really scared of that top lane matchup, because they are back on the blue side, so they will have to deal with either a counter pick in mid or in top, depending on what IDB wants to give it to. I'm assuming they're going to save it for top lane because it seems like that really is what all Gucci and Yeet want.
Yeah, top counter is just so important in these games, as we saw Masuf just take over with the Camille that game, and I think they just want to try and get that again. That's why they picked the red side especially too, so probably going to break that Zeri flex here with the pick, but we'll see what Dorado ban out with their last ban.
They are going to lock away that Vayne. There it is, not wanting that one to get through again for all Gucci. So now with the top lane pool a little bit limited, the mid lane one as well, we can't see a full stylistic run back, so there's not going to be probably an AD carry top lane. I say that, and then Akshan gets locked in. I'm assuming this is flexible between top and mid, depending on where you look at all Gucci want to run it, but I'm guessing this is going to be focused on top side.
Yeah, and looking at the match history, actually, there have been some games for the Akshan top here as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Akshan in the top lane, and Zeri, of course, can be flexed with the mid and bot, so I think they can really have their pick for what goes into what character here. So Dorado, I think, just want to pick some safe characters. Lux is an interesting pick coming out.
That's a safe character, all right. Not super mobile, but some extra safety for herself in the shield and the bit of crowd control, so not the pick I was expecting by any means. I think there are other mages available, like Syndra still up, Orianna still up, but Lux is the one they want to opt for. It has decent follow-up with the Nautilus because you need to have at least 2 people body blocking that route to stop it from coming through. And again, it's not the pick I was expecting, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Pantheon top, I like that. I honestly am a big Pantheon fan.
What year is it? Hang on,
right?
Did we travel back in time?
Yeah, I'd like the Pantheon pick. I think into any of the marksmen that you go into, you can kind of get a good lane, get that big aggression in the early game, and his scaling is honestly not that bad anymore with some of the builds that the Pantheons have been going, but we'll have to see what is the R5 that's going to come out here from IDB.
It's either going to be a mid laner or a top laner.
Good old Ornn.
It's going to be locked in, so it is going to be most likely the Akshan in the mid lane with Ornn, just dissuading that Pantheon up top. Granted, it could be Akshan trying to fight the Pantheon in top side with Ornn just like playing a safe tank lane versus the Lux, but I think that's a lot less likely.
Yeah, honestly, I think Akshan, if the player plays it well, can do pretty well into the Lux. If you can take advantage of the invis and be really good with your rogue, because you kind of get like a mini dash at the end of it too, it's pretty hard for Lux to hit you with her bind, and you can actually punish her quite a bit. So I think Akshan mid can actually do really well here if the player performs on it. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, lots of spicier picks this time around. We're starting to see those pockets empty a little bit. Players are reaching for the picks that they feel like are really going to end up giving them the best chance to win. As we're going to take a break and get ourselves onto the riff for game number 3. We'll see who's going to take this all-important game number 3 when we come back. Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping in here. It's game number 3. Dorado giving Iota and Iridescent Dawn Blastcone are looking to take us the distance here. This game decides who gets set to match point here in our AEL Summer Finals.
30 seconds.
Yeah, and we've got some interesting characters picked here. We got the Lux mid. We've got the Akshan facing her. This is going to be a spicy matchup. We've also got a Pantheon in the top lane. We'll see if that can get neutralized by the Ornn. I have no idea how this game is going to go.
Yeah, I do worry for the Ornn in this top lane matchup. I feel like Pantheon is a champion who's not only known for his early game bullying prowess, which is where Ornn is at his weakest, but also Black Cleaver's in a really good spot right now, and Pantheon can build that burst item and sort of just negate any of the armor that all Gucci has to build in this match.
Totally agree, and the stats on it are just so good too. I think Pantheon really has the edge in that matchup. Looking at the mid lane as well, I think if Meatloaf has the proficiency on the Akshan, and I saw some games on the match history, so I think he does, then this Lux can have a pretty hard time if he can keep getting onto her, dodging the bindings especially.
Yeah, solo laners I feel are the lanes to watch for, but we can't totally ignore the bottom lane. It's double cleanse here for the 80 carries. That is, it is the Nautilus Misfortune versus the Zeri Leona. So very aggressive bottom lanes on both sides. But I also want to point out big here. Spartans opting for the exhaust instead of the ignite says to me at least that they might be trying to take this laning phase a little bit more passively.
Yeah, you're completely right. I think because it is the Zeri to the MF, they kind of just want to chill, but EXE going for some engage, trying to get some harass down, and Spartans fighting back instantly. But the wave push is going to go to Dibble as they are going to get level 2.
Yeah, they'll think level 2 first, I think just a little bit early from EXE, and this is something we've been seeing through a lot of this series. EXE has been a little trigger happy on the engages on these supports. We saw it with the Rel in game number 1, and while it worked out nicely in game number 2, we're gonna have to keep our eyes on that in game number 3, as this Nautilus is gonna be such an important tool for Dorado's actual engage and fight starting.
Yeah, and we can see Masuf really getting the punish onto the orange so far, getting that push up, and the jungler is actually pathing away, so Gucci is not gonna get any help anytime soon.
Yeah, I think this is a matchup where you say, all right, Orin, you're kind of just on an island here. 07's in the chat. Get as much farm and XP as you can, but just don't die to the Pantheon. It will be okay, because it's also worth mentioning, Masuf has Ignite in these top lane matchups. So if Gucci gets too low, that can just be a kill.
Yeah, that's true, and at least he has the teleport to try and get away if his health bar is struggling. But for now, Masuf actually goes for a quick cheater already, is gonna buy up an extra longsword to help with that punish. We'll see if Orin can just like pick up some items in his lane to help himself out though.
Yeah, I expect to see a lot of cloth armors here. The problem is a lot of the armor items are built towards auto attacking, like your thorn mails and your plated steel caps. So it's not always the most effective versus Pantheon, this AD caster who wants to just burn you down by pressing Q and E on you repeatedly and making your life difficult. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see Gucci go for something like maybe not a Heartsteel per se, because I don't think you're going to proc it very much in this lane, but like a Warmogs, a Balmy Cinder, as K-Pep's easy here is going to get spotted out by that ward, so Gucci will manage to be alive for now.
Yeah, and I think his wave is going to be in a pretty tough spot here. I think Masuf is going to try and freeze it, and it's pretty hard for that to get unfrozen. Chow PP is moving up to that top side, so maybe going to help him deal with the sticky situation that he's in.
Yeah, with the extra bit of HP, it's going to mean that Masuf is going to have to work a little bit harder to get good trades versus this Ornn. And as much as we say Pantheon should just win this like levels 1 through 6, I would say even at level 6 it's a little bit rough. Ornn's early game damage can't be disrespected. That brittle breath does quite a bit of damage.
And now completely looking for Ornn's again and again here. They're gonna see the ball from Lilia, and showing her presence should mean that Gucci should be able to get this pushed in.
Yeah, the wave will hit tower. Masuf should be able to just pick all this up under tower though with the extra long sword. I think just one shots the minions after a turret shot. Yeah, so gets all the minions, cleans them all up, maintains a CS lead, but the CS lead is not what you're hoping for in this lane with Ignite. You want to find your angle to get that solo kill.
Exactly, and he is looking for it once again. As looking at the mid lane, things have been quieter than expected. Akshan hasn't been going for any
Deny the build path. There's that Ignite. Masuf has the spear flashed away from by Gucci, so we'll be able to survive. But trading your Ignite for a flash feels pretty damn good for Masuf.
Yeah, great interrupt there from Masuf as he catches Ornn window shopping and yeah, punishes him really hard. And now he has to back, doesn't have the TP, and Masuf is going to try and crash this in as much as possible, denying even more CS from this Ornn.
Yeah, having already used that TP means that this wave crashing in is going to be a lot of CS and XP lost. And yeah, plate doesn't go over because of that early top lane damage reduction, but with how many waves you're losing as this Ornn and how much XP you're going to be down, it's not going to feel good either way. But at the very least, the rest of Iridescent Dawn playing towards this bottom side are going to get this first dragon. I think Grubs should just go over to K-Peps in response, but it's a little slow on the uptake.
In the end, actually Spartan's going to be getting the gold for that dragon there, but it is going to the team nonetheless. And it's pretty nice that even though that there is MF and Lux on the mid and bot, they found a timer to get that dragon going. So really proactive by the team there.
Yep, that first grub is going to start get taken by K-Peps, who again is doing these pretty slowly. JLPP is going to have time to rotate over. So we'll see that second grub go down. I don't know if they wanted if K-Peps wants to take this fight, as Spartans and Helof are the ones with priority. It is going to be the third grub taken, but now K-Peps in trouble, has to flash away from that call to Forge God, and Spartans has the flash and responds. It's first blood over the Leona.
Great proactiveness once again. Spartans with the roam. Zhao PP knowing that Udyr is going to be on the grubs, going to be able to catch him out. You got the bullets coming from downtown from Yeetlove, and they just have enough damage to finish up the kill onto K-Peps.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that Spartans is the one to get that kill. You would much rather have it on, I think, literally anybody else in that exchange. But
bro, he's a carry. He's got the dragon. He's got the first blood. You know, he's gonna start taking CS next.
True. It's the support dream. You always want to be looking for those kills, and you know, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. As Masuf continuing to trade up here, has that level 6. So while it's not a big combat spike for Pantheon in terms of an ability, the passive on it, that extra armor reduction on targets, is so key for Pantheon to win these fights post level 6.
Yeah, and right now it's just so hard for the Orange. He can't even back. He's like, oh, all in.
Engage onto Dibble, who does have the level 6, and yeah, that's just a bullet time. I think Spartans is just gonna die here. We were talking about over-aggression from EXE, but this time it's Spartans the one potentially over-aggressing.
Yeah, now Booty Muncher in threat of a dive, but he's able to get that wave out. Akshan is lurking nearby. Udyr's looking for something, maybe just gonna take the Gromp and leave. But yeah, Spartans with no flash. Once Leona goes in, she's not going out. She goes straight to her grave.
Yeetlove keeping an eye on K-Peps, who does have the smite for that Gromp, but now being seen in the area means that most likely Dorado is not going to go for the dive there. Yeah, Masuf is just going to keep that bullying up, but yeah, good punish from Dorado on that support engage. They're managing to get something else on the map, and I think importantly, that kill goes over to Misfortune, so getting a little bit extra gold lead on top of that CS differential.
Exactly, and now with that, Pantheon also just once again pushing the Ornn out of lane, getting another good reset too. He's building up quite the CS lead, but he still needs to try and get that kill. We saw the flash being burned earlier, but hasn't really been punished too much. It's gonna soon come up.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough time for all Gucci, but again, this is the Pantheon matchup. You eat your punishment in the early game as Ornn, and it sucks. It doesn't feel very good, but you know you outscale in the long term. As long as you aren't giving up tons of plates, tons of kills, you will be able to stay even-ish in relevancy with this Pantheon, and especially with how cheap tank items are. Like, if you can get a Sunfire Cape for yourself, you're going to match wave clear, you're going to run him out of mana, and suddenly life can start to get difficult for Masuf on this side lane.
And I think actually a side effect of this is the jungle CS differential. The Lilia has to come top so many times to kind of bail Ornn out, make sure he can push it in. But the Lilia that wants to be always ahead in CS is currently 15-20 CS behind already too.
Yeah, I think it's a rough spot for IDB to be in. They are losing some of their lanes that are expected to lose early, but this bottom lane starting to get ahead is a real danger for them. I would love to see Zhao PP just play more for this bottom side, and again, just say, all right, top lane, you're in a garbage matchup, but there isn't anything we could do for you, so we're just gonna leave you on your island and sayonara.
Yeah, I mean, despite getting the first blood, they're 1.5K up purely from CS leads. And this is the kind of plays I want to see Yeetlove trying to go for it, try and be more aggressive, try and get more health out of the Lux, but he's just chilling and farming up for now, but losing out on CS.
Yeah, Gucci doesn't get that knock up, and Masuf's still gonna be forced to lose that flash thanks to the presence of Zhao PP on that top side. Maybe this is the play. Maybe they are just looking to shut down the Pantheon so that they can't have any relevance in the game.
Yeah, we'll have to see what ends up going down. As Lilia pinging for the Void Grubs, they're probably going to go for it, as Udyr getting his eyes on the dragon in return.
Yeah, I don't think IDB wants to let Dorado have 6 grubs, so not too shocking to see Zhao PP play for that objective, but it does mean that K-Peps is going to have full control over this bottom side. Spartans does ding level 6 here importantly, so it dive a lot more difficult for Dorado. I don't think they're going to be able to go for it. They should just look to take the dragon off the priority they have in this bottom side.
Yep, so Udyr, assuming he's going to get that dragon, it's going to be a 1-1 dragon trade and 3 grubs for each side. So pretty even in the objective game, but once again, that 1K lead for the side of Dorado.
Yeah, I do think Dorado really wants to accelerate this game, though. You have the early game lane bullies, your Misfortune and your Pantheon, who have isolated lanes in their lane, but even in top lane, that isolated lead is starting to become just an even laning phase. The Spartans is going to get slowed up, but with no EXE in the area, there's no engage opportunity there. But the CS being even between the Pantheon and Ornn with the wave state as it is, this is a great spot for the Ornn to be in.
Yeah, I'm I think he's like super happy with the state of this. He didn't get punished much for his flash, and I think he has 4 plates up too, so he is absolutely chilling.
Yeah, super chilling in this top side. Does not feel too bad about the state of the game. I think at this point you tell your jungler like, hey, whatever happens in this top lane happens, and you just, like I've been saying over this whole game, ignore top lane from this point. Your Ornn has made it. He's level 9 and he's not behind. That is perfect. Now you stop the bottom lane bleeding, you get your mid laner up and roaming, and suddenly IDB have full control over the game.
Exactly. And now we see actually IDB looking for something on the top side, knowing the Pantheon doesn't have a flash. All Gucci getting some great CC, and the ult's coming out.
There's that call to Force God as well. Teleport in, but Masuf is just going to die before it can even come through. Push, he's going to get tired by the bowling ball, but I don't think they want to go for anything more off of that. With K-Peps in the area as well, I think a dive would be ill-advised.
Yeah, great plays there from All Gucci, just CCing him for a millennia as his team comes in, walks up, and gets the damage down to get the kill. And now, just like that, All Gucci has the kill. I'm pretty sure that he was ahead in gold now as well, and he's just absolutely coasting in the matchup.
Yeah, this is the nightmare spot for Masuf onto this Pantheon, because this is a pick, especially with the Ignite, where you have to be getting leads. And if you're not getting leads, suddenly you're relegated to a pseudo side lane threat, and you're hoping that you could just pull the team apart with the power of your ultimate. But man, you really needed to get your lead over this Ornn. Now you have Black Cleaver, so you have a chance to trade with him better, but he's got a CS lead over you. He's got more armor than you. He's going to make life very difficult for you.
And on top of that too, K-Peps is now 30 CS up as Udyr in the jungle. The Lilia is gonna become like kind of useless in comparison. If you're not ahead of the Udyr in gold, ahead in items, then he can kind of walk at you and not really be kited too much either. So it is a little bit of a tough spot for her.
It's the trade that Zhao PP opted to make by playing forward this top side so heavily. It means that K-Peps got more time to clear, got more time to play for those jungle camps, has that CS lead, but you're kind of just negating yourself to negate the enemy top laner. Like Masuf, I'm genuinely not even sure that he can kill Booty Muncher here in the 1v1, and now with Spartans coming down, I think Masuf at this point in the game is just going to be relegated to side lane threat and pray that this Pantheon can get something done, a good stun in a team fight somewhere.
And it is going to be the Herald going down here. Maybe can try and use that in the mid lane. Try and getting the Akshan out of here. Try and getting the mid tower. Try and open up some avenues for them, because they have these early game strong characters with the mid and bot lane. I think they got to just try and push it for some more. Try and maybe get the turret sometime soon.
Yeah, I'd love to see this Rift Herald used when this dragon comes up. You just make sure that you get that mid lane priority. You force the members of IDB to come and contest it, to come stop it from shoving into your turret, but we're gonna have to see, as the dragon is still a minute and a half away, so they still have time to decide exactly how they want to use that objective.
Yeah, just took a quick peek at the gold, and yeah, Ornn is 400 gold up, so it is looking a bit dire for the Pantheon.
Yeah, and for anyone who's unaware of the matchup itself, it might seem like a bit overzealous to say like, oh my god, Ornn is 400 gold ahead, it's totally doomed for Pantheon. But Pantheon, despite I think the fact that his build scales a little bit better now, he's not forced into lethality one-shots, is definitely still an early game champion. He doesn't fall off a cliff, but he does fall off, and Ornn will only scale better and better as the game goes on. So the fact that he's not behind at 15 minutes into the game is super good for IDB. If they can stem the bleeding on the rest of the map, it will be even better.
Yeah, and I think it's like getting to the point now in the mid game. I think Dorado need to try and look for some picks, right? When you have the Pantheon, the Lux, the Nautilus, and Lilia, Zeri, Akshan are all susceptible to these one shots. So I think they have to kind of rely on getting those picks, maybe burn some flashes before the objectives start to try and get something going. Or this Ornn, especially when he starts giving items to his team, is just going to be so massive in fights.
Yeah, I want to see Dorado play around the strength that is K-Peps right now. Finish that Leandries, sitting on the Dark Seal as well. He's very strong at this point in the game, up around 40 CS over their opposing jungler. You even have the MF who's on an item and a half, and Bloodthirster is going to do a lot more for MF in a team fight. And the static shiv is bullet time, being used on that backline, and there goes Xiao PP, absolutely deleted. Old Gucci gets the ulti off on the backline, but it's just a little bit too late, doesn't cancel anything out, and now Muncher the one in trouble. EXE with the Ignite, picks that one up. Old Gucci now in trouble, and suddenly Dorado explode in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's just, I mean, Dorado capitalized, but when the Lilia walks into melee range of EXE, then yeah, that's just how the fight's gonna go. As I was just so surprised, maybe just looking at the minimap or something, but Dorado Gaming, the game is all theirs now. They get the dragon, a mid tower, and maybe a second there as they push into that mid lane too.
Yeah, this is a huge loss for IDB. The soul stacking is going to start up for Dorado now, getting that first Hex Tech Dragon. And I know we were talking about Cloud Soul being pretty good last time around, but Hex Tech Soul is very, very good. Even the individual dragons, I think, are prized possessions for whatever team can pick them up.
And now Dorado is in a commanding position, getting a 3.5k gold lead here, and especially opening up that mid lane so much so they can have the Pantheon, the Nautilus roaming around all these crevices. And you've got these characters like Lilia, Akshan, and Zeri trying to go and catch the waves in between. It is pretty scary for them to walk into their own jungle.
Yeah, vision control with those mid turrets down is suddenly up and available. There was a rather large discussion in the league community, I think just about a week ago, when certain content creators were tweeting about like, hey, why are we pressuring so much for this first mid turret? Doesn't really provide that much. I don't have an exact take to say on that, but I will say in this particular game state, the fact that those two mid turrets went down means that suddenly Dorado has more access to getting vision and wards in the enemy jungle. And Spartans, walking up way too far forward, does have all Gucci behind him, but I don't think this Ornn can save you for squat. K-Peps finds that one, and now Xiao PP forced to lose that flash as Masupa's diving in, and it just gets rougher and rougher here for IDB.
Yeah, easy picks there. It's so hard to retain that vision because you can just get jumped by a Pantheon, a Lux, or Nautilus, and there's just instant follow-up. The Lux, even though she's not there, can just ult from anywhere across like half the map, so it's just so hard for them to play right now in this game, and Dorado are just looking in such a good position. But here's another pick.
Yeah, they're looking to play around their strong lane, which for them is the Ornn, but Masuf with a great wall there is just going to deny all that damage, and suddenly your pickup Pantheon turns into nothing.
Yeah, and they didn't want to commit to sleep there as Spartans going for a pick onto EXE here.
I don't know if they can find a pick onto this Nautilus. I think he might just be a little bit too tanky, but they certainly are trying. They have popped that lightning crash. LPP's in the area. They should just be able to give this one over. It will go to the Zeri. I think importantly for that gold to go over to her as flash over the wall. OG Kush trying to get away, but All Gucci wants to have that flash in follow. And I think this should just be a dead Lux as soon as Xiao PP gets around this corner. A nice slow there from OG, but the bowling ball aimed perfectly by Xiao. A nice burst from that final spark, but it doesn't find much else other than some damage.
Yeah, All Gucci giving over the kill to Xiao PP here, who actually landed a great sleep. Lux, even after burning the flash there, ends up going down, so it feels super bad for her. And just like that, IDB find a great angle back into this game with a couple of picks here and there, so really great for them.
Yeah, still not even up per se, but stemming that bleeding a little bit, getting themselves some extra gold, and finding a couple of kills onto carries, I think is really, really good for them. Tipple sidesteps that bowling ball, just a little bit dangerous there, but they're playing around their strong side, which is their top lane. They're playing around all Gucci, which for IDB, it doesn't feel great that your strong lane is your top lane. I think you'd much rather have gold and XP and resources in mid or bot, but you play with what you got at this point in the game.
Yeah, I think especially the fact that the MF is just so much ahead of the Zeri is huge for Dorado here. On top of all these kills in place that she's gotten, the CS lead is just immeasurable too. He's just so far ahead right now, and I think he's a big force that needs to be dealt with on the fights.
Yeah. Speaking of leads, that 2.5 item misfortune is going to be such a threat, and without an Ornn ulti, I'm not 100% sure how IDB actually deals with it. Like, if Leona's burning ulti just to cancel that and they can't find an engage afterwards,
yeah, I think the hope is just that. But with Ornn, you can kind of do this thing where your ulti takes so long to like actually go through, and the opponent has to respect it the entire time, that you can basically just stop them from hitting. So you just gotta pop your Leona ult, pop your Ornn ult, and even though you're not reaching her, you're just making her not hit, and hopefully your Zeri and Akshan can hit the rest of the front line and kill them before that.
Yeah, but it's this particular Zeri build that I have a particular gripe with. I think this build is so little damage for this champion. You are really relying on hitting 3 or 4 items before you really start to become a threat, and I don't know if IDB has that kind of time in this game. It is the win con that they're playing for because they have their late game scaling with the Ornn, but I don't know if they make it that far.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Especially like you say, like that late game will just be so huge for them. Lilia can get a bit more sustained, a little bit more tankiness. You can get Ornn giving items to the team, and Akshan gets to the point where he essentially just becomes an assassin too. So stalling it out is huge for IDB if they can.
Yeah, if they can get this dragon and delay the game by another 5 minutes for Soul, this would be really big for them, but they need to force the issue. They have control over the pit, but if Dorado gets their hands on an engage, they can find something. Muncher's gonna pop that lightning crash and look for some extra autos, but now with that ulti pops, if Dorado just peel away and wait for that ulti to fall off, stalling for time here. EXE doesn't find the engage, but now Masuf looking for that backline with the ulti, and the Shredder comes through! Dorado rips them apart in the fight. Booty Muncher tries to get some damage out, but it's a triple kill over to the Lux. The Ignite picks up Booty Muncher at the end of it. Evo forced on the run. A couple of kills back for IDB. Importantly, is Evo maybe looking for more. OG Kush has that mark above his head. He's a scoundrel. If Evo can find a reset here, it would be so big for IDB. They're starting up this dragon. Here comes that hook shot. Wants to find the kill in. The root comes through. The damage, the shields, it's not enough. IDB can't find it. And Dorado will take the fight.
Yeah, and that he had to get the kill there, but in the end, Dorado just ends up living. What a great engagement, I say, from EXE there. Knocks them all perfectly up with the flash ult, and Dibble with the follow-up on the MM ultimate, the bullet time coming across big. And even with all that, the fight was actually fairly close on the back end of it, but Dorado once again coming out on top.
Yeah, I think just fighting in these sort of lines is very difficult for this Dorado composition against the Ornn, against the Lilia, because if a couple of people are hit by a sleep, if they get caught by that Leona ulti, it can go very poorly for them. If they didn't have the lead that they had, life would be very difficult for Dorado, but thankfully for them, they have a lead, which means that suddenly the Ornn is the only real threat aside from that Akshan, which ended up getting dealt with, and there's not a lot else that IDB can do once they lose out on those engage tools.
Exactly. And should be fine here.
Supportal combat, yeah.
Yeah, a little noodle fight and walk away.
This is what happens every time that you meet a support in the enemy brush. Whoever feels stronger is going to engage the fight, and whoever feels weaker is just going to walk away. It's kind of like the support alpha dominance. It's how you establish your control over the game.
True. But yeah, now with that, we got a little bit of time. You see just Baron Vision being fought over as the dragon is now gone. A little bit of a lull state that IDB, I think, generally really love. You want to see Ornn get in these levels now. He's going to start giving items to his teammates and really giving them those like 1 to 1.5k kind of gold swings with just purely that. So it'll be really huge for them.
Yeah, Dorado needs to find a way to start shutting out this game because they do have their early game bullies starting to fall off as WB. I don't think this is the fight that you wanted to take, but maybe they want to look for it as they're going to pop the ultis and they may have found Cade Paps wanting in the jungle. Flashes, but still gets locked down. And that's gold over to Zhao PP and a big loss for Dorado.
Yeah, and he just gets killed. Lux even burns the teleport to no avail, and IDB, that is huge for them to again slow down the game. Baron threat is just completely gone now, and they can just chill and farm.
Yeah, and if Dorado can't find a way to get the game closed out sooner, if they can't, speed it up the pace of this game and start to pressure the base of IDB, if they're allowed to just sit and farm and take it easy, Dorado can get outscaled very, very quickly. So Dorado, I think, really have to find their angles to look for a way to end this game.
Yeah, and what I think that really comes down to the picks that they have. Like, they haven't been using it that much, but they've got so much pick potential that they can use to just walk into the enemy jungle, maybe set up some death bushes, and anyone who walks in trying to get some vision can just be one shot super easily.
Yeah, for now though, the Baron pressure dissuaded, so IDB have a moment to breathe for themselves. WP still down a lot of jungle farm at this point, but the fact that the items are equal between the Lilia and the Udyr, I think, is a big deal for WP. It means that the Lilia should still retain some relevance in these team fights.
Yeah, but just looking at the CS2, there's like a 40 CS difference in the jungle. You got a big CS difference in mid lane and bot lane too. So I think like Toronto's just doing a good job of like getting waves, like their macro has been clean and they're just building up a gold lead purely from that itself.
Yeah, Dibble as a player has always found his way into massive CS leads, but this game especially, he's kind of chovying it because we're at 26 minutes and he's at 300 CS. This is exactly what you want to see out of your AD carry. It means that at 26 minutes, 3 items completed for this Misfortune, 100% KP as well, by the way. Dibble is just putting on a performance in this Misfortune, and I have to ask IDB, are any of your bans worth giving up so this guy can't play this Misfortune for another game?
Yeah, exactly. And we'll have to see if this 3 items makes a difference here. We can see Blue Muncher farming up, seeing if she can get that Infinity Edge before this next dragon fight in a minute. Doesn't seem to be backing, so I don't think she has it, and that can make the difference just like that in the next team fight.
That Infinity Edge will be a big pickup for the Zeri if she can get it before the fights start to happen, but Dibble already halfway to completing that 4th item. I call Misfortune an early game AD carry because I truly believe that she is, but you know, if you get this much of a lead and you snowball it out, it's kind of like Draven in a way of like, hey, yeah, I'm strong in the early game, but if you make the late game happen at 25 minutes instead of 35, suddenly I'm still strong in the early game.
Yeah, exactly. And she's got both sums up, has the ulti, and I feel like it's just so hard for IDB to get onto her unless the team kind of throws in some sort of way. So maybe I think they might, I don't know, like they have to fight for it because it is sole point. So we'll see what IDB come up with.
They have to find something. They are finding objective bounties on the top side, but it means that their top laner is not here. Is going to be forced to use that TP now to join the fight, but control of the river is firmly in Dorado's hands. Ixi maybe looking for an engage here. Has the knockup, but it's just onto 1. Is there an angle for Dibble to find an ulti here? Doesn't need it just yet. He's just playing it out. A nice sidestep on that call to Forge God as well. And with no lightning crash now for Muncher, he used a lot of resources. No call to Forge God and no solar flare. Just relying on a big sleep, but I think you just don't have it.
How do you walk into MF without your ultis?
Yeah, no depth charge, but they still have the Pantheon ulti for a flank angle. They still have that bullet time and that final spark. JaoPP, do you have a miracle steal in your back pocket? No, you don't. They're just going to look to start taking mid lane turrets and getting some objective bounties from themselves, but they're going to lose the soul for it.
Yeah, that's Hextech Soul going over to Dorado here, and EXC with the hook.
Finds the hook. It's on to JaoPP. They're going to force the flash, but now the Hextech Soul slows come through, and there is no escape from the inevitable Dorado Gaming. The double kill over to Masouf. Struggles in the early game, but makes it happen in the mid and late, and now it's Dorado looking for Baron.
Yep, the dragon was there, the soul was there, Baron's theirs, and the game is also most likely theirs as Dorado with a convincing team fight, and now they all but have to just take down the base of IDB to finish the game. And yeah, you know, I feel like that was the chance that IDB had to take advantage of, but their ults just went wide, weren't like comboed together with each other, and the MF was just chilling, so there's just really nothing you can do as Dibble is, I think, once again deathless.
Yeah, continuously deathless, 100% KP still on this Misfortune. A legacy game for a legacy season for this player who has been so vital for Dorado's success.
And now, like, you gotta look for some Hail Mary, some crazy plays here and there. You got maybe, like, I don't even know. What do you think they can do to try and come back from this spot?
I mean, if Dibble somehow disconnects from the game and they don't pause in time so they can pick up 1,000 gold of shutdown and get it onto, at this point, I think it has to be Muncher. Maybe they can find something, but I don't think the Hextech Soul Bloodthirster Misfortune with a Udyr, a Lux, and a Nautilus in front of her dies in any other way.
Yeah, of course. And with that, they are just going to be marching it down mid onto that tower as Pantheon pushing up with the split push on the bot lane as well as the siege has begun.
Yeah, this is what a Baron and a Hextech Soul can do. And JaoPP, yeah, you don't win this trade very easily. That's about half HP on the Lilia, who has that self-sustain with the passive. But while this mid-siege is continuing, while this minion is just battening down the hatches of this IDB base, Pantheon's happily pushing on the bottom side. Somebody has to deal with this guy, and IDB are getting threatened of just being torn apart here in their own base.
Yep, the Ornald comes. It has to be now.
They're looking for the engage. The knockup finds Dibble, though. Has the cleanse. Is going to be able to get out. Spartans has that Zenith blade, but they just don't have the damage. They can't finish off the MF. EXE gets another great engage. It's a kill over, but the bullet time shreds the squishies of IDB. They're forced on the run. They don't die, but if they, it doesn't matter if they don't die if they can't have any influence in the fight. The turret goes down. Its support traded out, but the base is starting to get opened up as Spartans looking for more, though. They know that Dibble doesn't have a cleanse. Maybe they can find a pick, but the Drowsy comes through just too little, too late. Master goes on a rampage, now being forced away. It's very, very low, but Ocean Kush with a massive final spark is going to shut down the hopes of IDB.
IDB gave it their all, but you know, they even got Dibble, but OG Kush ends up staying alive, and K-Peps and him are going to be able to take down the enemy base. It took 32 minutes, but Dorado is going to take the second game in the series and bring it to match point in the Aegis finals.
Dorado shattering the hopes of upsets of everybody, getting themselves to match point, and are looking strong as they do it.
Yeah, and I think it really came down to that pick. We talked about it. Are they going to give MF in the first pick? They did, and they regretted it, as Dibble did so well. EXE also did a great job of supporting him, as they were just so far ahead in that bot lane, played so well in the team fights. The engages were great, the follow-ups were great, as Dorado marches it across to the finish line, and they are just one step away from taking it home.
One game away from taking home the whole thing. IDB now have nowhere else to back out to. This is it for them. If they lose here, it's all over. Their final chance here coming up after the break. Will Dorado take it home, or are IDB going to take us to Silver Scrapes? We'll see when we come back. Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping in. It's game number 4 between Dorado Gaming, Iota, and Iridescent Dawn Blastcone. Dorado Gaming on the cusp of another chip for themselves here in the AEL, and IDB with nowhere to go but finding a path to victory here for game number 4.
Yeah, Dorado has just been playing excellently. I think they have a clear identity that they want to play around, and Dibble has been playing great on the MF, which we've been begging for it. Is MF finally going to be banned? It looks like they're actually going to take red side again too, so it's not like they're first picking it away. I feel like they maybe... Are they cooking up something else? Do they have some other counter, or are they just going to ban it away? And if so, what are they going to leave up?
Yeah, Dibble over the course of this series on the Misfortune is 19, 7, and 13 in terms of KDA. And that's with the game 1 loss. That ended up being pretty rough for Dibble. At one point, he was 1-4. There's that Misfortune ban, so IDB not going to let that one through, but it means that one of the first picks of Aatrox or Ziggs is going to be let through. It's just a matter of what do they think is the higher priority. They're going to allow the Ziggs.
Yeah, and Dorado has played Ziggs in the semifinals, so they're not any stranger to it. We'll see if they want to prioritize it.
Yeah, there it is.
Yes, they do. They've got the meta read. They know what's up, and Leona going to be taking off the charts, and Udyr just quickly locked in again.
Yeah, I mean, the teams know exactly what the meta of the series is so far. They're giving Ziggs over, but they are getting Leona and Udyr in a trade, so now it's just a matter of what can Dorado get as well. You don't get Ziggs Leona, which is the normal usual combo, but you can grab something like a Braum and just play a defensive lane. It's not a great 2v2 combo, but you just sort of don't interact with the enemy team whenever you don't have to. Or you can just grab a jungler for yourself, Ivern up and available, and it's going to be locked in for them as well.
All right, we saw Ivern ban in the past, but it is going to be finally here, and that's going to change the game and how it's going to be played, right? It's hard to just dive into an Ivern comp, and you've already got like Leona and Udyr who really want to push forward, so I really like this Ivern pick coming out.
Yeah, it also means that they can play it in the bottom lane, or they can play it in the mid. Alistar is a great counter to the Leona in a lane. You can have an AD carry mid alongside the Ziggs in the bottom lane, or you can do vice versa. Heck, you could even have an AD carry up there in the top side if you want to unleash Masuf and get that revenge for the Vayne pick in game number 1.
Exactly, and now we'll see what R3 ends up coming out so far, but so far, IDB is very engage heavy, and Dorado just have crazy disengage, so the draft is looking very good for them. I want to see some more range coming out on the side of IDB. We'll see what ADC they end up going for, and it's going to be Kai'Sa.
I don't know in particular how I feel about this. Kai'Sa is a static ship enjoying AD carry, so she'll be able to match the wave clear Ziggs once she gets past that one item, or at the very least keep up with it, if not match it entirely. But if you don't build AP, this is a pretty short range AD carry, and it's more dive on top of the dive that they have already drafted themselves.
Yeah, exactly. But Kai'Sa gives a lot of flexibility as well. You can go for like the hybrid builds as well. Might have to go for AD this time if the mid is also AP with the Udyr AP damage coming in. So we'll have to see. But yeah, it isn't a lot of range once again. So I think we'll really be looking at the mid lane for that, as we see the bans coming in, and it's actually Cassiopeia being taken out.
Yeah, which to me says IDB is reading that the Ziggs is going to be in the bottom lane. Dorado are also going to take this chance to ban away the Xerath that was so effective in game number 1. I wonder if the Vigard just disappears as well for IDB. They have some choices here, but you're also kind of just praying that the Ziggs is going to go mid lane instead of, or the Ziggs is going to go bottom lane instead of just in the mid.
It is still a flex, so we'll have to see where that Ziggs ends up going. They see the matchup in the bot lane. I think Ziggs is very good into Kai'Sa. Ziggs performs very well into those like shorter range ADCs that will get hit by the Q a lot along with the wave. So really good matchup there, and they could counter pick what ends up going mid here for IDB too.
Yeah, they have the potential for it. They are going to ban away that Vayne from Yeatloaf and Gucci, not letting either of those solo laners have access to that one this time around. And IDB, they don't have any flexibility, I would say, in this draft. Kai'Sa can technically go mid, but it's not very likely as... Okay,
oh my god,
Nasus has made his way to the AEL. I don't know how I feel about this versus a Ziggs Ivern composition, but it's spicy.
It's something, man. Like, I like the Nasus as a character in general, but in such a disengage and poke heavy comp, I feel like Nasus just gets kited to oblivion. So we'll see what they can cook up. They're going for the Xayah as well, so like you really just cannot engage into Dorado, and they have the Ziggs poke if you don't.
Yeah, I don't know in particular how I feel about the Xayah. I like flexing that Ziggs back to mid lane. I think it's good. I think you have other AD carries that you can go for. Obviously, Misfortune Caitlyn off the table, but Ashe is still up and available if you want a more utility-focused carry in the bottom side, or if you want somebody with damage, there are other crit marksmen still available, but Xayah seems to be their next pick on the tier list, and it's going to be the Volibear in the top lane, potentially matching up versus this Nasus if it doesn't go into the mid.
Yeah, I like the Volibear. It gives them some good early game strength with a lot of the scaling that they have so far. So just gives them that early game to kind of punish the Nasus if it does end up going top. And I think it's a great matchup that really doesn't let him have space to breathe, as well as allow for dives in the early game too.
Yeah, now IDB, what are you flexing? Is this Nasus mid? Is this Nasus top?
Ooh.
It's going to be Nasus mid. Is the Alawi is the pick versus his Volibear. It's been banned versus IDB before, but now fully unleashed here in game number 4.
Yeah, the Alawi, it's an interesting pick. I'm a big Alawi fan, an Alawi enjoyer. It's going to be great in the side lane, and there isn't too much damage other than like when he does get into those team fights. So outside of the team fights, I think he needs to get ahead. He needs to bully the Volibear, especially in that mid game where Alawi is so hard to gank with like Ivern and Volibear. So yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. But I think if this Alawi doesn't get ahead and doesn't become a threat, then IDB is in a world of trouble.
Yeah, IDB again. They are on the back foot in this game number 4. Their backs are against the wall. If they want to find victory, they cannot lose their next 2 games. But for Dorado, it's just one win between them and another chip for the org. We're going to see who takes this game number 4 when we cut to a break. We'll be right back when we get onto the rift for this all-important game number 4. Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping into game. It's the potential last game of the series here between Dorado Gaming, Iota, and Iridescent Dawn Blastcone. Dog Eye sitting on that match point for themselves. And IDB, if you want to win this series, you cannot lose again.
Yeah, and they've got some pretty controversial picks coming out here with the Nasses, the Alawi here, and we'll have to see if these spicy picks worked out. The series started great with the spicy picks, with the Xerath carrying the game, but since then, some of the other stuff they brought out, the Akshan and things like that, haven't really worked. So we'll have to see. It's do or die time for IDB as they go for some vision in the enemy jungle.
Yep, Dibble is going to spot it out, so they will know that that red buff is absolutely warded. It is going to be that Doran's ring start for the Nasus, so I'm assuming that we're going to see a couple of points into the E skill and just starting to, you know, play for mid lane push and make sure you can match the wave clear of this Ziggs, because I can't imagine Nasus is in a happy spot in any other way.
Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, what do you think? Like, I feel like still the Ziggs, just the range is just so incredibly high that the Nasus lane will just be pretty difficult for him, but we'll see what he can make do here. Xiao PP actually hanging around, looking for a late invade here onto the Ivern. Some tech here.
Yeah, we're seeing some pings come out. Vision was placed down, so this Raptor start will be seen by Xiao PP. EXE's on the rotate. Root comes through, so Xiao PP, I think, actually in a bit of trouble here. EXE headbutts the Raptor. It doesn't matter. The Ignite comes down. Xiao PP does not get the smite. Does manage to get the level 2 though, so we'll manage to get that level up. But I think they should just be able to donate this first blood over to whoever they damn well please. It's K-Peps fighting it first. He did land the smite.
Brady, what did I just watch?
An attempt at an invade on an Ivern, but Dorado was absolutely ready for it.
You know, on the bright side of things, at least he got the Raptors, because if you do all that and you don't even get a camp, it feels so bad after consuming the smite too. So, hey, at least there's that.
He managed to get the Raptor camp at the very least, got enough to get him level 2, but giving over first blood to the Ivern, whose build path, I will say, is stupidly cheap and is able to just get online super fast in a game like this, is really rough for IDB.
Yeah, and with that Udyr, he's actually, you know, he's doubling down. He's going into the top quadrant now.
Wow.
Just going to be perma invading the Ivern, taking advantage of the fact that he can't fully clear the camp until he has to come back for it later. So really just pushing him away here. But we'll see if K-Peps knows to... I think he seems to understand the situation, goes toward the enemy bottom jungle.
Yeah, it is a little risky though, because Muncher and Spartans do have priority in this bottom lane, so if he overstays his welcome, he can definitely end up being in trouble. But I think it is just going to be a game of split jungles for now. But Muncher and Spartans now have to be careful, because with Xiao PP on the top side, it could very easily turn into a 3v2 bottom lane.
Yeah, and the map has verticaled a bit here. We'll see if any of the junglers can make something happen. I'm specifically looking at that bot lane where the Alistar can maybe try and go in onto the Kaisa, but just going to be taking the scuttles now for both jungles.
Yeah. Or K-Peps doesn't have the smite, so can't just instantly grab that scuttle, is going to have to wait on it, because we see Xiao PP starting to rotate down. I think understanding that K-Peps doesn't have that smite up, so they can look to play for the scuttle crab, and they see the mark expiring on it, and K-Peps now may be in trouble. Has to lose that flash over the wall. Xiao PP is ready to follow, and yeah, that's a punished tree. Xiao PP gets the revenge.
Yeah, this is just a chaotic game with the Ivern. They do not want to let him breathe as they end up punishing him. Xiao PP gets the kill back, and now another engage from Spartans, but does he really want that?
They might just be trying to bait EXE too far forward. They do see Xiao PP on vision though, so no chance of really getting baited into a fight like that. They're just wasting time from this Udyr to stop him from clearing out more of his jungle.
Yeah, and with that, jungle is gonna go back to the other quadrants now, and I think K-Peps is gonna go into the enemy top side too, or look for a mid gank here. It's just constant aggression in the jungle. None of that full clearing, just take my own jungle boring gameplay.
Yeah, he has to. He's down so much camps now. He's gonna use his smite just to take away that Raptor camp, but now with Xiao PP clearing out those topside camps and denying more farm away from the Ivern, there's only so much that K-Peps can do. He's going to look to start up these two other camps while Xiao PP's on the recall. So we'll be able to even out some of it, but it's a rough spot for the Ivern to be in. Normally, he's the one getting those invades off.
Yeah, but now Volibear's hit 6. Alawi's under pressure here. I mean, that's just...
I don't think, yeah. K-Peps just comes in to get the shield off and pick up some extra gold on the assist, but that's essentially a solo kill for Masu.
Yeah, and honestly, Ivan actually gets the shield off too, so he gets that, picks up that little bit of assist gold back for himself, and he's able to go back and pick up the red and the Krugs here. So huge for the Ivan to slowly get back into this game, as IDB gonna take the dragon on the other side.
Yep, first dragon over to IDB. It's what you do when the jungler's on the other side of the map and the grubs haven't spawned yet. K-Peps, I think in this game will kind of struggle to clear out the grubs without any sort of assistance, so really does need the team to be there. Yeetlove doesn't stack the cannon. Shame on you, sir. How could you?
Yeah. Honestly though, looking back to that solo kill, Masu's solo kill is huge on there because Alawi getting ahead and being a threat on the side lane is so important, as it's hard for her to play at all in the team fights if she's behind. So her falling behind already is super difficult for her to play out the rest of this laning phase.
Yeah, it's going to be very rough for Alawi if she can't start to find a way to a lead. But it does mean because K-Peps is a little bit behind in the jungle clear and Xiaopipi is on a Faded Ashes jungler, they will manage to get not only the first dragon, but also the grubs for themselves, which is a very big deal, as Masuf is going to get his soul tested and lose about half HP here, looking to trade back. But I don't know if you want this one. Manages to keep his soul alive, so good trade there for the Volibear, but he's potentially still in the danger zone here as K-Peps is in the area.
Yeah, it all depends, like, will Alguchi pop the ulti or not? Masuf, I think, was just trying to bait that out, but decides to just leave. Ooh, some good Q procs from Alguchi.
Yeah, Alguchi managing to sustain up with the Q procs, but now Masuf continuing to try and pressure that extra XP lead is going to get the ulti out of Alguchi, and this is what you do against Alawi. You immediately walk away, though I will say, she's out of mana. If Xiaopipi wasn't in the area, this could easily turn into a solo kill, but Masuf got to be a little bit more careful than that. Gucci has enough mana to find the kill for himself.
Yeah, what a close fight once again, but the top laner's duking it out. It's going to end up becoming even here as Masuf ends up going down. Huge for the Alawi to get that back.
Yeah, it does have TP, so we'll be able to come back and collect this wave as Xiaopipi is making sure this hits turret and collects some plating for the two of them. So Xiaopipi, I think, misses one, not Xiaopipi, Masuf misses one, maybe two minions here, depending on how this under tower farming goes. But overall, pretty happy with it overall. Not losing the most, but IDB still gets something out of it.
Yeah, and now we'll have to see, like, you got one team that took both the objectives here. You got the Hextech Dragon and the Grubs, and I think that's like a really good start for them already. If they can trade one of the next objectives that comes up, they can slowly start to build up that lead and give space for the Kai'Sa to scale, for the Nasus to scale. That's really, I think, the win con for them.
I would love to see IDB here just make sure that there is there's no grubs at all for Dorado, because if Volibear and Ziggs get their hand on some grubs and are able to just split push the game away, life gets very, very difficult for the side laners of IDB. But on the other side, if they get their own 6 stacking grubs, suddenly Nasus just eats towers alive.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's actually take a look at the Nasus stack count here. He's slowly farming up minions. He's gotten, I believe, let's see, 100 stacks he just reached at 8 minutes. So pretty good for being in a lane with the Ziggs, honestly.
Not too bad, even though we did witness him not stack a cannon, which is a little unfortunate, as those junglers are going to be seen on the bottom side of the map. Spartans looking to defend the pink ward. K-Peps playing a little greedy there, but does manage to make it happen. Both the junglers now level 6, very impactful for K-Peps on the Ivern and Xiaopipi. He's going to force him off, but the bottom lane is here.
I mean, they cannot fight. There's like 50 minions under tower that Kai'Sa has to get.
Yeah, this is something that we've consistently seen over the course of this series, whether it's in these farming lanes or not. Dibble has managed to get very consistent leads over Muncher just in terms of CS, and let alone if kills start to come through as Masuf trading versus Alguchi, who's going to pop that test of spirit, the leap of faith as well, and force the Stormbreaker out defensively from the Volibear.
Yeah, I'm surprised he jumped out. I honestly think he could have killed the Alawi if he used the burst from his ult and the other W, but decides to play it safe. Is just gonna chill out. Both ultis forced out mainly means that the junglers can start to come in now, especially Illaoi. It's so hard to gank her when she has the ult up, but look at mid.
Whoa, mid lane. Spartans wants to flash on top of the Ziggs. The CC comes through, but has to flash away, and the Satchel Charge doesn't launch him, but it launches everybody else away from the Ziggs.
Ziggs game in here as K-Peps comes up for some support here, as now the dragon coming up in 30 seconds here. You see bot lane slowly taking their backs. Right now IDB does seem to have the prio on this.
Yeah, not feeling too bad about it if they can get this dragon for themselves. I would love to see Dorado just full send it towards the top lane here, play for these grubs and get some extra tower push for your Volibear and for your Ziggs, and make sure that the Nasus doesn't get his hands on 6.
And now with the dragon coming up, looks like K-Pop's gonna be going towards that grub, so they are gonna get 3 grubs onto the Ziggs, onto the volley for the side lane threat, while it's gonna be the second dragon going over to IDB.
Yeah, it is a mountain dragon, so we won't see Hextech or Mountain Soul, but if it's something like Infernal or Ocean, or heck, even Chemtech, honestly, for this IDB side, they can be very, very happy. But it's going to be the Cloud Dragon again, and I think much better for them in this game. Kai'Sa, Nasus, Udyr, and Leona, all with a Cloud Soul, can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. Cloud Soul is one of the highest win rates, so it's really great for IDB to already have that 2 dragon head start right now.
Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of how well can they use it if they get there, but it also means that the individual dragon stacking for Dorado isn't going to provide as much for them. That slow resist will be nice versus the Nasus, but that's honestly really it. The extra out of combat movement speed can maybe help them make some side lane plays, but the individual dragon stacking themselves isn't going to provide the most value this game.
For sure. But you know, he is surviving and actually has more CS than Ziggs in this matchup, which is crazy to think of. I think just the Nasus passive really coming in, just having that lifesteal, just allowing you to sustain in the lane against the Ziggs is honestly just crazy.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Yuluf opted for Phase Rush in this game and not Fleet Footwork. It's the normal mid lane Nasus runes that we see because you are getting constantly poked out as Gucci's gonna lose a chunk of HP here. We'll get some back as
the Avengers are
in the area. Masuf does have the ulti though and the flash, so should be able to just walk out of here just fine. Unstoppables away from that stun as the flash. Barnes is gonna get the solar flare, but Masuf just too far away to be engaged on any further.
Yeah, just a trade of flashes going on here, but another playing the bot side.
Looks for the flash away, but still gets caught by that knockup. They're going to force the ulti and the teleport away. Double teleports actually on the bottom side. Now Spartans is stuck alone with Masuf in the top lane as EXE, I think, should just die here on the bottom lane. Gets a nice headbutt back, but can't get much else.
Yeah, great TP coming out to help the team. Voodoo Muncher was pretty much dead there if not for that TP, but they do end up hurting the play around. But Masuf gonna get some plates here. Not sure how much damage Spartans can do to him.
I mean, certainly Spartans can try, as maybe actually in trouble of getting dove here, but it is a Leota, so Masuf, you got to be careful. We'll get the kill, but that's just going to be a trade back, Masuf. That is not worth it.
I mean, honestly, he got the plate, he got a kill compared to a kill on the Leona, and then the wave is also kind of lost too, so not the worst. I honestly think it's a pretty good trade.
It definitely could have been better. I think, in all honesty, you do not have to die there as the Volibear. You can get like 2 more plates and then start to walk away. That wave was massive, and the XP going over to the Leona isn't the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that ends up working out. You can see Volibear, he's got the Shiv build here. He's got a bunch of daggers in his inventory, probably going for Navori or something like that.
It's the Roa Navori build that has quickly picked up steam for Volibear as just the go-to build. You stack it with Jack of all trades, you get a lot of extra stats and a lot of extra value for a relatively cheap build. So it makes the Volibear a veritable side lane threat.
Yeah, and when he does get that 2 item spike, his dueling prowess is just so good. I think he can literally just face tank the Illaoi, eat an ult, and just kill her anyway.
Yeah, Herald going to be started up here for Iridescent Dawn. There is a potential for a rotate, but they take this Herald pretty dang fast. Push is in the area, does have that Mega Infernal Bomb not on cooldown. So now the rest of Dorado going to start to rotate in. Soul pull onto K past the Spartans. Maybe looking for an engage. Doesn't get the Solar Flare stun, but now he's going to get stunned up himself. Satchel charge over the wall. OG Kush will manage to stay alive. That Herald down so low. It is going to be the smite over to Zhao PP. Now the engage comes through. They find one, but it's going to be traded back. Not traded back. Ziggs survives for way too long, as all Gucci now will be the one to go down. Does manage to pick up a little bit of extra gold on the back half of it, but not too much else. Dorado Gaming come up nicely.
Yeah, just a numbers difference, as Nasus is still in the bot lane just farming it up. He does not have the teleport to join the fight, so Dorado take advantage of that, get the kills. IDB do end up getting the Herald, so a little consolation prize for them, but now the Dragon is coming up next and Dorado is looking strong.
Yeah, Masuf happy to just play games here with Zhao PP, take that turret, and there's not a lot that the Udyr can do to stop him, as that's full first turret gold for Masuf up there on the top side. That's really going to accelerate him towards this Navori quick plays that are so important for this Volibear build.
And he's taking the back now. Let's see if he can finish it. It would be crazy if he does. Yes, he is 2-item Volibear for this dragon fight. The wave is pushed, so he's gonna head over there. And now I think Dorado is just spiking so hard too. It's a pretty easy fight for them to win if IDB do contest it.
Yeah, thankfully for IDB, they really don't have to contest it. It's first Cloud Dragon. Yeah, it would be nice to get yourselves to Soul Point and threaten it for the next dragon, but the item spikes are here for Dorado. They are such a strong point currently. I don't think you can really stand and fight this. And this is one of those ones where you just have to say, hey, we're looking for advantages elsewhere. Maybe we take that bottom lane turret. Maybe we try and push for a mid lane pressure with the Herald. But we got to find something, because we are not touching this dragon.
Yeah, they're again, I think, being a little bit indecisive, slowly walking up here, seeing if they want to contest. But the dragon is just done under their noses here, and they're going to end up walking away.
Yeah, again, I would love to see them use this Herald either in mid or in bot and punch something open, but they just don't opt for it, and Dorado are going to take up the dragon for free.
Yeah, IDB choosing to go for that top tower for Illaoi instead. I believe the TP came up like literally 2 seconds ago, so it was hard for it to come down otherwise. So just going to take the trade here. It is just the first dragon, as Masuf, he dodges the E. This is great for him to all in with.
Yeah, no soul pull for all Gucci means that this Illaoi has to be on the run, but then Navori, the 2-item spike for the Volibear, means that trading back is going to be so difficult. Does pop that leap of faith, now sidesteps the healing again. Masuf just finding the damage in the 1v1. You cannot fight this Volibear build. Picks it up, and now the rest of the event just come through for IDB, but they're just too little too late. Masuf ulting in for a little bit more damage, wants to find the aggression, gets the stun of the Spartans, and that's a dead Iota as well. A massive turnaround for Dorado in the side lane.
Yeah, the Flicker Bait Bear is online, and that was just, he played that wonderfully. He dodges around, getting his W's, dodging all the Illaoi E's, and Gucci just ran out of mana, and there was just nothing you could do. Masuf gets the kill and engages onto the Leona to picks up another, and now they're in a commanding almost 3k gold lead ahead.
Yeah, a big lead for Dorado, and for IDB, really bad spot to be in. This is your do or die game. You have to win here if you want the series to stay alive. You need to find some angle to deal with this Volibear, because otherwise you're going to be in trouble. We are getting a Nasus stack update, 345 for the Nasus at 18 minutes. So certainly not bad stacking, but you'd love to see him a little bit further ahead, given that he's up actually 25 CS over the Ziggs.
Yeah, Yitlo's actually doing really well. He also is getting a lot of like turret gold and everything, CS gold. I believe he's like 500 gold ahead of the Ziggs. He has to be someone who can try and carry in these team fights, but honestly, playing Nasus into Ziggs, Xayah, Alistar, Ivern is just so difficult, man.
Yeah, I mean, you have at the very least only one target that you really need to wither, kind of two, if you consider Masuf up there on the top side, but I don't know how much the wither is actually going to do versus the Volibear, and this Xayah is still a verifiable threat. So you have ways to slow them down, if not shut them down entirely. But IDB, this composition fighting from behind is really, really difficult. We haven't seen a lot of pressure come through from Yitlo just yet, but that's fine. The Nasus is on 2 items. Scaling up is going to start making life difficult for Dorado, if they can get that far.
Yeah, and another last second Herald being dropped down here. It is going to end up charging into the bot inner turret, so pretty good use out of it, even though it's unplanned. But now a flank coming in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're looking for K-Peps. They're going to land the stun. A nice flash away from that Solar Flare, just not landed in time. The Zenith Blade cancels out the headbutt, but is this even a fight that IDB wants? As Masouf is here, just drops the turret, and there's no defenses for IDB.
Yeah, Masouf, they're so scared of the bear coming in here. Look at that. He's unworldly strong right now, and they're marching down the mid lane, gonna get the tower, maybe looking at the Baron even. Nah, just gonna be taking their backs.
And they had the pick onto K-Peps. They were looking for the Ivern, but how the heck do you shut this guy down if you don't perfectly CC chain him and lock him down? Because, oh no, suddenly he has a half of his health bar back in shields alongside Daisy, alongside the rest of his team. As this maybe is how you catch him out. You catch him lacking in his own jungle, and it's plus 12 for Yeetloaf.
Yeah, plus 12 for Yeetloaf, really making an impact on this game. Gonna go back to that bot lane to continue that split push into the Ziggs. He's been doing a great job so far. We'll see if he can somehow still do that as the game goes on. Nats is traditionally seen as this like late game scaling champion, but it is the mid game where he really shines before he can get kited out super easily. But they're going for the Baron start here.
Yeah, K-Peps is still down for 10 more seconds, so they have the option to try and just turn and burn this. I don't know if they have enough damage, though. Kai'Sa coming to the Baron so late. Oluchi's going to hold on to the aggro and keep it alive as EXE now tanking up. It has an Unbreakable Will, so not going to drop for any amount of time, and IDB are forced away from the Baron.
All right, that was a Baron start, I guess. Gonna lose a lot of health for that, lose a lot of resources, and they're gonna end up having to back. So this gives Dorado the time, the prio to actually go onto this dragon now. So very risky attempt that really didn't pay off here. We'll see if they pay the price in this next dragon.
I mean, they were going to have the chance to contest this dragon anyway. In all honesty, this dragon is just going to be Dorado's. I think if IDB steps up to fight it, it feels very desperate. And yeah, that Baron play was absolutely desperation, but K-Peps was down. At best, you're fighting a 4v5 there. And if IDB is going to find an angle back into this game, it's going to have to be off of plays like that.
Yeah, they are grouping up. We'll see if they do end up contesting. They're generally looking like it. I think a fight is about to go down, Rudy.
They are going to pull the soul of EXE, but just EXE who will be able to walk away. Daisy is going to get knocked down very fast. The dragon already down to 3k. Zhao PP in the area has smite. They have to keep this Udyr out, as it's going to be Masouf playing bodyguard, keeping them away, but there's no damage on the dragon itself. It's down to 2k. Who's going to find the smite? It is going to be K-Peps securing that one away, as now Zhao PP is dead. Masouf getting bursted down, though, taken very low. Shutdown will go over to Muncher. K-Peps now will be the next to go, and it's a double kill over to the IDB AD carry, as OG Kush is stopped from taking the Blastcone for so long, thanks to that wither. But it's IDB losing the dragon, but coming up with some big shutdowns for their Kai'Sa.
Yeah, pretty big for IDB, as Dorado really didn't play that fight right. They funneled themselves into the pit, which means they can't kite out Yeetloaf over here, dealing out the big damage, and they kind of ran them down. But at least K-Peps, he won the 50-50 smite fight. Imagine if he lost that too. It would be disastrous for the side of Dorado.
Yeah, they are still up around 2,000 gold, but denying soul point again, big for Dorado. Look at that lead in the top lane, though. It's about 1,500 for Masouf, which is nearly all of the lead that Dorado currently has. Eesh, how do you deal with a scary bear? Yeah, if you are not in a fight like that where you can split Masouf apart from the team, this is a dangerous bear. This bear is named after a movie that came out in 2023. I'm not going to say the name because it's not broadcast appropriate, but you know the movie I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. It's a bear, all right. Yeah. Yeah, but with that, gonna have some time to take a breather here, as team just gonna be farming up some ways, getting their next items, and it is 2-2 in this dragon score. Both these teams really want that Cloud Soul. I think like both of these teams really benefit so much, because it's all gonna be about, can Dorado kite out IDB, or can IDB just stick onto them and run them down?
Yeah, if Dorado can continue to kite these fights out, Ivern has been putting in so much work. And for as much as Masouf has been a massive carry over these last couple of games, Dibble has been the man for this entire series. Not as vocal and not putting up as much of a performance in this game on the Xayah, but given every MF performance, that the numbers that Dibble has put up over the course of this series, he's looking like the guy that you have to deal with if you're IDB.
And now they're looking onto EXE here, but Alistar is very hard to engage upon as he just dips.
Yeah, has flash, has ulti, has the headbutt as well, and the pulverize. Like, if you're trying to engage on an Alistar and that's your like go-to target, that's desperation on top of desperation.
Yeah, and now all Gucci doing some Alawi things here, just taking the turret in front of the Ziggs, and it was affected by the Herald before, so I think it was about half HP, so it's gonna be easy to just tank it up and get that all-important bot inner tower down.
Yeah, if this game goes any later, I'm not actually sure if Dorado wants it to, as JVP looking to pressure, but if the game goes later, your Volibear starts to fall off, and yeah, your Ziggs will be online, but so will Kai'Sa, so will Nasus, and so will Illaoi in a side lane. I do think if this game goes later, IDB are favored, so the slower this game gets, I don't think they're unhappy with how it's going.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it plays out in these team fights. I think the scaling is actually not too bad on the side of Dorado. I think Nasus is actually at one of the strongest points of the game right now, like up to like one more item. And then once the carries have so much damage that they can just kite with, Nasus actually has a pretty hard time playing. So I feel like it's not too bad. The Volibear falling off is the main concern, like you said, though. So maybe he's not going to be as strong on the side lane, and the Nasus and the Illaoi will just completely outscale him.
Yeah, I also have to point out OG Kush opting to finish the Morello here as a second item. I really don't like that. You can sit on the Oblivion Orb and it gives you just as much value in terms of anti-heal as the Morello does. It's better to just finish your second item, get your Ludens, get your Blackfire Torch, whatever you're going to opt for with that Lost Chapter, but 90 AP and 15 ability haste is not going to like win you the team fight in this kind of game.
Yep. And now all eyes are on the dragon here. 40 seconds for the fight to ensue here, as both teams going to be looking to pick up some vision, as the top laner is still going to be duking out, trying to apply some pressure there.
Yeah, both of them now have anti-heal, so the sustained battle pretty much still even between the two of them. It is 3 items versus 2.5 for all Gucci versus Massive, so not impossible for the Illaoi to win, but it's not the easiest, as Dorado continue to just maintain control of these mid lane pushes. But right now, the river control and the bottom side control is all in the hands of IDB.
Yep, and with that mid push, they're going to be walking in here together, as got 2 people here, but not really the whole squad. Nasus getting that bot push, getting that prio, and they know that Ziggs will have to get that wave, so they have the early prio. They're on the dragon already now, and they have started it up.
Yeah, can Dorado even get in here, or is this dragon just gone? I mean, they can give this away. It's soul point for IDB, but it's not soul. And as long as they have pressure on other sides, I guess it's fine, but they're not getting very much for this.
Yeah, not really sure what happened there. They weren't really interested in contesting it for some reason. They're gonna go towards the Baron now, but that seems more like a desperation play than anything. Just gonna try and get some vision now, but yeah, that was really surprising. I think they were in a good position to contest the dragon, but just didn't.
Yeah, it's gonna mean soul point now for IDB, which means now Dorado are going to be forced to play for these bottom side objectives. And if you're in a spot like this where you have a lead, but now you're forced into making certain plays, suddenly IDB have a little bit more agency in games like this. They can play a little bit more, and they can say, hey, if you're going to be forced to look for these dragons and play around it, suddenly the Baron is an available option for IDB.
Yeah, exactly. And with that, we'll have to see who gets their vision, who gets the priority onto the Baron. Currently, it is Dorado, since they gave up that dragon, but now you see Spartans and Zhao PP coming in, wiping out the wards, and putting their presence all over the territory.
In all honesty, it feels like Dorado doesn't feel like they have a gold lead at this point in the game. Like, obviously, they can't see the gold like we can, so they don't know that they're 2,000 ahead, as now OG Kush, the one in trouble, is going to get engaged on the side lane. Redemption comes through. We'll keep him alive for a little bit longer, but that is just going to be one dead Ziggs. Can Dorado find any angle to avenge him? The answer is going to be no. Maybe they can find something on Spartans. They're going to look for an engagement. This Iota, very, very tanky. EXE has Unbreakable Will in the front line, is very tanky as well, but now the teleport in from Meatloaf. Spartans looking for a re-engage. They want to find the damage. It's 5v4. I don't think Dorado should be wanting to fight this. Meatloaf is going to force them off now with the Sands. And IDB, playing like they are not behind in gold, suddenly feel like they're winning this game.
Yeah, and they're gonna go straight to the Baron now. A few people are low, but generally pretty healthy here, as now Dorado's gonna come and say something about this.
Yeah, there's no Ziggs either, so you don't have a lot of that free poke versus this Baron, and this Baron dies very quickly. Kaisa is great at taking these objectives. Can K-Peps get in and steal? The answer's gonna be no. It's just Xiao PP finding the smite, and Dorado, you have overstayed your welcome. That's gonna be another kill over to Yeetlo. The Mega Inferno Bomb comes through, but it does not do any damage. A nice 3-man root from the Xayah, but now it's K-Peps dying. Dorado, you had the lead. You had the game in your hands. What happened to it?
Yeah, they're just giving up everything for free, I guess. As the Baron going over to the side of IDB, and now they're going to be the ones with the actual gold lead instead of the presumptuous one. As, wow, what just happened here? They're just taking great fights and winning them.
In all honesty, I have cast for a long time now, for a few years now, between the AEL, Titan, Risen, wherever. I don't think I've seen a situation like this before where a team has a gold lead, feels like they're in control of the game, and then 2 minutes later, they still have a gold lead, they still have control, but now they've lost Baron and Soul Point.
Yeah, they're just, I think it just has spiraled out of control here, how their macro just hasn't been correct. They've been giving up way too much and not been taking the right fights, and IDB are just punishing them so well.
Yeah, suddenly now Dorado onto the back foot, down in gold, down a Baron, looking to now have to contest Soul Point against IDB, who have hit some power spikes for themselves. 3.5 items on Alawi, 3 items on Kaisa, 3 items on your Nasus, who has, I think, over 600, nearly 700 stacks at this point. He is very strong.
Yeah, this Nasus is an absolute monster right now, really hard for them to deal with, so they're just gonna have to try and tough out this Baron buff. No one's really matching him in the bot lane. Looks like Masuf is gonna back and go deal with him now.
Yeah, but can Masuf even take him in a 1v1 at this point? It has the anti-heal, has a lot of armor. JPP just playing a little flank game, getting that burning down onto K-Peps, who's gonna start eating a lot of poke as IDB continue to try and siege this tier 1 mid turret, but the wave clear between OG Kush and Dibble is enough that they're able to just stave it off.
Yeah, but the Baron gives them the prio into this dragon, and this is Cloud Soul, so they're gonna have to find a way to try and walk in here. Dorado this is a much harder spot to get the dragon than the last one, which they just gave up for free. So we'll see. Engage from EXE.
They look for the headbutt pulverized, but it's just on the OG, not the target they want. But yeah, that turret's just gone. It's a tier 1 turret at 30 minutes into the game. As now trying to the bottom side, Masuf is gonna get withered up. That ability pretty dang good and making 1v1s difficult. Masuf now forced on the run as there's that wither again. Despite a CS lead, despite an XP lead for Masuf, cannot take the 1v1. Is forced to use that unstoppable out, but Wither is down again. The bear cannot move. He is being caged and controlled by the dog in the bottom lane.
Yeah, the bear is going down, and looks like the dragon's next up on the dinner table, as Udyr gonna go solo that while the rest of the team looks to crack open the Dorado base.
Yeah, Nasus is a very balanced champion in our game of League of Legends, as now Alguchi may be the one getting caught out, but the dragon is being taken. It is shut down over to Dibble, an important target, but they're going to lose a mid-tier 2, and they're going to lose Soul for it.
Yeah, just crazy the turn of events in this game. Not sure how Dorado had let this happen, but now they are on the back foot. They're gonna have to try to find a way through this extremely strong Nasus. Just everyone is so strong on this team right now. IDB are all primed to win this game and bring it to game 5.
Yeah, I do think there is a possibility for Dorado to fight Soul and to look for that sort of contest beforehand, but they need to get control of the objective beforehand. They need to be in the river first, in the objective pit first, clearing out vision and getting control of it, because if IDB gets there first and if they have the pit, I don't think there's a chance for Dorado to actually walk into this. How do you walk forward into the Leona, into the Nasus, into the Udyr?
Yeah, exactly. And now I think you're just hoping for miracles. Look for some catch on the side lane or anything like that. We'll have to see what Dorado have to do. There's some creativity is needed to finish out this game.
It's still insane in my mind that we're talking about a miracle play for Dorado after like 25 minutes of this game has just been like, oh, Dorado's in control. They're playing it so clean. They've got control of the map. They're contesting dragons now. This is great for them. And then something like 2 minutes after that is, oh, hey, IDB are just kind of winning the game now. What the heck happened? As Alguchi and Masuf are gonna talk to each other up here in the top lane, but it's tank v tank. I don't think there's much talking happening.
Yeah, the teams are both nearby, so Gucci gonna end up walking away here. Just a little bit of a noodle fight, as once again, Yeetloaf is on the sidelines. He's stacking up, he's applying pressure and scaling up.
Yeah, it has to be Kush just responding to this Nasus in the side lane, because as we just saw, Masuf can't 1v1 this Nasus. Yes, Spartans was there and helped finish off the kill, but I don't think the Volibear could survive a 1v1 versus this guy. And I'm gonna be honest, if Kush gets withered, he might not be able to as well. Because it's gonna be
that's exactly what might be happening. Oh, he's getting collapsed on.
Yeah, they're looking for Yeetloaf now. He's gonna pop that ulti. There's no objective up right now. The Baron's still down for 45. So if Dorado can pick up this pick and then get the heck back up to the top side, a huge win for them as it's more shutdown gold over to Dibble, the MVP, the carry of this series so far.
Yeah, that is huge. Getting the kill onto Dibble is insane. They're gonna get him on to hopefully near full build here for this Elder fight, which I think Elder or Baron fight here, and maybe even look for a play while Yeetloaf is down. They've got 40 seconds to try and maybe force something.
They have to look for something, because if they just keep eating poke from Muncher on this Kaisa, if they keep just ping-ponging waves back and forth, they won't be able to find anything. JaPP gonna be forced to lose that flash now as this Baron spawns up. A very dangerous one to lose is Masuf now. Maybe looking for Gucci in his side lane. Gucci, I know you're a mid laner, can 1v1 this guy, but I don't know if you can. Is gonna pop that leap of faith, use that Cloud Soul to get the heck out of here, and will manage to survive, but loses that big team fight ulti.
Yep, but with that, they are going to get Prio onto this Baron. They're going to start it up, but Nasus is up in 5 and he has teleport.
Yeah, this is so risky. You're playing Baron versus AD Kaisa versus Udyr, and now versus the Nasus who's teleporting in. This will definitely finds a stun onto 2, and they have deleted EXE off the map. He did not have ulti. He cannot be tanky. Masuf now gets a great root back. Dibble keeping the team alive there, honestly, with a massive root onto the front line. Spartan's now tanking up as Dibble's gonna eat a chunk of his HP again, but Masuf chunked so low, and the W's, the spam from these void missiles coming up from Kaisa means life is so hard for Dorado. They can't walk up.
Yeah, they're gonna have to end up giving over this Baron. It's so hard for them to play despite everything they're trying to do. Now I feel like it's almost too little too late, as IDD, they get the Baron, they're getting the resets, and they're gonna start to march down the enemy base.
Yeah, this is a game that was entirely in Dorado's hands. It felt like it was theirs to win, but now suddenly IDV with their second Baron of the game, up 4,000 gold with Cloud Soul, have control coming into an Elder fight that could take this series to game 5.
Yeah, and yeah, Elder Soul is next up on the cards here. 1 minute 45 seconds for it, and I think once again getting this Baron like this. Oh, Spartan's caught.
Potentially caught. He's very tanky on the Iona and does have Heatloaf and JaPP in the area. Now EXE might be the one that's caught, has to pop that ulti just to try and stay alive. But I think through the withers, through all of the crowd control, there's not going to be a chance for this Alistar to live. IDB are cooking burgers tonight and they want some beef. It's a nice route onto Yeetloaf, but does this guy take damage? Can they hurt Nasus? It feels like the answer is no.
Yeah, he's gone so tanky at this point of the game. He is so strong, and once again, I was going to say, this Baron buff has come at an opportune time. Just as it times out, the dragon will come up, so they'll be able to have a great position with all the waves pushed, and it's so hard for Dorado to just walk into them.
Yeah, it's such a rough spot for Dorado to be in. And mentally, I can't imagine how it feels to have such control over the game for the first 20 minutes. And then the back half of the game is just eating loss after loss as Masuf now can't take a 1v1 versus Gucci. He's going to get that heal back with the W, gets the shield, the procs, the sustain. Can the Volibear do it? He can! Masuf wins it out in the top side!
That is absolutely huge for them. They actually make this a 5v4 in the most extraneous of circumstances, and now I think they have to try and look for a fight. They need to go to Elder on spawn, try and take advantage of the fact that this Alawi's dead and it's a 5v4.
Yeah, it looked so good for Gucci for a second, but K-Pep's coming in with the shield, the redemption, all that volley there sustain, and the tower shots all added up. It means Masuf finds that, not a real 1v1, but finds the kill in the side lane, finds a big win there for Dorado. And I'm feeling a bit of deja vu because it's 4v5 before a big neutral objective.
Yeah, and Elder's up, but they're still not quite on it. They have a very short time window. I think they just need to start it. They're going onto it now while the tanks are zoning.
Yeah, they do this objective very fast. Zaya is a great objective taker. EXE is just going to stall for time. Yeelof looking into the backline, but there's no smite. JP kicking into the pit. Oh my god! Yeelof! He steals the Elder Dragon! And that's going to be it! Masoop is dead! Dibble is dead! IDB are taking us to series point game 5!
IDB has stolen the dragon and the game away from them. It was, oh my god, I thought Dorado might just bring this back with a crazy elder, but Nasus from the backlines yoinks the dragon, takes the game, and we are going to the game 5 in the Aegis finals.
Okay. If IDB wins game 5, I don't care who else carries. I don't care who else did the most damage, got the most assists, got the most vision, whatever. If IDB wins game 5, Yeelof is MVP. Not only for that Elder Steal this game, but for the Xerath in game 1 that gave them their first win. What a game from IDB. We're going to Silver Scrapes.
Yeah, 40-minute banger in game 4, and that's what it took for IDB to crawl their way back from 6 feet under and take the game away from them. They're saying this series isn't over yet. They reverse swept before. They can come back once again, and they are taking it to Silver Scrapes.
Look, all of the analysis left my head when that steal came through for Yeelof. What a take for the team to set them to match point. It's game 5. It's Silver Scrapes. There's nothing else we can talk about. It's just a matter of who wins this all-important last game. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, after a very exciting game number 4. If we wouldn't have it any other way here in the AEL, we've got game 5 in the finals. Put on your silver scrapes and get ready for a banger content game. Dorado Gaming Iota have chosen Red Side here for a final game of the AEL summer season.
Yeah, I think Red Side has been the name of the game. Both teams really do want it. So now after that loss, Dorado coming up, seeing if they can have the big counter picks like the Nasus that came about last time. Yeah, like I'm so excited. Honestly, any team can take this. After that roller coaster of a game, you really just cannot know what can happen here, what can come through. Honestly, we'll just have to wait and see as the teams are slowly getting into draft here. Game 5 of the Aegis Execution Finals. We're going to have to see who takes it, IDB or Dorado. We'll have to see. Oh my God. Right now, what are your thoughts? Who's going to win?
I mean, I predicted IDB 3-1 before. I'm going to stick with my guns and say IDB 3-2. I think they took one game for content. That's all I'm going to say. But my question for this draft is, where does Nasus come up now? Because D-Loaf was such a force, even before the Elder Dragon Steel that secured the game for IDB. They couldn't deal with Nasus decidedly. They had to commit 4 or 5 members every time they needed to deal with him. Do they have to... Does Dorado have to ban it? Does IDB have to ban it because they are now on blue side and they're worried about giving it up on R4 or R1? What do they do with it?
Yeah, honestly, they picked Nasus into what I would think is a hard lane, and they were fine. So I think just pick the Nasus into anything, right? Like, see if your Yeetlove can just carry the game once again like he did. He was so good at stacking, so good at minimizing losses in lane. He got a CS lead against a Zig. So I don't know what more you want from the guy. Get him on the dog again and let him do his thing.
Pick up the dog again is the call from Karth. We're going to see if they end up doing it. Caitlyn is the first ban away for IDB here. And I wouldn't be shocked if we had a very similar run back of bans. I think Dorado are happy to leave up the misfortune. I don't think Muncher has been having an incredible series on this series at all. Honestly, it's been a lot when we're in the bottom lane. We're talking about Devil and we're talking about Spartans, but not a lot about their counterparts on the other teams.
Yeah, and you see the MF actually being banned on the blue side. So IDB doesn't think they can just first pick it, even though it works so well for Dorado. They're just going to ban it out. And the next question on my mind is Ziggs. Are Dorado going to ban it here? I think they should.
I think they almost have to, because Ziggs, it hasn't worked for Dorado as much as we're like, oh, Ziggs is like super OP right now and is really, really good. The Nasus pick winning into it is, to me at least, spells disaster for Dorado, because suddenly it's like, oh no, this pick that is like one of the best in the meta currently is counteracted by a champion that is what, 15 years old at this point? What do we do about it? What can we do?
Yeah, last ban coming through here. Is there going to be a little Yordle rat in the icon? Let's see. But yeah, on the other side, 2 ADCs, Aatrox, just the same thing once again here. All other bans have kept the same.
Nasus, there it is.
Wow, Nasus ban.
I respect it.
Udyr first pick, not the Ziggs.
I respect the fact that they banned the Nasus, but IDB not willing to play the Ziggs themselves. So OG Kush has the opportunity to bring it back. They could throw it on Dibble as well, but honestly, in a series like this, I don't know if you want Dibble on a non-marksman. He's been having such an incredible series. Even in their losses, I think one death over that last game has been positioning very well, has been pumping out damage, and would love to see them on a standard crit marksman. Obviously, there's no Caitlyn, MF, or Varus, but you still have your Zeres, you still have your Zayas. As much as I am not high on the pick, I think you just go Sejuani Ziggs here. Yeah,
I think Sejuani is just a great pick to have in a game 5 where you just need something solid. Same thing with the Leona too. Just have a proper front line, get a standard game going, and yeah, I think the Ziggs can still come in for both of these teams. I think it's still really great with the Leandri's burn build into such a heavy tank meta right now.
Yeah, this does mean that IDB has the opportunity to pick up the Ziggs themselves, though, if they want to grab it. There are other options for Dorado. They have shown that they have plenty of champions in their pool, still happy and available to be picked.
There it is.
They're gonna grab that Ziggs for themselves.
Yeah, that's great for them. I think Ziggs can still do really well, although it did end up losing them the game. But just like the tower pushing, the macro plays that it enables you to have is just so great. I want to see them still try and get some more like engage with the support, because Udyr, as good as he is as we're getting this done, he just has to run up to you, and yep, there it is. Nautilus is perfect, you know, get some hard CC that Ziggs can combo upon. That is a great pick for them here.
Yeah, it also is a soft counter pick saying, hey, if you want to grab the Zaya, if you want to grab the Zeri, we're just going to be able to lock you down. Maybe trying to force something like a Zaya pick that really hasn't been super impactful this series, or maybe like an Ashe or a Jhin, one of these utility carries, and forced able to be on a non-carry kind of role, which I think would be disastrous for Dorado, but they're hovering the Smolder. I love this. If these games are going to go late, Smolder is huge.
Yeah, especially in the game 5 where everyone's a little bit antsy, don't want to play that proactive. Smolder is great to just get that late game. Right now, Dorado, they are looking really strong to just scale up and let the dragon do its thing. But if there is something that can do well against the Smolder, something that can outrange the poke that comes from it, it is the Ziggs.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if IDB just sends that Ziggs to the bottom lane and plays something else in mid. There are other AD mids available, even though they are kind of pinched down. But you have options, you have choices. Jhin mid is a potential pickup if they want it. You could even throw a tank like Set or Ornn there. You've got choices if you're IDB. They are going to start banning away that top lane pool, and it seems like Dorado are going to do the same.
And now it comes to the point where we're starting to get to those crazy counter picks, right? Can Dorado come up with a spicy R5 or something that can really shake things up? What picks do you think are going to be brought in the top lane now with all these other bans coming out?
I mean, Ornn is still unbanned, and we have seen both of these top laners throughout the series, or not throughout the series, but throughout the season, play Ornn. He's just a good tank. Mordekaiser is still up and available, and now with the Vayne gone, it's maybe a little bit more comfortable for Dorado to just blind pick it. You can take the Udyr away, you can stop Ziggs from having influence, you can turn fights into 4v4s that can be a little bit more comfortable for your Smolder to play through. You have options.
Yep, and it's gonna be, I was gonna say the Camille, and that gets taken off. So yeah, Ornn is just another great staple if you want to go for like that 3 frontline comp and hope that the Ornn doesn't really get bullied too much. I think again, you let that Smolder have space to work. I think it fits just great into both team comps for game 5, but they're doubling down on that Lux.
Okay, they're saving counterpick for top lane here. So they want to make sure that Bo5 has the most comfortable matchup possible, but it means that they're potentially blind picking this mid lane matchup. Smolder obviously could also go towards top lane, but I think we are all expecting it to be in that bottom lane with Dibble. But IDB, the flexibility is still there for both Udyr and Ziggs. They can send Udyr top lane and they can send the Ziggs into the bottom lane or the mid lane, depending on what they need. Are we really just doubling down on the 2009 champs? Baron is locked in here. Made his way to the AEL finally. Wow.
I mean, usually done into the Nasus, but I think he just wants to show it. He brings out the Garen and he says, what do you got for me? Show me what you got. And yeah, we'll have to see. I honestly think like Ornn is still generally okay into it. You can just like scale up super well. But yeah, we'll have to see what gets picked up here. Is the Ziggs going to be sent mid or bot? It can just be that standard poke matchup in the mid lane, but Garen mid?
Garen mid? Are we getting Garen mid into the Lux? Are you IDB? Okay, I think after this series, if you guys win, we're going to have a talk about the draft strategies that you are pulling out in the series, because what the hell am I looking at here?
You know, it's late into the night, everyone's minds are fried, and suddenly they're like, what do I want mid? Yeah, Garen looks good here, and we'll have to see if it pays off into the Lux, as they also pick a blind Illaoi, by the way, and it's going to be the Fiora with the counter pick. And yeah, that's the draft.
Yeah, look, if you told me that this series was not, if you told me that going into this series was fearless and this was our game 5 draft, I'd be a little shocked at seeing like Ziggs and Smolder this late into the series, but I believe you. I fully believe you. We are looking at Garen, Illaoi, Lux, Fiora. Oh my, okay, so Fiora is a great carry in the top lane and is going to be able to do a lot of work in the early and mid game, especially with Sejuani and Leona. A great early game carry can sort of allow Smolder to carry in the late game. I think that's really good. But also, how does Fiora fight Garen when Garen presses 2 buttons and she dies?
I mean, honestly, I think Fiora has a pretty good matchup into the Garen if you can use a riposte well. Garen is pretty telegraphed with his Q, so you can riposte it quite easily, and that is a big part of his combo. So I think it would be a good matchup, but she is mainly going to be against the Illaoi in the side lane. And Illaoi, honestly, until like 3-4 items, Illaoi has a pretty good matchup into the Fiora, unless the Fiora can dodge the E really well with her dashes. So honestly, I think there may be better picks that could have been there, like the Mordekaiser or something, but we'll have to see if he's got the confidence with the Fiora in this game 5. Maybe it'll end up paying off. This really is just people putting out their egos. Like, give me the Fiora, give me the Garen. I want to be the champion of Aegis. I am going to carry this game.
We've got Garen mid here coming into game 5. When we come to the other side of this break, we're going to be on to the rift to see who will take it all home in our last series and the last match of the AEL Summer Split. See you there. Welcome back, everybody. We're here. We made it. It's game number 5 here in the AEL Summer Finals. 6 TPs on the Rift, a Fiora, a Garen. I don't know how to analyze anymore. My brain is fried. I just hope this game is good.
Yeah, for those who are still up, I'm sure you're enjoying a banger of a series, and this last game is absolutely going to deliver as well. You got Garen, Fiora, Lux, Illaoi as a solo laner. It's like, what's not to love here? As the Nihilus chasing around the Smolder a little bit, but nothing going to happen too much as of yet. But Masuf wanted to fight all Gucci here. A pretty good trade for him if he can get out the Vital.
Oh, good wall positioning from all Gucci means no Vital, but still the press the attack proc and the bone plating ripped through means nothing doing for the Illaoi. Gets one last poke in before that recall completes, and oh, Massive is up 5 extra gold. Nah, it's over. Game's over. Hang on, is he not even up? Wait, he's not up gold because all Gucci got the ward kill, so that's 10 gold. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
The outplay before the outplay.
Damn, Illaoi's got 1 CS.
510 versus 505. Absolutely huge.
Huge here. But yeah, now just a quick look at the lanes as well. You got Lux versus Garen, which is an absolute range advantage, as I think OG Kush should be able to get a lot of CS lead here, as Masuf really bullying Illaoi out already.
Yep, this is what you should do. Aim the Fiora versus Illaoi matchup. She can't really trade back with you before level 2, level 3. So you just bully her out level 1, try and deny as much XP and CS as possible. As you can see, those vital procs hurt a lot in the top side.
Yeah, there was actually a bit of a scuffle in the jungle where Udyr just walked up and tried to steal the Raptors from Sejuani. I think Sejuani got the smite off on the big raptor, so she got 2. Udyr got away with 1 CS and went back to his jungle. So already just getting into each other's faces here.
Yeah, these teams want to take it to each other. And I think if the game goes slow, Dorado should be favored. As much as Garen is the haha funny late game champion and he, never dies in the late game, I'm looking at Smolder, Lux, Fiora in the late game, and I am terrified for IDB to be able to deal with this.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, will Lux have that much effectiveness with how tanky IDB is?
That's a good question. I can only hope for Dorado's sake, because if they become a 1-person damage team, if Fiora gets behind, or if Lux doesn't have relevancy in the late game, I think they start to get in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, personally, this Lux pick looks a little bit sketchy for me right now. If she doesn't get a big CS lead on this Garen, I don't think she'll be too effective as the lane goes on, because going for like a Leandry's type Lux build does not feel very good. You really want to go for the burst, but so far she's been doing a decent job trying to bully out the Garen, but Garen has his own passive for the sustain, so he has been chilling so far.
Yeah, I do like the choice of OG Kush opting for the strike in this lane and just saying, hey, if I'm going to be able to bully you out, it does not matter if you do how much damage I'm actually doing to you. It just matters that I can collect gold off of you.
Exactly. And yeah, other than that, you see Booty Muncher also should have a pretty good time into the Smolder, as you can just always have push prio. And I think pushing the Smolder in is really big because he cannot take his time to get all the stacks. So they should just continue to completely shove in the wave every chance they get.
Yep, just keep that Smolder under tower. Thankfully for the Smolder, does have teleport, so we'll be able to, if the lane gets rough, get back to it. But for now, I think it's still just kind of okay. Again, if the game goes slow, obviously IDB has some late game carries, like Garen in the late game, terrifying. There's also the Ziggs that you have to worry about, but I'm looking at Smolder Fiora, and I think they might have enough between the two of them.
And there's been in lanes like these where you're facing the Ziggs, where it's hard to win and you just kind of want to dodge the poke. Getting Lucidity boots first has been a build that a lot of people have been going for, and just allows you to stack better, dodge the poke. And I want to really see Dibble go for that instead of like going for one of the damage items, maybe after one component. It would be really great for him to get.
Yeah, Tutu boots end up having pretty high effectiveness in lanes like this, but junglers have already done their first clear, their first recall. It's Faded Ashes versus Kindle Gem. This is the very normal tank jungler versus AP jungler first back. It's going to be a slow one. I think we're going to be in this game for the long haul.
Yep. I think when it goes to game 5 in those situations, we've all been there. You don't want to be that guy who makes a mistake.
Yeah.
And everyone just plays slow, doesn't do anything, but it is going to be the dragon that's going to be going over to... Yep, they are going to secure it, and it looks like K-Pep's in exchange is actually going in. If you can get both the Gromp and the Raptors here, or sorry, the Wolves, I honestly think it's a pretty good trade, because you should be able to get the Grubs too.
Yeah, getting the early Hextech Dragon is very nice for IDB. It will help out a little bit in the late game. That extra ability haste will be nice. Some extra attack speed for Garen. Maybe gets him an extra like half a spin onto that E, which really is the only thing you care about attack speed for on that champ. But yeah, all quiet on the other fronts. We're seeing a small top lane CS lead for Masuf up here. They've gotten their first recalls off. The early Bramble Vest for Gucci, I think, is really smart.
Yeah, a little bit of skull battles. K-Peps is the one who wins it. Xiao PP may be interested in the Grubs as well, seeing what's going to happen here. But with the roam from Xe already, they should have the priority here. We'll see if Spartans ends up matching the roam or if he just wants to go bot. He's in the middle, still debating it, but the Grubs are going over already as one of them is down.
Yeah, I would love to see Dorado, if they can, not give up a single Grub, because I think if the Ziggs guarantee with an Alawi on it as well, gets any Grub pressure, gets any side lane threat, the game can just end if you don't position your side lanes perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. And now with this, Fiora has got an interesting build here. She has all the swords. I think her plan is to throw the swords at the Alawi. That's how she's gonna win the lane.
Yeah, you play this lane from range. You toss swords at Alawi so you don't have to touch her and then get hit by the Bramble Vest. Very smart, as EXE may be in trouble inside their own jungle. That's gonna get that stun off. So Aftershock is on. The Leona shield, or the shield coming through from the Lux as well. Not in range of the Demacian Justice. Leona's just that little bit too tanky.
Yeah, and you know, only in game 5 of Aegis finals late at night do you see a Bush Garen at minute 7. But yeah, Yeetlove almost taken off Xy's head, but she does barely get away with the help of OG Kush.
Yeah, managing to survive there, so we remain another no first blood before 8 minutes here. I say 8 minutes, it's only 7.5. There could be a first blood, who knows, but given the pace of this game, I'm not really expecting it until probably at least 10 minutes.
Yeah, and you got Sejuani hovering around the bot side, just doing her jungle here, as Gucci does land some great poke onto the Fiora, and you can see in this lane, it's going to be all about that E. If the tentacle lands onto the Fiora, Alawi just wins that trade, but if not, Fiora can instantly punish and run after those vitals, as Xiao PP on the Sedge.
It's level 5 versus level 6 though. I think K-Peps actually wins this though. Spartans ease onto the first rotate as Xiao PP will get the camp and get that level 6. So suddenly K-Peps not as confident to take that trade and will be forced to walk away.
Yeah, he's not afraid to just look for invade opportunities whenever the lanes are pushed. He just keeps going for it. Gucci with another great landing of the tentacle here.
Yeah, I would love to see Masuf just start like parrying these a little bit more and just trying to like not allow those to hit, but I think all Gucci's just finding good angles for them and hitting them very nicely, so will make life difficult for this Fiora. The longer and the more of these will hit, as Mom is just going to be used in the bottom lane to clear out some extra waves.
Yeah, Dibble just went, Mom, can you clear the way for me? I want it back. And yep, that's exactly what ended up happening.
Dibble's not even backing here. They're actually looking to collapse onto Cape, or onto Xiao PP, who's getting an invade off here, is going to get stunned up. And now with K-Peps in the area, that will just be one dead Xiao PP. Eventually, someone's got to get it. It's OG Kush finding the first blood. A potential collapse coming through, but with no extra follow-up and without their jungler, it's just gonna be Dorado finding first blood.
Yeah, and finally, Xiao PP gets punished for his crazy aggression in this entire series, honestly. He's just been perpetually in the enemy's jungle, but they do catch him out. The lanes weren't quite there ready to, the lanes weren't pushed for him, right? So the teammates can't help. He's just caught in the enemy jungle, and he ends up going down. Huge kill for Lux, too. Gives her that advantage to bully the Garen out a bit more, because right now, like, a 10 CS lead, like, that's really not enough.
Yeah, you want to be getting more of a CS lead, and you want to be getting more farm off of your first strike as well. The rune really is good at getting you gold in the early game, and it doesn't scale very well. 10% extra damage, as it turns out, is not that good when it comes to the late game.
Exactly, yeah.
think it's actually even less. Didn't they change that a while ago? Isn't it like 9 or 8? I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, not sure. It was too late in the night for me to remember.
Things I should know as a caster, but my brain is fried. I can't remember it at this point. Dorado up about 1,000 gold with that first blood plus the assist. They're getting a little bit of pressure in the side lanes as well, as Bo5 is up about 10 CS, but with this wave, it'll even out pretty damn nearly. It's just a very slow game, but I think the slow game benefits Dorado in the long term.
Yeah, for sure. And now the dragon is coming up. It looks like they should be able to get onto this dragon right here, as the enemy team has completely rotated over to the grubs, as they are clearly just prioritizing that with this Garen and Illaoi split push team.
Yeah, I'm really worried that Dorado is actually giving up these grubs, and all you're getting for it is a individual Cloud Dragon. You're also going to be losing pressure in the top side as well. Gucci's going to get 2 plates here off of that push. This is why you can't let Illaoi have any of those grubs advantages in the side lane, because she will eat these turrets alive.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think it's too bad. It's not like they're getting 6 grubs, it's just the 3. So just getting that 1 extra dragon, I think the scaling is still on the side of Dorado, so they're okay doing any trade that they get. So dragon is pretty good, especially when you have a smolder that's just constantly being pushed in. You kind of get this rare opportunity to actually get the dragon, so it's really good to take advantage of that.
We are going to get into
Garen.
this game as yeah, it was scary for like a half second, and then Lux press binding, and we're like, oh yeah, it's a range versus melee matchup. Garen can't do anything yet. Doesn't have that stride breaker yet, so OG Kush is allowed to live for now.
Yeah, once he does get that though, he flash over. Oh,
First damage coming through. Yulo manages to survive that. I think if OG Kush walks up to auto that, there might be a kill, or at least a forced flash.
But yeah, Garen does barely end up living. He's still got the teleport too, and his passive regen, so he is still chilling, as the Udyr are coming around the back looking for a gank on this mid lane.
Yeah, looking for OG Kush. Does have the flash on the Lux though, so if they even get in threat range, they do have that safety. He's going to be forced to flash away now. The silence comes through. Xiaopi will sidestep. The stun comes through. K-Pep is supporting the mid laner, making the play happen in mid.
Great counter gank. Kush gets away with a sliver of HP, and the Sejuani just comes at the perfect time, honestly. Great awareness there to snipe Zhao PP, and now Zhao PP down 0-2 in this game.
Yeah, it's a rough spot for the Udyr to be. This is a champion that loves to have leads, loves to be out farming and out clearing the enemy jungle, but if Sejuani can have more relevance than you in the early game, if she can make some extra ganks happen, suddenly Zhao PP in a bit of a trouble spot here, because Udyr, as great of a champion as he is, if he gets behind, he doesn't really have a lot of get back in the game tools.
Yeah, Udyr feels terrible from behind, as you kind of just walk around not doing much. But the Sejuani, it just ends up being so tanky and just such a reliable engage. Well,
Test of Spirit up there in the top side. Alongside a leap of faith. Masuf in a bit of trouble here. Is going to get that soul pulled. Gets the parry off. Is going to be able to flash away. Will survive for a lot longer than they have any right to, but will eventually get taken down as Zhao PP gets their revenge.
Yeah, great gank from him, as they both end up burning the flash, getting the kill onto the Fiora, and are going to be able to push in that wave, which they'll all miss. So really great timing on that too, as Zhao PP, he's back in the enemy jungle. He hasn't learned his lesson. He's going in for the enemy red.
I would argue that this time he has learned his lesson, because there's no Masuf to rotate over. EXE should be far enough away that he can get this and just walk out, and there's no time to rotate, so
actually this time he can do it
from Zhao PP.
Yeah, exactly, and he does end up getting the red buff, and it's these incremental advantages that have been giving him the CS lead as this game goes on. And as you look at it, Zayce has the CS lead. Oh, Illaoi in trouble.
Masuf, I think, the one actually in trouble here. Zhao PP is in the area again. Masuf is stepping up a little bit too aggressive and gets punished again by Zhao PP on the top side.
Yeah, and I think, he canceled the back. All Gucci, I think, is going to go for this tower. Fiora no longer has any teleport. So unless Smolder himself is coming up, Lux's TP is up now too, but she has to get her wave. So this tower should just be gone.
Yeah, and that's a big lead for IDB in the top side. Having one of their lanes winning and starting to accelerate the pace of this game, I think, is good for them. This demolished proc at the W. Yeah, that tower's just going to get eaten up, and that's first a turret gold solo over to the Illaoi.
Yeah, that is honestly so insane for the Alawi. She has the Lux and Smolder can kite her up pretty easily, but when she is on the side lane, and especially in the early mid where Fiora and Sejuani are the only people coming towards her, she is going to be ungankable at this point, as she's got the healing reduction, she's got the tankiness. It's so hard to deal with her right now.
Yeah, life difficult for Masuf now in the side lane. Does have that Ravenous Hydra completed, so will never be wanting for wave clear. But all the healing in the world cannot save you when you are walking into the waiting arms of Zhao PP. We're starting to see the gamer brains are starting to deteriorate here in game number 5. We've been in the long haul of this series. These games have not been fast wins. They have been slow, drawn out games, and it's getting pretty late at night. I think people are starting to deteriorate. Suddenly those hands are feeling just that little bit shaky.
Yeah, and I think that is definitely something to talk about, right? This is Heatloaf, he's going in.
Yeah, happy to just get the engage on EXE. Has that stride breaker. They're going to force EXE to walk away. Gets that Xenoblade back in. Holding on to that solar flares. Nibble's going to teleport in. But grab the slow on to Zhao PP, but not much else. Mega Infernal Bomb finds a nice amount of damage, and it's EXE, the first one to go down. The engage from K-Peps is just onto Spartans, not the target they wanted. Dorado floundering in the mid lane. Suddenly IDB with full control of the river.
Yeah, and with EXE going down, the Dragon should be going over to the side of IDB here. Gucci not opting to come down, doesn't have the TP either, so it's not going to be able to use his advantage in this Dragon fight. It's going to end up going down, but he's going to continue to farm up, continue to get strong. But yeah, like as we were saying, every game has gone so long. We are almost reaching the 5th hour of this series here. Started so long ago. These players, they have been testing their mind, been focusing for so long, so at this point little oopsies and misplays can definitely happen, so that is definitely something to watch out for as another turret goes down here for the side of IDB.
Yeah, 5 hours of preparing and getting in game and discussing the game outside of the game, not even counting any sort of practice or solo queue scrims or anything they might have done in the past 24 hours. It's a lot of work for these players now, really stretching that tenacity and that stamina to its limit. How much do these players have left in the tank to bring out? And who's going to be the one to just cross that finish line a second faster than their opponent can?
And as we have a little bit of time after the Dragon is taking a look at the state of things now, we've talked about Lux needing to get ahead or try and go some build that can deal with tanks, but she's like 10 CS up, still going for that burst build, which I think is really just effective on the Ziggs and kind of the Garen, as he isn't going to build too tanky, I think. But yeah,
he's so tanky just naturally. He gets free armored MR. That W stacking is crazy good.
Exactly. So the whole team is just so tanky that I feel like the Lux isn't going to be too effective. It's really going to come down to the Smolder this game. The Fiora too is behind, so I feel like they're scaling. Oh, GC going in.
Yeah, I don't think it expected that turret to die as fast as it did, but that's the power of Ziggs. Gets the solar flare off, but can't get much else done. Will eventually fall as Zhao PP picks up the kill, and again, the stuns come through, but it's onto Yeetloaf of all champions. He can survive it. Bomb comes through, but it's a tickle on the back of IDVs. They walk away with another big win.
Yeah, a questionable engage by EXE. Some of those game 5 nerves there. Goes in by himself, just dies as the tower is dead, and that's going to be 4-2 in the kill score now.
Yeah, and this is kind of the story of the series. EXE has been a very aggressive player and someone who has constantly wanted to find angles to all in, to look for the engage angles. And when Dorado's ahead, it looks fantastic, but when they're behind, it just kind of looks questionable.
Yeah, and now when you're looking at the side of Dorado, right, they're slowly falling behind in this game. Smolder is kind of their only win con. Let me check it quickly on his stacks. He's at 160 right now and 190. That is very low. It honestly, it needs to be like 20 or 30. Oh my god, you steals it away.
That's rough. That was
the Dragon is
that
crying.
he wanted. And the fact that we are at 20 minutes and we are not approaching, like getting close to 200, I think is not great for this Smolder. You would want to be seeing 225 around like 23, 24 minutes.
Yeah, I think honestly it's just going to take him too long at this point. like the next dragon, he's definitely just not going to have it for that too, as Bush Garen strikes again.
Yeah, I think that might just be a dead OG Kush. He's gonna get the shield on, but misses the bind. There's the Devasian Justice. Has the flash, but is not opting for it. There it is. Flashes onto the face of his sister and knocks her down.
Eatloaf getting another solo kill in the lane. It's come to that point. You bullied me all lane, but I lived through it and I come back stronger. Gets the kill on the side lane as IDB are looking so menacing right now.
It would be insane if this series was truly decided by two champions that came out 15 years ago. The Nasus in game 4 and now the Garrett in game 5 being such huge picks for Yeetloaf. It would genuinely be such an insane turn. I mean, it's kind of what their meta is going to, right? Like, we're seeing the Mumu, we're seeing Ziggs, who is a fairly old champion, we're seeing the Garens and the Nasuses. The metas are shifting back. We are returning to Monkey.
Yep, exactly. As yeah, the Udyr, Garen, Ziggs are running the game right now, as you got Dragon coming up in a little bit less than a minute. IDB are looking in prime position to take as all Gucci's also going to be moving down for this one. Never mind, slowly moving top, but he does have the TP, so getting to soul point here is going to be really crucial for them. Boulder is, I think, the only linchpin that Dorado really have to try and turn this game around. Dibble, we talked about it, he's been such a great carry these past few games, and it's going to be up to him to carry his team here.
Yeah, Dibble has been basically the clutch factor for Dorado in all 5 of these games. Has been one of the best performing AD carries throughout the entirety of the AEL. And now everything is on him to carry his team in this all-important game 5. This decides whether you meet expectations or you beat expectations, I feel. Because for Dorado, the Baking Finals is just kind of what you expect for them. Getting past the finals is where some questions will start to come up, but Dorado as an org, they are known for having a massive trophy case.
Yeah, exactly. And as we talk, Udyr is going to be finishing up that dragon, bringing them to soul point now, as Dibble, he still doesn't have his stack, so he's going to have to wait for the next dragon to get it. He's about 20 stacks away right now, so should have it in a few minutes.
Yeah, should have it around the 23 or 24 mark, so I think still on pace-ish to get that done, but not in time to stop the soul point. And the Infernal Dragon stacking up for IDD. It's so dangerous. It's extra AP for Udyr. It's more AD behind the Garen. And Ziggs, the wave clear just becomes so much easier, even before the soul actually comes through. It's just all that extra stats ends up being so valuable.
Exactly. And now just looking at like the side lane as well, I feel like this is such a big advantage for IDB that they can always just have 2 pushing lanes. The Fiora and the Lux, even if you switch the matchup, just do not win this lane. Like, maybe Lux can keep a range from the Lowy, but Fiora can't deal with the Garen either, so they can just have such a threat at all times right now. So Dorado, they really need to pull a rabbit out of a hat to win this game, I feel.
Yeah, Dorado, I mean, they're preying on this baby dragon growing up big and strong, which when you draft Smolder is kind of what your comp's all about. He is already on 2 items at 20 minutes, so not behind, but they need him online yesterday, and he's still taking his time.
Yeah, but I feel like Ziggs will get 3 items by the next dragon. So unless Smolder is sitting on a lot of gold, he's sitting on 800. It'll be a bit tough for him to get to 3.
Yeah, I would love to see like pieces of that rapid fire cannon being built perhaps for Dibble, so you can get that extra bit of range. And if you can get there before the time comes through, as it seems like Dorado is just happy to give every bit of resources over to him. I think K-Peps has just stopped farming for the past minute or 2 and is just making sure that Dibble is safely farming in mid lane.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, I feel like they can't just do this, right? They have Sejuani with the Glacial Prison. They've got Lux with great pick potential too, and the EXE with really great engage, but they're not looking for picks. As, okay, prove me wrong, EXE. But never mind, it doesn't go in. But yeah, it's 24 minutes. They have 2 kills. That's it. Like, at least you had to try and blow some flashes, do something before this dragon comes up, or else the fight's too hard as they start up Baron.
Yeah, there is a ward in the pit, but it hasn't been touched, so there is no ability. They finally tap it, so they know that this Baron is being taken. Should know, League gamers, that if you clear that ward, vision is given over, as all Gucci may be looking for something, as K-Paps is going to get hooked in. The Sejuani has flash, has to use it to get the heck out of dodge. Dibble is 225, though, so maybe this is the time for Dorado to turn around and start fighting. Because IDB kind of flubbed the engage on that one, and now Dibble's going to start hurting.
Yeah, Heatloaf is on the flank though. He's in a great position here doing his classic Bush Garen things as they want to bait them into the Baron and get a monster flank here as the fight begins.
They're looking for all Gucci. It's not exactly the target they want to get all their burst down on, as it's going to force the flash out of EXE defensively. That Mega Inferno Bomb, a nice sidestep on the Testosphere, but I think EXE, yeah, is just going to be gone. Flash in from JB. And now on the backside, Evo's the one getting engaged on as the rest of the squad from Dorado come in, and it's massive. Name's escaping me as it's shut down over to Dibble with the bird. Pretty much finds Masuf in return, but Dibble now can start stacking up, can finding some damage, flaps his wings to get over the wall, but it's a double kill over to Booty Puncher. It looks so good for Dorado for a second as Dibble finds another shutdown. Can he find any more gold in the fight before he dies? Yes, he can, but it's a triple kill over to the Ziggs.
Dibble trying his best. They're really taking it to the limits, but Booty Muncher matching his rhythm until the very end. As honestly, I didn't expect the fight to go that well for Dorado, but they made it happen even with that Garen flank coming in. Dibble is just performing so well. He's reached the 3-item mark as well. And yeah, honestly, if Dibble keeps playing like this is still going to be a close game.
Yeah, I think the big threat now is this Ziggs, and we all knew it was going to be the Ziggs. As much as Garen is scary, as much as Alawi is a silent threat, as much as Udyr makes things happen in the early game, Ziggs is meta for a reason. He is a scary guy in this game. But Dibble, despite his team being behind, despite the fight being on uneven odds, despite his frontline already being dead, walks in, says, nah, I'd win, picks up a triple kill, and is suddenly on 3 items at 25 minutes.
Yep, and now it's gonna come down to this. Infernal Soul is up for grabs for IDB right now, but Dibble is online. He's got the 3 items, and everyone is slowly coming around this dragon. It's gonna come down to this big fight to decide who wins it here.
JP and Spartans looking to see if they can punish anybody walking up to this dragon pit. They know the one way they want to fight is by starting at 4v5. With all the extra little bit of vision that Dorado can get, they can just throw a Luxie into the brush, and then they're not really engaging blind. They can have K-Peps and EXE walk forward first, and if they're going to engage on, it's not the targets they want, but in the meantime, side lane, Yeetloaf potentially caught out. That grand challenge is issued, but Masuf, I don't think, wants to chase down the rest of it. Maybe he's looking for a little bit more here. Yeetloaf is separated from the team. Yeetloaf in trouble on the side lane. Can Masuf finish it off? But the rest of the team is here. Where's the support for the Fiora? It's nowhere. The Ziggs comes through. Mob comes down, but it's not enough to finish off any kills. They've got the Ziggs down low, so he's not going to be able to provide much pressure, but it's still 4v5 in front of this dragon. This soul dragon for IDB. You can see Yeetloaf on the side, taking advantage of that passive, stacking up some extra healing. But right now, Dorado, they have control of the pit. You can see Yeetloaf behind them, playing for that flank. The ulti goes wide from K-Paps, and suddenly Dorado, a lot less confident to walk up. JP takes control of the pit. Walking in, the dragon's down to 3k. K-Paps, can you find it? Who's gonna live? Who's gonna die? JP going down, but so does OG Kush. K-Paps, can you find the smite? No, he dies! That's gonna mean it's soul over to IDB as Dibble's gonna pick up 1, and now Booty Muncher gets to flash in and pop up on the Ziggs. It's a triple kill for Muncher.
Oh my god, absolute limits being tested there. Ziggs and Garen 1 HP, but the Lux ult doesn't quite end up finishing them off. Mom cannot finish them off as IDB, they pick up Infernal Soul. They almost ace the enemy team, and yeah, oh my god, they are just completely up ahead into this game now.
Ziggs might be the game decider here. 8-0-2, despite all the talk throughout the entire series being Dibble is the first team all-pro AD carry. This guy is so good, has been so insane through the regular season, but in game 5, stumbling on the smolder when Muncher is coming online on the Ziggs would be such a good storyline for this game.
Yeah, exactly. 8-0-4 is a crazy scoreline right now, but this game just isn't quite over yet. You never know. In Aegis finals, anyone can come back from anything. But for now, they're going to be starting up the Baron here, looking to put the final touches onto this game 5, try and get some sieging power. Ziggs with Baron is an absolute menace. So if they can get this, I feel like it's almost GG.
Yeah, I mean, even Ziggs with Infernal Soul, triple Infernal Dragons. It's so rough for Dorado to even get in range to deal with this guy. OG Kush is still on 2.5 items, and yeah, your Smolder is online, but how could Smolder get in range when he has to work around a Nautilus and a Garen and an Udyr, and then the Ziggs on top of all that? It's a nightmare scenario for Dorado, and if they're gonna win this game, it truly is gonna take Mom coming in and banning all of them because she works at Riot Games.
Yeah, and I feel like they need to look for a pick, but here they go.
Oh, they want to find the pick onto Dibble, but he's got the flash. He's going to be able to escape. EXE also forced to flash away. Mom coming down, keeping Dibble alive. A little bit of a flubbed engage, but they get the flash off of the important member of Dibble.
Yeah, getting Dibble's flash is huge, as he is really just the win con for them here. So honestly, everything that they burn, I think, is just Zhao VP's flash. Yep, it is. So that's pretty much it. You're going to take that every day of the week. So just going to get some resets off and try and look at this Baron again.
Yeah, I mean, Dorado can't even look to try and take a Desperation Baron, because how the heck do you take Baron in front of AP, Udyr, and Ziggs? They're just gonna shred you. Your whole health bar is going to disappear before you can even get the Baron down to half.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so hard to do it. Your main damage is just the Smolder. Even the Lux doesn't do, she just doesn't do much in general right now. There's 4 frontliners on the enemy team. She is honestly just a peel character in these team fights, I feel like. So
honest, I think OG Kush should probably just build Staff of Flowing Water. Next item. Real talk, OG. You're a support at this point. Grab the Staff of Flowing Water and make sure that your Smolder can play the game as Gucci and Masuf trading on the side lane here. Masuf does have the grand challenge, but is playing it slow, playing it safe. There's that Sterak's pop, but that true damage procs do so much damage. Masuf in the 1v1 finds the kill, has the teleport as well, so it needs to get that recall off so they can join the team as K-Maps is now getting engaged on. Evo spinning around, wants to find some damage, but it's just on a K-Maps. It's not the target that you want. Mom comes through for a little bit of extra damage to make it. Inferno Bomb doesn't find a lot of value, but OG Kush takes a ton of damage when Spartans is dead. Evo now in the backline trying to get the damage down to the Dibble as EXE falls. Can he get the kill? No! It's a double over to Dibble. The dragon stays alive!
And against all odds, Dorado finds a way. The solo kill in the bot lane and the impeccable play in the mid lane. They get the kills. Dibble stays alive without flash. I'm pretty sure Yeetlove had him. He just didn't press R. And yeah, Dibble ends up living and Dorado lives to die another day.
Yeah, they're also going to take a few turrets on that bottom side thanks to Masuf. Getting that pressure down. Those are objective bounties. That's gold back into the pockets of Dorado. And it's so much into Dibble. The one man Dorado needs to take this game home is getting fed as all get out.
Yeah, and importantly, he's actually been able to pick up some lifesteal as well. So once he does get poked out, he's not just out of the fight. I think when he backs here, I think he'll just finish a complete item here. Yeah,
it's got to be
should be on the way. I think that's going to be so huge if he can finish BT to get that extra. Yup, he has it.
Yeah, there it is. He's going to get the Scout Sling as well, so he's on his way towards that rapid fire cannon. Yeah. I would not have this game end any other way. It's been a back and forth series, so of course, game 5 had to be back and forth. And Dorado are still in it. Their Smolder is online. They've scaled. Masuf, despite being 0-4, wins out the side lane 1v1 against Gucci and takes a bunch of gold for it.
Yeah, the Fiora has scaled up despite being so behind. She's got into the 3 item mark and she can win on side lane anywhere, especially with Yeetlove. It's just going to come down to that riposte. If she can riposte the Q or the R, then she wins the 1v1 there as well, and it's quite telegraphed. Should be pretty easy to do.
Yeah, it's just the trouble of how good are your hands in this game 5. We're over 5 hours in. These players not only have been playing this game for so long, but also have been thinking about this game all day. It's series finals. It's everything that's on your mind at this point.
They're looking for a pick top lane, but okay, she's just gonna TP out. They're gonna get the prio onto this Elder actually, and while looking for this pick, they just completely gave a prio of Elder Dragon. Now Spartans, he's in trouble. He has flash.
Has to use the flash, the ulti. K-Peps,
yeah, that glacial person just went by me.
Moment. Does lose that ulti, and that's a big ulti to lose as this Elder fight is going to come up. Again, those nerves coming towards these players. EXE looking for an all-in, but that's not a Zhao VP. That's not the target you want. Mom's gonna fly through and get a lot of damage done. It's a massive laser emoji Kush, but keep your eyes on Yeetlove. Look at that backline, look at that Garen. EXE goes down. Is there gonna be a big heal over to the team? And Dorado had it in their hands, but now we're down 2, staring down an Elder fight.
Yeah, but the Smolder is still alive. His flash is a few seconds away from being back up, and Elder does quite a bit of damage. Dibble, he dodges it.
Dibble has to dodge, but watch Yeetloaf. Keep your eyes on this. Garrett still has that Demacian. Justice! Yeetloaf makes it happen for IDB!
And just like that, Elder is going to be taken. OG Kush trying to do something by himself, but he just doesn't have the damage. The dragon is going down, but you can see Masuf is heading straight for that mid wave, trying to make sure that the game doesn't end right here, right now. He should be able to get away. It's just a little bit of the cannon left. They will still survive. They can maybe wait out the Elder, but I think the Baron is going to end up going down now.
Yeah, this Baron should be gone for IDB. It's up. They have Elder Dragon. They have Soul. Surely there's no way that Dorado can fight this Baron, right? Surely IDB with Soul, with Elder, and just close it out. Ward's coming down into the pit. It's already down to 10k, but they're worried.
No Dibble, no fight. Get out.
Dibble's still down. Dibble's still on his way back. EXP now in trouble. Yeah, gonna get hooked up, and I think this might just be a dead Leona. He's gonna be able to flash over the wall. We'll be able to survive for now. That Baron's still going down. They bought time for Dibble to start rotating in, but not looking for it. All Gucci. Yeah, just okay. EXE dies to tentacles in the side.
Someone doesn't have experience against Alawi.
Oh man. We were talking about the tensions being high. We were talking about people not being on their game, and that's one of those mistakes that you're going to be beating yourself up for, whether you win or lose this game. That's rough.
In the grand scheme of things, it shouldn't end up mattering too much, so don't worry, Ixie. It's all gonna be okay. He'll be up before anything major really happens here. They are gonna be able to wait out the Elder here, but this Baron siege is what's gonna be really scary. Ziggs can basically just throw a W, and that mid turret is gonna be gone, and they're gonna be sieging this base.
Auto that turret. He can auto that turret, and that turret's gone. He's got triple stacked Infernal. He's a nearly full build Ziggs. I think he genuinely does one shot the turret at this point.
Yeah, 800 AP,
Dibble,
really.
It looks like Dibble is on, yeah, there's the W, turret's gone, but there's about 300 stacks on Dibble currently. No, 400, sorry, I was misreading that. The dragon is scary, but is it scarier than a Ziggs with Infernal Soul?
Yeah, and we're just gonna have to find out, as the fights have been back and forth here, and Dibble is just continuing to get stronger while Booty Muncher isn't really, like, not by too much.
Yeah, I'll take.
Oh my god!
I will say, yeah, those bombs hurt. I will say those defensive items got buffed a little bit. Banshees is 120 AP item now. It does provide a good amount of stats. As the turrets are going to start to get taken down, the base is opened up. Dorado Gaming on their literal last legs here. You had match point for 3 games of this series, but you couldn't finish it out. Your base is now open. The defenses are crumbling. You have to find something. You have to make a play happen. EXE already getting poked down. Look at these siege minions. They're putting in so much work. The turret's already down to half HP. The Baron up minions doing so much work, but they might have found Woody Muncher. They're gonna force a flash out of that Ziggs. They want to find more. They want to fight more. They want to find their angle, but Ziggs says no. Woody Muncher goes legendary with the Mega Inferno Bomb. Now it's 5v4 inside the base, but IDB decide they have nothing left in the tank and are just gonna walk away.
I mean, Ziggs can back TP if they want to go for it, but I think they're going to try and play it safe. Gonna go for that top lane. Don't want to make any mistakes in these impossibly extenuous circumstances. As Zhao PP gonna grab a blue buff for the entire team, which is so big for Ziggs to just continue poking away tremendously here.
Yeah, I mean, looking back on the drafts and looking back on everything that led up to this point, the most shocking thing to me, despite all of the crazy picks that we've seen throughout this series, is this Ziggs getting through to the second round of blue side for IDB. They first picked the Udyr, most likely thinking, okay, yeah, we can give up the Ziggs. That's fine. We'll have a counter ready for it. We've got something in the tank. But then Dorado says, okay, Sejuani Leona. Wait, they're giving a Ziggs. Why are they giving a Ziggs? The lock in Ziggs Nautilus, and suddenly they just have a lane that cannot be countered out. And in this late game, Woody Muncher 67, despite struggling through a lot of the regular season, despite struggling through this series, is coming up huge on the pick.
Yeah, and now there's just this dragon standing in the way. Dibble 6-3. We talked about how he's been struggling. Dibble has been a star the entire season, the first team all-pro ADC, and now he has to lead his team in his game 5. It's honestly all up to him. Smolder is standing between IDB's way of a championship here, as the last inhib turret just needs to be taken down.
They live by the Dibble, they die by the Dibble. They live by the baby dragon, and they die by it too.
Yeah, and now Baron timing out here. Elder is up in a minute. Now, double inhibs down makes it a little bit hard. You gotta push out those waves, or else your base could just die on its own here. But they currently have no vision or anything on this Elder Dragon. It's so hard for them to walk up, so I'm kind of scared for Dorado here. They need a bit more setup.
Yeah, Dorado needs something here. They need to be able to get out of their base, but like you said, those double inhibs make it so difficult. Smolder sitting on around a 450 stacks now. He's stacked to the moon and back, but it's not going to help that execute range. Riot decided that was a little too broken and removed that a while ago. And you know, honestly, thank God they did. I didn't need Smolder executing people at like 20% HP at this point in the game, but the stacks still matter for damage. They still matter for that true damage burn. And this might be the 5v5 to decide the game. You see Yeetlift again on your minimap there.
Yeah,
it's in that bottom lane, pulling Dorado apart. Somebody needs to go respond to the Garen. That super mini wave is going to hit the base. Everybody has teleport, so anybody can respond to it, but they need Dibble in these fights. They need this dragon alive.
Yep, and now everyone's holding their breath. Who's gonna engage first? Who's gonna start the fight? Fiora TPing in, Garen on the flank, mid and bot wave pushing in, Scuttle going down, Elder's next on the table, as now it's time for booty. Yeah, he's going to it.
Masufa's already used TP. They just need to stop the backs now, but Masuf should be able to get that teleport off, but Yeetlift is just going to start tearing apart the base. He's got his own teleport. The IDB needs to just stall, but they're going to get gauged on. Dibble has found that kill, but in the meantime, Yeetlift finds one Nexus turret, but the Elder looks like it'll go over to Dorado. The Mega Inferno Bomb comes through. Can this fight happen? No! Show PP does not lose those! That's going to be it! IDB are your AEL champions!
A roller coaster of a series and a roller coaster of an ending. It's gonna be OG Kush coming in to defend the base, but there are way too many minions. There's a Ziggs on the way. There's nothing that they can do. The Lucent Singularity has no power against Booty Muncher 67, as the Nexus is gonna end up going down. The team is ace. IDB gonna be picking up the win here in the Aegis Executioner Finals.
I predicted it myself, and I still cannot believe my eyes. An incredible performance from the IDB members. As much as I want to give Yeetlift all the praise in the world for games 1 and 4, and even games 2 and 3, where they struggled, but still managed to find their moments. Pretty much your 67 coming up huge in game number 5 was not on my bingo card on the Ziggs. 9-0 and 12. What a performance.
Yeah, he did not die a single time that game, just performing to his absolute limits, taking his team to the victory. We talked a lot about the dragon, but he was unperformed by this little rat who dealt more than 50,000 damage that game. Jesus. And really just carried them over to the finish line there.
An incredible performance. I don't think there was a single player that I can say, yeah, they just had an off day today. Everybody had their moments, but at the end of the day, it's IDB upsetting expectations and coming home with a chip. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to bring home some of these IDB members for an interview. We'll see you on the other side. See you then. Welcome back, everybody. We are here with almost the entirety of the IDB squad. All Gucci had places to be, things to do, probably sleep to get, given how late it is. But everyone, congratulations on your victory tonight.
Yeah, honestly, it was just great watching you all play. All of you performed so well, and I know it's pretty late at night. What are all your thoughts coming out as champions of Aegis right now?
This is my first chip, and I'm so thrilled. And I can't wait to get up and go to work tomorrow morning. Wow.
Elo has been trying for a
hours.
chip for like 15 years. He finally got one.
I lost all my hair in the process.
Yeah.
Literally went bald.
The ball man finally gets his chip. I'm just going to go down the line here, starting with you, Yelif. Obviously, getting this first chip for you means so much. So I want to give you a second to just spill your guts here on broadcast. Tell us, how does it really feel finally making it here with all your friends and teammates around you?
I'm just happy it was with Zhao and friends. We've tried it for so many seasons, and we first round exit, semifinals, you get the gist. We kind of suck, but you know, they finally yeeted all the sitters and we did it.
That's
incredible. Zhao PP, moving over to you. Arguably an MVP performance over the series. Some incredible fights to come through to steal the game, to secure the game, I will say, for your team there. In that game 5, were you ever worried about the dragon, the smolder, that ticking time bomb coming through?
Yeah, honestly, when Spartans got caught at the end there, I was like, oh, fudge. I think we lost. I was like, man, I'll just go for the steal, whatever. I don't miss these. And then I hit it, and then we just ended up winning. So, I think on the Storm Lake content, I mentioned we used to have like a voice channel dedicated to counting my smite 50/50s, and at one point I was up like 20 smites to like 0 or whatever, or 20
Still
smites.
He simply just does not miss those. Spartans, for you, you're a player that I have known for a little bit here across the entirety of the AEL. And I believe now this is your second chip now in a row here with Iridescent Dawn. Tell me how that feels.
It feels great. In fact, I was talking to Shady Gecko a few days ago saying like, hey man, I'm going to come here. I'm going to win and defend our title. It was really fun playing on Supernova last split. That was like my first split back after like years of not playing competitive. And then I got on this team and I just been having a blast. I love AEL and I'm glad I can win the chip for ID again.
Incredible. Now, finally, Booty Muncher, with you. A lot of the talk in the series, both beforehand and during it, was about Dibble, this 80 carry superstar who has been kind of the guy throughout the entire AEL regular season. He's been number 1 80 carry. He got number 1 in the All-Pro votes. How did you feel not only taking this win from him, but also performing so well in that game number 5? Were the nerves getting to you at all early on into the series?
Man, I was so pissed. This Dibble guy is so good. Man, I just wanted to pick Ziggs and AFK.
No, because here's the thing. He was like, man, the last like 5 times I played against Dibble, he was not this good. What the hell?
Yeah, Dibble went kind of nuts this series.
Yeah, Dibble, I mean, shout outs to you, Dibble. If it had been a Dorado victory, we were talking to you here, you would have been my MVP vote for this series. I think that's going to be it for our broadcast here tonight. Gentlemen, thank you all for joining us, and congratulations on your victory. And I want to thank you all so much for joining us here at home. It's been a long night, but we have crowned our AEL Summer Champions. I've been What's It Ready. That's been Karthik 002, Wookie Monster, our producer in the back, making sure everything runs as smoothly as possible. Hopefully, we'll see you guys when the Aegis versus Titan tournament turns up. But for us, that's going to be it. Have a great rest of your night.
Have a good night.
Oh, we're not playing.